Hey folks, welcome to the first of my budget speedruns, and I'm going to be starting off with something special. So as you can see here, I am on the original Volpera Hunter that I leveled way back when I did the first ever 10 to 50 world record during pre-patch, and I have not touched it since that point, at least in terms of leveling. I messed around with it, like, before Shadowlands came out, I did some transmog farming. I obviously have used it for a few thumbnails, but other than that, it is pretty much unchanged. Now, for the purpose of this speedrun, the rules are simple. I've given myself a budget of 5,000 gold, which I have in the mailbox right here from my character, and I'm going to take that 5,000 gold and try to buy as many time-saving consumables or items as possible to help me get through the 50 to 60 process. Now, that being said, there are a few things that I'm starting off with because I am already level 50. So, obviously I'm not going to make it so I start off completely naked and I need to buy a set of gear. That would be a bit silly, seeing as how this is kind of like taking off in the middle. But what I've tried to do is basically make it so I don't have anything that's like really expensive. I do have my 6-feather fan. I am going to keep that just because I used it on the original run, so why not? Everything I have in the other slots is an unenchanted heirloom. So no enchants on these. I just made brand new ones. I also need to get a shoulder piece heirloom. So hunter, survival, and this thing. And obviously everything else, as you can see, doesn't matter. Now, ooh, wait. Oh yeah, you can do hidden appearance for 0 copper. Perfect. I don't have to waste money on getting a good transmog. I'm also doing this as survival, and that is because, as I've mentioned before, I really enjoy survival. So I'm going to be playing that both in leveling and at max level, and we're going to see how it goes. My talent build while leveling, I'm going with basically I'm debating on doing Wildfire Infusion. I'm trying to do like a hybrid of the single target and AoE build, so if you aren't aware, at max level, your Bis Legendary is one where when you trigger a trap, you gain focus, and in that case, you want to basically just pump out tons of focus-generating stuff through traps, and then you can use Birds of Prey to get like a really long coordinated assault. Obviously, I don't have the Legendary. Now, some things are universal. I'm always going to be running Mongoose Fight and Guerrilla Tactics, but I would say, like, Bloodseeker versus Steel Trap while leveling, probably Bloodseeker, but then you could argue that Birds of Prey or Wildfire Infusion are both pretty good. Same with Alpha Predator and Viper's Venom. I think that while leveling up and having a lot of like multi-target cleave, Alpha Predator is probably going to get me more bang for my buck. And I don't love Wildfire Infusion. It's not like a super fun ability in my opinion because it's kind of RNG. But a lot of it is like sustained damage stuff on AoE. Like, you get extra damage on targets with your Serpent Sting, or you can apply a bleed that stacks up 3 times, etc., etc. And a lot of AoE pulls are obviously just going to be boom, boom, burst, done. And one of my biggest issues will be single target, and I think extending my main damage with Birds of Prey is going to be good, even if I can't unlock the full potential of that. So that's what I'm going with. PvP talents, the only one that matters is Hunting Pack. Other than that, it's kind of irrelevant. Born to be Wild, I think, while leveling, the reduction on Aspect of the Cheetah matters far more than Post-Haste. So now, what I'm going to do is I'm trying to prove a point with this run. So I'm trying to prove that the time it takes to get all the stuff ready for a speedrun is not that bad. I should also note, I do have flying. I don't think I mentioned that. I have access to flying. I've already paid for that. That does not count as part of the 5k. But here's what I'll do. I'll take the 5k, I'll start the timer, and all the time it takes me to buy items, that counts in the speedrun. I should mention I have benthic gear here. It's like stupid easy to get, not very good. I'll replace it very quickly. So now, first thing I need to think about, what do I want to get? So, Goblin Gliders are the first thing that popped to mind. They're very good. Goblin Glider. So, how many do I need? I think, like, I should only need 5 Goblin Gliders, because after all, I have Shadowlands flying. I think that'll keep me covered in pretty much every scenario. So I'll do that. Got our 5 Goblin Gliders, and I already have them on that. Cool. So, what else? Well, I definitely want mount equipment, but I already have one equipped. So what I'm going to do here,
I lighten that coin purse up for you.
comfortable Rider's Barding. I'm going to buy one of these. And then once I go to the auction house, or not the auction house, the mailbox, I'm going to take it. I'm going to destroy it. So, I already have one. But now I had to actually spend gold for it. I just threw away 400 gold to prove a point. I hope you're happy. Now, what else? The thing about Gunshoes is Gunshoes, with the introduction of flying, are really not that useful. Because Gunshoes are not faster than Master Riding. And the only place where they could, in theory, be faster would be the Maw. But you can't use Gunshoes in the Maw. Now, I'm going to check, but I doubt it. Cracked Radnax Control Gem. So, there is a very cheap one on the auction house. I will keep this in mind. I mean, it's just a fun item, right? What else could I do? I don't even know what else I might need. I guess maybe damage potions. So, damage potions can really help. I have Lust through my Hunter Pet. So, item enhancements. Or no, it would be under Consumables, Potion. Oh yeah, there's a lot of shit here. Oh, what is Shadow Core Oil? Shadow Core Oil requires level 51. It applies for 60 minutes. Yeah, I think I could get, like, I think 7 of these. Let's go with 8 of these. I mean, it's dirt cheap. Why not? And then, how much is Phantom Fire? Phantom Fire. Potion of Phantom Fire. 10? Sure, why not? If I ever need to do, like, a big elite, I can just pop that and then, boom. It'll synergize with my Shadow Core Oil. Now, I want to make sure I get Bear Tartar. Let's see, I think, once again, 10 should be pretty good. What else do I need? I intentionally didn't make myself a list beforehand, by the way, because I want to show that even if you're just thinking of it on the fly, it's really not hard. Bear Tartar, I got that. What about Spectral Power? Spectral Power. I don't know if that would be worth it. Because that's pretty expensive. Yeah, that might be getting a bit too excessive, right? Probably won't buy that. Aha! I know. Jeweled Lockpick. Interesting. So, this is expensive. How much is 5? Oh, that's a lot of money. You know what? Well, before I actually do that, the reason why I'm considering Jeweled Lockpick. So, Jeweled Lockpick is a very, very, very good item. I would absolutely recommend getting that. You know, it might seem expensive, but the reality is, if you craft it yourself, which is what I would normally do if this was not a, you know, special speedrun, you would craft it yourself, and yeah, I could use dollar attacks. It's super duper cheap. Requires, like, next to no Legion gems, but I'm gonna go learn Legion Jewel crafting, get that myself, and then I need engineering, but I need, Shadowlands engineering, so I can't learn that until I actually get there. Now, what else will I need throughout the run? I'm trying to think. It would be a bit more interesting if I did the speedrun from level, like, 1 or 10, which I do plan on doing. I absolutely plan on doing a low-level version of this speedrun, and I think that'll have a lot more risk-reward.
Well met.
But then you also have to remember, over the course of a level 10 to 50 speedrun, I'll be generating about 5k. So I will kind of make back the money that I have at this point in time.
You need
what I need to get.
King's honor, friend.
Do I not have Legion Jewel crafting?
Got the best deals anywhere.
Or do I have to, like, complete this quest?
Open for
Alliance.
business.
Okay, there we go.
Need help? King's honor.
Like to be with you. What can I do for you?
So, what level do I need to be to get the jeweled lockpick?
Farewell.
Or can I already craft it? Jewel crafting... Yeah, so I can't craft anything now, and it's not worth it for me to actually go through the questline. But oh well. I still think it's going to be worth it to buy some of those lockpicks. Maybe not 5, because that would cost, like, pretty much everything I have. And I want to still have a little bit left over. I got oils, potions, food buff. Let's see. Maybe 3.
This stuff sells
I think
itself.
jeweled lock. 3 should be good.
Goblin products are built
Then,
to last.
before I forget, I am going to go into my toy box and add the cushions. Now, I've said this before, but I don't consider heirlooms, flying, or... Flying, technically, you do have to buy for every character, but I put out a poll. Nobody wanted me to include flying as part of the cost, so that one got an exception. But all stuff like this, like account-wide toys, account-wide heirlooms, etc., none of that gets included in the pricing because you can use it infinite times once you actually unlock it. So that's more of like a
Got the best
thing
deals
that you should
anywhere.
invest in. And honestly, I'm not really sure what else I want to buy. Yeah. I think this just about covers everything. Maybe I can look into getting gear.
What do you want?
So, weapons, two-handed, usable only, right. And then... Okay, yeah, so I could give myself a much better weapon. Obviously, that one has intellect, blah, blah. That has agility, but it's 900. All of that has strength or agility. That's problematic. So, what I might try to do is find one that's pretty cheap for, like, level 51. Something that I can use really soon. So that's level 54. No, this is level 51. Or that's 51, okay. Well, I can't use I can use two-handed axes. Okay. Well, let me try polearms. I'll just narrow it down one by one. So, can't use that. That's technically really cheap and would be a pretty good weapon. But yeah, it is strength. Oof. Haste mastery. Sure, if it's high haste. Okay, I'll take this. That's a weapon that I can use at level 57. I almost completely forgot. That would have been bad. I forgot to buy bags. Oh boy. Thank God for that. What are cheap bags? Let's see. Most bang for my buck would probably be deep sea bag. Yeah, I would say that. So I can buy 4 of these. Alright, let's see. Weapons. Let's see if I can find one for 54. Yeah, that one's too expensive. I'm not gonna do that. That's also 57. Okay, let's look at staves. Maybe. Lots of 57s. 55, but it's int. Int again. Yeah, everything is like super duper expensive. Okay. Two-handed swords. Probably going to be all strength. I don't think there's any BOE two-handed swords for Agi. Oh, worth a shot. And probably same with two-handed axes. Blizzard always forgets about survival hunters. We're like the red-headed stepchildren of World of Warcraft. It is what it is, really. I just gotta live with it. Okay, so that's the only weapon that I'm gonna buy. I think I should be fine with that, though. At 57, you know, it'll be a hefty upgrade, I guess. Now, trinkets, maybe. I can look into that. Miscellaneous. Let's just, yeah, search trinkets. I was gonna look through everything, but... Ooh, that's a lot. 31 Agi. Oh, it has another secondary once you click on it. I see. No. So Hopebreaker's badges are very pricey. Yeah, I don't even know if I would want that. I'm sure I'll get something better while leveling. I would generally recommend, if you're trying to speedrun, buy one of these of your ideal stat. They're pretty good. But, as you can see, I'm doing a budget speedrun. I look at this and I'm like, yeah, I don't need it. It's not going to save me enough time to actually be worth it. What else? What else do I want to use? Probably no more trinkets. Rings, maybe. Sometimes it can be really hard to replace your rings while leveling. You don't really get a lot from quests. What are these? Forsworn Seal of the Harmonious. Those are all level 60. That doesn't help me too much. Level 56. Okay, now we're talking. Haste Mastery. With a socket. Interesting. Can I get anything better? Really? Okay, so there's level 50 rings with sockets. Huh. Now, ideally, I would want one with high haste, but I can't be super picky. So I think I'm just going to take the really cheap ones. So that's... Yeah, I mean, that's just a really big upgrade. Then... Crit Verse, sure. And gems. I guess I should probably get 2 gems for that. Why not? What kind of gems are there nowadays? Revitalizing to play. Speed increased by 5 for each Shadowlands gem you have socketed. Huh. Unique equipped, though. Is that worth it? It's probably not worth it. I think I'm just going to go with 2 quick jewel clusters. Like 5 speed, I would be getting, in that case, 10 speed, and I doubt that's actually worth losing out on however much haste I'd be gaining. Okay, so I think that's all I'll take. I end up falling short about 700 gold. Is there anything else I want to buy? I really don't think there is. I genuinely can't think of anything else that I might want. This feels like pretty much all I need. Destroy this. I wonder if getting Shaded Hearthing would help. Because Shaded Hearthing... I'm overthinking it, right? Yeah, I'm overthinking it. How much are
I know a
flasks?
buyer when I see one.
Spectral power. I'll buy 2.
Can I interest you in a payment plan?
Alright. So that is everything that I've got. Oh, my flasks already went over there. I'll put all this stuff there as well. Alarm will go there, and we should be good.
Champion, I am
15 minutes or so. 15, 16 minutes.
Nazgrim will tell you of the
And I'm ready to hop in.
that has befallen our allies. Acaris, the stronghold of the Ebonblade, has moved to
Now,
Iceland Citadel.
This really is more just to show that a lot of the actual preparation that I do for the 50 to 60 runs at this point doesn't matter, especially with Gunshoes being kind of routed out of it. But I really do hope I can show that even with 5k, you can still save a ton of time in the 50 or 10 to 50 run. For here, I'm mostly going to be doing the same exact stuff as always. But the potions will actually go quite a long way. Alright, gonna drop our cushions. As far as I know, this is the only strategy that is still able to save time, unless you group with another player and have them, like, Leap of Faith or Swap Blaster you.
Among them, I saw a place of inescapable darkness.
I am going to try
That is
the
where
disengage strat, though.
if you are to save those Sylvanas has taken,
Alright, Bulbar, hurry up.
we can open
Chop
the
chop,
way.
time's wasting.
Place the shards of domination.
Okay, yeah.
When the
So it used to be that if you queued up something like disengage while you were interacting with it,
heavens insidious
it would activate the moment it was done.
many times,
That saved time.
nearly faltered. I dare not travel with
Come on.
you, even free of the hell.
There we go.
I fear I would
And-
become bound to the will of its true master.
Okay.
But this
Crap.
threat cannot be left unchecked. Therefore, the dangers you face will be considerable. Alone, you may well be outmatched. To aid in this task, the Knights of the
And yeah, as you can see, speed increases are
were never
basically negated the moment you interact with it. So that does not work either.
going. You may be unable to return.
Alright.
Path opens.
I'm sure I've forgotten 1 or 2 consumables.
Courage will be remembered.
It is what it is.
Aldiel Shalam.
I'll make do.
Those who were taken.
And I would generally say, I didn't want to invest in it, but if you're crafting it yourself, get like 5 to 7 jeweled lockpicks, and that'll be much, much better.
Don't do this.
I would also... I don't know if this still works, but you can carry over, I believe, a 10% XP pot into level 50 at least. So, that is probably good.
You made it through the rift. Good. I doubt this mission could succeed without
Right.
you. Fight your way out of here. We will meet you ahead.
I don't have a target. Too far away.
So, survival is honestly pretty fun. I mean, it works like a pretty standard spec. It gets harder when you actually go to max level and have to, like, do all the resource management and keeping your dots up and stuff. That's where things really start to get crazy. But for now, it's pretty chill. I have my generators with Wildfire Bomb and Kill Command, and I have my Spender with Mongoose Bite. Technically speaking, I have a Spender in Carve and Serpent Sting, but for little mobs like this, honestly, I don't need to worry about keeping Serpent Sting up. It's not going to matter.
We are establishing a forward position. Go. Make sure we hold.
I must get closer.
And Mongoose Bite, I would absolutely recommend taking. I think a lot of people don't like it because it's like, oh, it's something else you have to manage. It's very, very, very strong, and it's honestly not too hard once you get the hang of it. It just means that you need to pool focus a bit before you start your burn phase. Which, like, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, right? Okay. So if I kill this guard, it'll route 2 Death Knights, 2 Blades, 1 Stone. God, it's so different playing a melee DPS in anything. I don't know, maybe I'm just bad at mage, but this feels so much easier, even as a survival hunter, than playing any sort of ranged, especially arcane. Whew. And Bane Death. Alright.
I don't have a target.
This clarion will signal the Ebon Blade to converge on your foe. Use it wisely.
My interface is messed up. It's not how I usually have nameplates. There we go. Don't know why that was not checked.
We are driven by a single goal.
Alright.
Vastly outnumbered. Let's try not to draw unwanted
I also
attention.
just realized, what am I
This is
doing?
the work of our friend,
Uh,
the Lord Admiral.
Crap.
The conflict seems to move in this direction. We should follow the
Mounts,
trail before it
Corridor
grows.
Creeper. Forgot to put that on my bars. That is another really good investment. Doesn't require any money, just requires you to do Twisting Corridors or RNG into the Hunt mount.
More of Lady
Absolutely would recommend getting it. Even though you can mount in the Maw now, you can't mount in the Maw while you're leveling up characters, so it saves a lot of time, as you can see here. There, it wasn't too big of a deal before, because I was mostly just, like, basically getting 2 birds, 1 stone, killing mobs as I ran. I'm gonna eat this to heal up and to get the food buff. So, there we go.
Thank the light you found us. We can't stay here. Can you walk, Thrall?
I will manage. Thank you for coming to my aid, Jaina.
Yeah.
Something's flying at us from above.
They found us. Be ready.
Okay.
We need to target something first. I must get closer.
It's very important when you start this to just tag everything in sight, because the NPCs a lot of times will actually do your job for you and kill a lot of mobs. So if you just get a bunch of tags out, you can really quickly complete that quest.
The illusion won't hold for long.
Nice.
Hurry. There's a cave just around the bend. With any luck, we can reach it before they notice.
Let's hope
Okay,
so.
so
Our captors won't be pleased
first
to
Goblin
manage
Glider
to
usage will be
surpass them again.
soon-ish.
You will not
Obviously,
fade
it's
out,
not like
mortals.
right now, but I'm just trying to make sure I remember all my strategies, because I've been fucking around with really bad runs recently, right? But this one I actually do want to be pretty good.
We need to target something first.
So I'm trying to be at least somewhat efficient about it.
So much for remaining unnoticed. Let's hurry.
I guess one thing I also didn't mention is it's actually 8 in the morning. You know, it's not super early. I actually, you know, got up at a reasonable time. I'm not speedrunning at like 3 a.m. I'm getting better.
Inside this cave before. We can't stay long, but it should buy us a little time.
I should also note that I mentioned that the 10% XP pot can kind of be used here, but obviously the main use would be still while doing Brain. Help me out here. It would still be while doing 10 to 50. So I am looking into ways to make that more efficient. I'm trying to find really efficient ways to farm those potions for 10 to 50. Because a lot of people have said, well, it seems counterintuitive for like a budget or efficient speedrun kind of thing when you're getting these potions, because even though they don't cost anything, they still require a lot of time. Now, I haven't had to actually farm them for a while now, because I've had a ton of those, like, commendation things stockpiled. But I have theories on really efficient ways to farm them, and I'm going to be looking into doing that, and if I manage to find something, I'll put out a guide for it. We'll see, though.
There is nowhere to run.
Nothing escapes the law.
I must get closer.
Holy shit! Holy kill command procs. Okay, now I just want to spend. Spend. What the fuck? Okay. Wait, is this? Okay, I was about to say, I knew coordinated assault increased my chance to get a proc, but I was like, did they change it to be a 100% chance? But no. It's just 25% increased chance to reset, and I just fucking chained that. So I guess it's a coin flip, and I just got coin flip. I mean, Survival Hunter is just fun, honestly. That's why I don't understand why Blizzard won't make it, like, even remotely viable. So people will complain about Mistweaver Monk, people will complain about Holy Priest, etc., but they have at least been viable at certain stages. Survival Hunter is probably the only spec in the entire game that, from its introduction back in, or the reintroduction back in Legion, up until present day, it has never been viable in any shape or form. And it hasn't even been, like, just okay. It's been consistently bottom tier. Admittedly, now it's, like, just barely behind everything else, so it's actually kind of okay and not just absolute shit tier. But why? It's a fun spec. You're already going to have a hard time getting a raid spot as a survival hunter because, you know, you want to have your hunters be ranged, right? So it's already a difficult spec to find a raid spot as. But then Blizzard, for some reason, on top of that, refuses to make it even a viable option in the slightest. I don't know, imagine if, like, survival had some really powerful utility or something. Maybe not something that you needed, but something that made you go like, oh yeah, you know, if we bring a survival hunter, we have that. I don't know. Or hey, it could actually do competitive damage at one point in its lifetime, so that at least you could tell yourself, well, you know, at least our survival hunter is doing a lot of damage. Right now, they just won't. That kind of sucks.
It won't end well.
Probably should have used my lust on that too.
During my attempts to break free. They live. That's all I know for certain. But I have found no means of leaving them all. I can only manage to teleport short distances. This nightmare.
Don't you guys love having to re-watch this RP every single time?
Some have been here for
Riveting.
ages. Perhaps one of them knows a way out.
People complain about the WoD intro, but how much unskippable RP is there in the WoD intro? Fuck me.
I fear there's nothing left of them to save. They manifest as malevolent shades that wander the darkness. I doubt they'd willingly help us.
Knights of the Ebon Blade have ways to compel the dead to speak. If we seize one of them, we can extract its secrets.
Okay, Bolvar. Please.
I will do what I can.
Harness your hate. Make it useful.
I can't attack
Use
that.
the helm while it's weakened.
I require a target.
Right.
At last, the true.
range.
That's nice. So it's like kill command puts a bleed, and then the bleed gives me an attack speed increase.
Considerable threat. I will signal the Ebon Blade for assistance once more. Ebon Blade, to me! Tear this monstrosity down!
I'm specifically not using a Phantom Fire here because I don't have Shadow Core oil, so it's going to be less efficient than if I use it later on. And I have, like, Ebon Clarion and stuff right now, so I have a lot of really efficient things. I think that was pretty good. It's obviously hard to tell whether I'm doing good DPS or not. Because, I mean, what, 500 DPS? Like, that means nothing. But, eh. Alright, then I can do this. Ooh, let's go.
The time for dreaming is over.
Okay, yeah, so now we do Tremaculum.
Once we find Anduin, my staff.
So this is the
serve as
first
an
glider?
anchor for me to teleport us back to safety. All set. Let's get moving.
Alright. I still believe this is probably efficient, even if you have the mount. The glider is technically slightly faster than mounted. Okay. It's just important that you don't get into combat. Then here. This saves less time now than it used to, but I'm still confident that that saved a few seconds. And I mean, let's be real here. It just looks sick. Goblin Gliders are always really fun to pull off. And this is where we use the jeweled lockpicks. And now everybody's favorite character.
Sylvanas, what does she want with him?
We cannot let the world dominate.
Greetings, friend.
Okay. Isn't letting me loot that. Alright. Now I can use the jeweled lockpick to open this without actually needing a key. I've showed this before, but it's a really, really useful thing. It definitely saves time. What the fuck?
Too far away.
Mistakes were made. Obviously, if you actually loot a key, it's better to use the key that you looted. It has a slightly faster cast time, but this means you don't need to go out of your way to kill mobs. Nice. Clarion.
I don't have a target. I need to target something first.
Okay.
I'm out of range. I require a target.
I'm getting lucky on keys.
Forces are positioned
Do I
nearby.
have any more?
They will
I think
defend
that's
you.
it. Okay, so what I can do is drop down, use this. It also does not get broken by combat. That's one of the cool things about the jewel crafting keys. I don't know why. Okay. And now I don't need to fight any mobs. That quest is done.
Hurry, before the guards return.
The teleport is near. We should move quickly. Are you fit to travel?
Alright.
Those wounds look serious, Thrall. Let me tend them.
Thank you.
Your arrival is
It'll
timely.
feel good to be back at full strength.
Speak. How do we leave this place?
Futile. The path sealed long ago.
So there is a way out. Tell us where to find it.
Waystone. Out to Cauldron.
Also, I should note that in my last speedrun, I kind of mentioned that I thought it was really dumb that they've never explained why we're able to interact with, like, the Waystones and escape the maw and blah blah blah. Apparently they do. One of my friends told me that evidently their explanation of it is the blood within our Heart of Azeroth, or like our connection to Azeroth or something, is what allows us to use the Waystones? I don't know if he's wrong on that, or like, I have no idea, but that's what he told me. And I'm like, man, I hope you're wrong, because if that's the real explanation they're going with, that's so fucking stupid.
Still no sign.
Because either that means that they're going to try to say, like, ooh, well, you know, the Titans were first ones or something, or they're just going to pretend that somehow there's a connection between the first ones and the Titans because they're both beings and that are powerful, and because of that we're allowed to use this thing. It's just... Either way, it's a half-assed plot element that they clearly just were like, yeah, it just works, right? It operates under JoJo logic, except JoJo actually looks cool, even if like half of the plot elements make no fucking sense, so you can give it a pass. World of Warcraft is just lame and uninspired. The story, that is. I do like the endgame PvE. It's impossible for me to give like any sort of feedback on anything without people leaving comments like, God, if you hate World of Warcraft so much, why do you still play it? Now, clearly you just rather be playing Final Fantasy XIV. What? I definitely was not facing that direction. But yeah, everybody's like, oh yeah, just quit the game if you don't like it. Like, since when was I not allowed to have an opinion, right? Like, if I want to say that I think that something about World of Warcraft is not great, and I think Blizzard should improve it, I'm allowed to say that, right? Like, and the thing is, I don't think anybody's disagreeing with that, but some people think that if you complain, you should also quit the game, right? Like, oh, if you don't like the game, you need to quit to prove a point, or you need to quit so that the rest of us that actually enjoy the game can stay and play it. And it's like, no, I've said this before, and I'll say it again, it's possible to continue to play something that you have complaints about, and to try and enjoy it for what it is, but still offer critical feedback when you think that critical feedback is necessary, right?
I've never been one for
I don't know why so many people have such a one-dimensional view of, like, criticizing a game. You know, I'm not criticizing the game because I want it to die. I'm criticizing the game because I don't want it to die. Because I understand that feedback is necessary for a game to grow, and unfortunately Blizzard hasn't been listening to that feedback, but I am hopeful that given their current situation, they might actually start listening. And they might realize we should probably start considering what our players want. Which is why, now more than ever, I'm trying to provide, you know, constant feedback on what I think about the game. You know, I'm not going to fault people for quitting. I get it. It's not in a great spot at the moment. But the reality is, a lot of people are choosing to just quit the game instead of continuing to provide feedback, and for a lot of content creators that have played this game for years, I can understand that, right? Like, I've only started... Well, I mean, I've been playing WoW for a long time, right? I've been playing WoW since I was 5 years old. But I only started making videos pretty recently. Like, you know, Shadowlands pre-patch with my speedruns and whatnot. So, I haven't had to deal with the whole having direct communication lines to Blizzard and them not responding to me. Obviously, I still don't have any direct communication lines to Blizzard, right? But, you know, you look at someone like Preach, and he's literally interviewed Ian Hazzikostas on his channel before, and then he sits there and offers all of this valuable feedback to Ian Hazzikostas in person, or effectively in person, and then they go ahead and just ignore everything he suggested. So that, I can completely imagine, must be like, just... I don't even know how to describe it. That must suck, right? If you spend all this time interacting with the company of the game that you really enjoy playing, and you try super hard to offer, like, really, really good feedback and help the game grow and improve and all this stuff, and then the developers that you've been actively talking to just, like, disregard your opinion and do the exact opposite, I can completely understand why he doesn't feel motivated to continue doing WoW stuff anymore. Not to mention, of course, the recent allegations, the Blizzard lawsuit, blah blah blah. Yes, I'm not going to touch upon that, but that is obviously a big part of why Preach and many other people have left. I feel like I need to say that every time, or people are going to be like, oh, you think that all these people left just because the game's bad? There are more important things. Get off your high horse. Like, you know how YouTube comments are, right? So yes, obviously that is a major concern for myself and a lot of other people, but I don't think that we should ignore critique of the game just because, you know, there's other stuff going on, right? We can offer feedback on both. Oh, also, fun fact, I've shown this before, but if you pull the eye ahead of time, first of all, it removes the RNG. Sometimes the eye will block your path, but it also skips some of the dialogue and forces the NPCs to move further. So it saves about 10 to 15 seconds and eliminates potential RNG. Just a cool little skip. That's something I'll probably do in the future. I've technically already done a 50 to 60 guide, but I haven't done a...
Hold here.
What? Come on, Jane. The path is totally clear.
Is always worth fighting for.
There you go. Yeah, I did a 50 to 60 guide, but it was more just talking about the general leveling route, on, like, what order you do the quests in. It was more of a... If you've never done Shadowlands leveling before, this is what you're going to expect. So it was made, like, the day before Shadowlands launched, and it was like a walkthrough of every zone. Like, this is what you do in Bastion, this is what you do in Maldraxxus, etc., etc. Oh, you fucker, Blizzard. That didn't even aggro on me, that aggroed on a fucking NPC. Come on. Yeah, any moment now, Jaina. Okay, so I need to stay just a little bit ahead of them. I need to get every bit of speed possible so I can make it to the Waystone. And... now.
Look, on the platform ahead. That must be the Waystone. We need to reach it before the jailer takes notice.
Come on. Yeah, I got the skip.
When the jailer realizes our plan, he'll send all...
I don't remember exactly which line of dialogue it is, but if you make it to the Waystone before a certain line of dialogue, the NPCs get confused and just teleport straight there. Saves a good 30 seconds. They're really slow.
Long enough for the Waystone to fully charge. Every second counts.
Get closer.
Hold the line! The Waystone must finish charging!
Out of range. I need to target something first.
One thing I wish Survival Hunter had more of is, like, sustained AoE. Like, Survival Hunter does really good burst AoE. That's one thing it's known for. But it kind of falls off. Like, on long, extended periods of cleave. It used to be much better at that, when Carve didn't have a cooldown. Carve shouldn't have a cooldown, right? Like, imagine if you could just constantly spam that and reduce the cooldown on Wildfire Bomb. that would not even be that overpowered. That would just be in line with, like, every single other spec in the game has access to. But for some reason, Harp has a cooldown, meaning your only real AoE is either on a charge-based system or has a short cooldown.
Too far away.
All that you see,
I need to target something first.
will be undone.
Damn it. Alright. Also, I'm going to take this opportunity to give another public service announcement. I've said this a million times, but people still continue to ignore me and argue with me and say that they think I'm wrong on this. And I want to assure you that I am not wrong on this. This right here is fucking garbage. Even with the 9.1 changes, it is terrible, it is inefficient, and you will not have a fun time. You can try to sit there and justify it to yourself, no matter how much you want, about, oh, but I'm getting endgame progress. You're not. Oh, but it gives me more freedom to level with, like, world quests. Surely that, like, if I find the proper route, it would be better. It's not. I'm telling you, do not fall into that trap. Until they actually fix Threads of Fate, do not use Threads of Fate. And please stop trying to tell me that you think Threads of Fate is faster, that like one of your buddies found a Threads of Fate route that they promise is faster. If it existed, I would know about it. It does not exist. The only fast Threads of Fate route, and I've said this over and over and it's still true to this day, the only thing that comes close to replaying the story is having 4 level 60 characters boost you through dungeons. That's it. That is the only way that I have found that is actually giving comparable experience to doing the storyline. That's it. And, I mean, I guess if you want to convince 4 of your friends to boost you through dungeons to maybe, if you're perfect, save 30 minutes, then you can do that. But they would have to sit there and boost you through dungeons for like 5 hours. I don't know anybody who would want to do that, so good luck. I would just recommend doing the storyline, because it's pretty much as fast and pretty easy. You just gotta go through it, like normal. Oh yeah, I can do this. Ooh, I'm not gonna do that until I get to Bastion, because there's like no combat.
A living mortal. Surely their presence here serves the purpose. If the Arbiter reacted to their arrival,
This dialogue did not age well.
they are the key to waking her.
Is this mortal worthy of such an audience? They may prove to be an agent of the jailer.
How would I magically be, like, unless this portal's a fucking robot engineer, I don't fucking know. How am I gonna wake up the Arbiter? What? They totally, like, I on one hand, I don't know how the WoW story achieves something really special. It's like, it manages to simultaneously make you feel like they're just making it up as they go along, and that they're going with the most obvious choice and had, like, the entire thing written in an afternoon. I don't know how they managed to achieve both of that. But, like, the Arbiter being a robot and the Jailer being the original Arbiter is, like, yeah, the most obvious thing. And yet, at the same time, none of the writing here makes any sense if you know that that's the case. So, what were they doing? Did they just write all of this and then think of that really cool plot twist, which at the same time feels like it should have been the obvious thing in the first place? I don't know, man. Trying to understand this hurts my brain.
What might your purpose be?
So dumb. It's so dumb.
Every soul has its place.
I will aid you as best I can.
Our master's will be done.
I should also say, for talents, I would say go Natural Mending or Camouflage for max level. That's probably what I'll do. While leveling, though, Trailblazer is second to none. Absolutely take Trailblazer. Like, right now, I'm just moving 30% faster. It's really, really, really nice because it triggers when you haven't been in combat for 3 seconds, or actually haven't attacked anything for 3 seconds. So even if you are in combat and you're just trying to run away, it still activates as long as you aren't actively attacking things. So very, very, very good talent while leveling.
I have opened countless
Super important.
portals in my lifetime, but never one that connected two planes of reality.
I thought death was the end of existence. Here, it seems, death is a power that offers new beginnings.
It's not ready yet.
What do you seek, mortal?
The Arbiter sees all.
Okay, now I need to do the tour. This is one place where Gunshoes actually does help. Popping a Gunshoes to get around the central ring is not a bad use of them, to be completely honest. I would recommend doing that.
You deserve
You always want to go here, though. You want to grab Shadowlands Engineering. Then I can myself on auto run, wormhole, generator, Shadowlands. That's going to come in handy.
How may I assist? Please.
What is available here? Yeah, so like if I popped Gunshoes right here, to just, maybe not there, maybe like from the final point to get back, but honestly, a single Gunshoes just shaves like 15 seconds off. As you can tell, I'm not going to invest the money required to do it for a budget speedrun, but I do think it's important to basically highlight some of the differences in a budget speedrun versus an actual speedrun. Like in an actual speedrun, I would have had a Gunshoes to use there. In a budget speedrun, it saves like 10 seconds, which, I mean, isn't bad, but isn't enough for me to consider to be worth, you know, investing that much money in. So that's like the real difference. When people say like, ah, speedrun prep is like so expensive or takes a while. Like, I'm spending 400 gold to save 10 seconds in terms of travel time. Maybe not even. Honestly, that's probably more like 5 seconds. So that's where a lot of the investment money and, you know, time to craft. Most of the time, honestly, goes to the crafted gear. I have talked about that before. Crafted gear takes just an absolutely absurd amount of time. Wait, what? I literally talked to him. Oh my god. Is it one of those things where you have to, like, click the specific dialogue option? Blah, blah, blah.
Welcome.
Okay, yeah, I need to do that. Let's see. I object. Felt a little bit bullshit. Just a teensy little bit bullshit. For sections like this, as a hunter, by the way, you should probably use a cunning pet. I just kind of forgot about that until now, but at this point, it's too late. But if I check... crap. I only have my ferocity pet on my bars, because that's the only thing I actually need to use at max level. For PvE, at least.
Citadel shattered. The spire of an immense tower appeared beyond the veil.
If the Maul's influence bleeds into your realm, the balance between life and death. All you hold dear will be consumed in darkness.
Oh no. That means so much to me. A reader who doesn't know what the fuck the balance is.
How did these allies from
Or
your
what the consequences are.
become trapped in the Maul?
Sylvanas Windrunner sent her agents to abduct them. Dark, winged beings who caught them in chains and dragged them through the shattered sky.
The winged Kyrian of Bastion ferry souls from the mortal realm into the Shadowlands, but not with chains. And they are noble, untainted by the Maul.
True, but it would seem this is the only clue our mortal friend has to follow. It falls to us to open the way for them.
Overseer Kasher, take this mortal to the Ring of Transference. Use our anima reserves to open a pathway to Bastion.
But, honored voice, we have so little anima in our reserves. Surely we should be more...
See it done, Kasher. With her voice have I spoken.
The purpose must be followed. Come, mortal. I will show you the way.
Alright, cost share. He's going. You know, one thing I really hope... I've already talked about how I really want the next expansion to be more Mists of Pandaria-like, but I think one of the biggest things for me in that regard is I want the zones to actually be connected. It may seem like a lot to ask, but even in BFA, we kind of lacked that a little bit with the two continents. Like,
Here, mortal.
I don't know, it feels so much more disjointed when you have to talk to somebody and take a portal to access the other zones. I don't like that. Especially, I mean, it's terrible in Shadowlands, right? Every single zone is its own isolated thing. Not to mention, we got less zones, way less zones in Shadowlands than normal. We normally get, like, 6 zones? Like, think back to Legion, right? Legion, I guess we got 5. BFA, we got 6. Wad, we got Frostfire, Gorgrons, Talador, Spires, Nagrons, Shadowman Valley, we got 6. So it's usually 5 or 6. And I guess someone out there is going to be like, but the Maw is a zone, and the Maw can go fuck itself. The Maw is a fucking, god-awful place. I mean, I guess it fits the lore, right? But fuck the Maw. Fuck everything about the Maw. I don't count that as an actual zone. Like, basically, if you want to consider the Maw a zone, you have to remember that you're considering the Maw on par with Suramar. And I would love to see somebody try to actually tell me that the Maw is comparable to Suramar in terms of, like, quality zone design. Because that's technically what it is, right? In Legion, we had 4 zones, and then we had Suramar, which was a max level zone, which is technically what the Maw is. So, I mean, in my opinion, Legion had 5 zones. But also, in my opinion, Shadowlands has 4 zones and a piece of dog shit. But if somebody wants to act like they're the same, I would love to hear that line of reason, honestly. But really, like, this whole thing, this going through the portal and having to take a long flight point to get to every single zone, or worse yet, having to use the fucking wormhole generator every single time when I want to do my callings, I'm like, okay, time to pop the wormhole generator, TP to Bastion. It's like the only way to get around in an efficient amount of time, and it feels so awful.
We must find a solution.
I'd rather just be able to naturally travel across the different zones.
You are like no soul I have ever seen before. No matter. You are to become one of the Kyrian. It is our sacred charge to bring mortal souls before the Arbiter for judgment.
Alright, Clea.
It has been an age since we last welcomed a new
How much
arrival.
gold do I have? 700?
The Greeter will tell you more, as soon as we awaken it.
I'm trying to think if I should, like, buy more flasks at some point. I might get enough gold. Maybe it would be worth it for me to just, like, pop one now and then buy another flask later on. Oh, she's almost there. Good job, Clea. You did it.
I served Sika. Can we spare any anima for the Greeter? Yes! Hold tight now! No anima must fall!
My anima for Bastion.
I kind of wonder if, like, popping Bloodlust would increase the rate at which I extract anima. It does not. But hey, now you all know. Science has been done.
We wake Greeter now.
Anima reserves now nominal. Initializing.
So, Fun fact.
Greetings, denizen of
Don't
Azeroth.
pop
We have
bloodlust
prepared a number
to
of
extract
activities
anima.
to
That
help you
does
acclimate
not
to your
I
new
can't use that
existence.
item
work
yet.
the way I thought it
I'm out
would.
of range.
Please visit
Welcome,
each
new
station to
aspirants,
learn
to
more.
the first step in your journey.
I mean, it wasn't going to be worth it either way, because I am going to need bloodlust for a later quest, and now I don't fucking have it. So, whoops.
Allow us to cleanse the pain of that ordeal. What is that? It looks like a Kyrian, but it is twisted.
All deeds from your previous life will be collected and stored. The archives compile the histories of countless
The Vespers
mortal
of
worlds
Bastion are
as
known
seen
through
through the
merry
eyes
instruments.
of aspirants
Their
like
voices
yourself.
bolster the spirit and draw forth
Allow
the
me
lingering
to
burdens
show
of
you the
one's
way.
former life.
Kyrian, in service of the Maw? That cannot be.
What is the meaning of this?
They must have sensed that I enabled the greeter. I will handle this, mortal.
I like how the quest objective is,
Why is
let
this
Clea
unit
handle
active?
this. I've never
We can
noticed
ill
that
afford
before.
This anima expenditure.
Alright, Clea.
Goodbye.
You go. Hooray!
Ascended one.
I'll
This
sit here.
newcomer brings troubling news
Watch the
of
RP.
Kyrian in the
For
Maw.
the 20th time.
We must inform the Archon.
A grim fate. But if the Arbiter judge them deserving of it, then the matter is not our concern.
These were not prisoners, but willing.
I'm gonna go ahead and
servants.
refresh my food buff
Surely
here.
this merits
There's
an
probably gonna be a
audience.
bit more RP.
There is but one way to earn an audience with the Archon. To walk the path and prove worthy
Probably pop
of
my shadow
ascension.
core oil now.
State your purpose. You know the path better than most, aspirant. Archon's eyes upon you.
Oops. Yeah, so normally I would pop a gun shoes either right there or right after this. But with flying, you don't need it. So the speedruns overall are way more cost efficient. And
Let me show you.
just in case you haven't played since 9.1, if you're wondering how hard flying is to get, it's like super easy. You get it within, I don't even know, like an hour or two of playing through the new quest line. It's
We will
super
seek
fast.
out my soulbind,
It's tied to like
Pelagos, at
Covenant
Aspen's
campaign
Rest.
progress, and at this point, Covenant campaign progress is like super easy, so yeah. There's no Pathfinder achievement or anything like that.
Pelagos may soon succumb to doubt and fear.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to fly in a little bit.
That fool. We have little time.
It'll be. Okay, exhilaration.
I require a target.
Ah, shit, there's a bunch.
I don't have a target. I need to target something first.
Okay, I'm gonna run up and feign death. So I don't have to fight this.
Help! You me. Weak. That item is still recharging. Never be yours. I don't have a target. Failure is a stain on your soul. No! No! I must not
I think
give in.
all the turn-ins are outside, right? Yeah, okay, so I don't need to worry about this.
Oh, that was too close for comfort. Thank you. I feel much better now. I must get closer.
Misjudge that.
That was reckless, Pelagos. You would have fallen if not for that mortal.
I thought I could succeed on my own, but I was wrong.
You are a sign of the winds of change. Go on ahead. Pelagos and I will make our way over on foot.
Must we walk? I am fairly fatigued after my trial.
Okay.
Consider it part of your training, my friend.
So, I guess the question now is, do I want to pop a flask? Ah, I forgot to set my Hearthstone. It's not as important now, but it still does save time. So, basically, at a certain point, I'm going to have to travel really quickly back to Aspirant's Rest. So, the meta strat is to set a Hearthstone there. I usually forget because I have, like, the memory of a fucking goldfish, right? But
and follow the Watcher's instructions.
Definitely do that. But before, if you didn't, you would have to walk, like, 3 minutes. Now it's, like, a 30-second flight, so it's not too bad. Alright, should be all of them. Yeah, cool.
Fascinating to have seen so much in so little time.
Did I not tell you? This one bears promise.
Do you think they will truly be able to help us?
Okay, so I'm not going to use this ring because I have the socketed rings. That's so good.
I help. Oh, ooh, hello again.
Did you make a list, Sika?
Have it? Yes.
Good. I found you some help.
We must all.
Okay, so this person has one of the books.
I wish you
Worlds Beyond Counting.
I'm out of range.
Then the other book you get as a drop. And then the other one you get by Sika. Whoa! That just takes me up in the air. Okay, I didn't realize that mob was just floating there. I thought it was like on the ground. Perspective really fucked with me there. That was awesome.
I don't have a target. I need to target something first. I'm out of range. I require a target. Too far away.
That one evade bugs? Something's fucky with it. I don't really know what. What is it doing? Yeah, it's evade bugged. Okay, weird. Alright. Well, I'll take it.
need to target something first.
That reached. Got the book. Awesome. That was pretty clean. I don't know, I feel like Survival Hunter just plays really smooth. Love this playstyle.
It is an honor.
Infinite treatises.
What can I do?
Oh no. Did I... Please tell me I can just loot it. Okay. Whew. That's good. Oh well. We're only losing a few seconds, honestly, because I have to always go out of my way to do this either way. Can't believe I forgot to actually pick up the quest item. And I'm sitting here saying, that was clean!
Stewards exist exclusively to be of aid to us. They become rather depressed when they cannot perform. If you could tidy up a bit, I will have this forge lit in short order.
I always feel like the depiction of the stewards is a little bit problematic. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But it's like, they exist literally to work for us, and they're really sad if they can't actually do their job.
There we are.
Obviously, they're bird people, but I think it almost sounds like they're trying to dehumanize them a little bit.
Will show you how to
I don't like to do this, right? But I feel like that has some problematic implications. And I normally wouldn't say this, but given everything we already know about Blizzard, they're on thin ice, right? That's just it's a bit like, I don't know about that. Alright, I just need RNG to not fuck me here, and then I'm good to go. Oh, fuck, god damn it, of course it's that one. Yep. This one's literally impossible to deal with. God, I hate this shit. So... this forge has random events. It occurs anywhere in the range of like 90 to 100. And if you get it can either be the forge is hot or the forge is cold. If the forge is cold, you can spam click the raw materials thing and basically counteract the effects of the forge is cold, and then it's not a big deal. But if the forge is too hot, you can't spam click the vents. The vents will basically cool down the forge at a set rate, and that set rate is not enough to counteract the effects of that thing. So if it triggers a little bit too early and it happens to be the forge is too hot, you're fucked. You just lose like 10 seconds there because you have to sit and wait. It's such a stupid RNG quest and I hate it so much.
May be right to place our faith in you. Go in service.
Bye. Come back soon.
Okay. The game was not sure whether it should consider that to be indoors or outdoors, because the mount thing wasn't grayed out, but it counted as being inside a building.
I see you have earned the Forge Light's favor.
Greetings, my friend.
Good time to put your new armor to the test.
At which temple do you train? We walk this path together.
Spar with me.
I welcome you.
First, I require a target.
Challenge accepted. I will use level 1 training protocol.
range. Too far away.
Training protocol is completed. This combat sequence ends.
It is an honor.
It is an honor.
I welcome you.
I don't have a target.
Nice.
Challenge accepted. I will use level 3 training protocol.
I must get closer. Too far away.
No, I ran away. I might have barely gotten it. So.
Training protocol is completed.
Nice.
This combat sequence ends.
We walk this path together.
Blinked away right as I was about to get my final mongoose fight in.
I can't attack that target.
Challenge accepted. I will use level 2 training protocol. Training protocol is completed. This combat sequence ends.
Nice.
I am here for
What
you.
is on your mind? Hold back nothing, mortal.
It's like a fly that just won't fuck off.
Humility sequence.
Just keeps darting around me, and it's super annoying.
Your efforts are insufficient, aspirant.
Every time that happens, I'm like, oh fuck, did I just zone out and miss something? Then I'm like, wait, no, that's the quest. That's how it goes. Does get me every time, though.
Speak.
I will meet you there, aspirant. Be ready for a challenge.
A challenge.
How may I have readied some items in the next chamber. They will help you
Bah.
prepare.
I whiffed that. Oh well.
You are a sign of the winds of change. In the chamber below, you will confront and subdue
So close.
your deepest memories.
I'm a bit rusty with
You
nailing
aspirant
those, like,
advance
perfect
through the trials
disengages.
so quickly. If you succeed, you will have proven yourself to the Ascended. You must delve deeper. Try again. There is still more you must pull from yourself. Open yourself.
Oh, come on! Why does it consume my disengage if it's not gonna let me move? That's so bull. Feign death? Nice.
There. This is the moment.
I didn't think it would let me eat my disengage while I'm stunned. So I was spam clicking it because I'm like, oh, well, when I'm not stunned, it'll let me disengage. But nope. It just said, fuck you. Fuck that.
Rest now. It is finished.
There we go.
The drought holds strong. We must find...
Yes, mortal. You arrived in Bastion with dire news, which I have shared with the Archon. She thanks you for your service. As a token of gratitude, she wishes to offer you a gift. Do you accept?
May your feet find good trails.
I get resonating arrow.
I would have you speak.
Despite the fact that
aspirants. Have you read anything interesting lately?
don't actually really shoot arrows. I guess I shoot like bolts, right? Okay, they call like Serpent Sting a poison-tipped arrow. Like I like to think of Survival Hunter more as like a witch hunter kind of thing, like a not like a like a Warhammer witch hunter, you know, where in just the traditional like vampire slayer type of aesthetic where you have like, you know, the wrist attached like crossbows and stuff. Because that's what, like, the animation is, kind of. So, I guess, but Resonating Arrow feels like something that it might be a little bit hard to just launch off your wrist.
All is not well.
Always makes me so confused when I see Garrosh's voice actor there. Random quest line, and it's like, hey, that's Garrosh. Especially when you start to watch more anime, and then, like, Garrosh's voice actor is in everything. Like, I was watching Fairy Tail, and I see that suddenly one of the characters is voiced by Garrosh, and I'm like, hold up, I know that voice. I've heard that before. Their characters are oddly similar.
I require a target.
Did I picked up the wrong quest. Fuck. Man, how do I always manage to fuck this quest up? It's like, I always do something wrong. I forget it, or I, like, just grab the quest and then don't do it, or I then, in this case, somehow fucking grab the wrong quest, and then I kill it, but it doesn't count because I didn't have the quest. I really don't get it. I always fuck this up, somehow. Ah. Well, we're just gonna sit here and wait. Wait, did I get a... I got a BOE. Worse than my quest reward. I'll take the appearance. Alright, whatever. Wait, my pet's dead? Oh shit! How did it die? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. When did that happen? This thing killed my pet? Motherfucker. This thing's so overtuned. Oh. Okay. Well... one of these days...
My wares for you.
By the time that I actually start doing serious speedruns, hopefully, by that point in time, I'll actually have this shit figured out, right? Because at this stage, I really haven't done any real serious, like, 50 to 60 runs. Well, technically, if I'm doing a full run, it would be like 10 to 60, right? But I haven't done that. I'm not going to do one until both Speedrun.com gets their shit together and WoW gets their shit together, and right now both of them are fucking disasters, so... At least in terms of leveling, right? I feel like I need to always give that disclaimer.
I can't let go. This...
trust in your teachings. This is...
Are we all lost?
Do this, I believe in you.
Bear your soul to me.
Help you.
Please.
Just
Help me.
trust in your teachings.
Is there no hope?
Trust in your teachings.
I feel...
You can do this, I believe in you. Oh, not these ones, right? Yeah, it's
I don't know
this
what to
guy.
do.
Trust in your teachings.
I feel...
We'll get through this together.
Do you need a training partner? Are we all lost?
Trust in your teachings.
This...
Trust in your teachings.
I don't know what to do.
We will get through this together.
I don't
And
know
trust in your
what to do.
teachings.
Your deeds precede you.
So resonating arrow deals damage and causes your effects to deal 30% increased crit. It lasts for 10 seconds. Okay. I'm not entirely sure exactly what the Survival Hunter burst window is. I also need to make macros that are like target at player resonating arrow.
Many
In fact, let's do that,
fallen
right?
recently.
There's going to be some
The Temple of
RP.
Loyalty is trying their best to bring them back to the path.
So, macro... This resonating arrow. Do I not have it yet because I'm not actually Kyrian? I think that's the problem. Shit. Okay, I'll do that at max level. Because I am going to be going Kyrian. It's, Kyrian is the best at the moment for survival hunters. I believe, what are all the other hunters playing now? I think everybody's still playing Night Fae, right? Pretty sure Wild Spirit's still the best. But for survival, it's like you just don't have enough stuff that you can use to trigger Wild Spirits. So it's like, eh. Especially on single target, right? It's not bad, though, I should say. But Wild Spirits is one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's solid if you're, like, maining the other hunter specs and you just want to play survival. But if you're maining survival, like me, then you want to go Kyrian.
What?
The choice is yours.
Can I help you?
You know how to find us.
Come. I would have words with Iridia. What you just saw, I am not alone in my malcontent. Just look at the state of this temple. All these aspirants, their anguish. cannot bear the sight of this suffering. I
don't have a target.
Come on, buddy. You're good. Keep moving.
Even my own doubts grow. I must report to the Temple of Loyalty. No, I am still needed here. I must endure. Iridia, she can help me. She will not let me fall.
Also, maybe it's just me, but I really hate the design of the Forsworn, just as villains. I really hate the idea of, like, just because somebody has, like, a different moral view, they, like, become physically corrupted. I really dislike that.
Feeling?
I don't think I've ever mentioned that in any of my, like, discussions in the last story. But I think it's fine for some of the, you know, people within Bastion to be, like, I guess, upset with the system or whatever. But it's like, oh, because they get upset with the system, they magically turn, like, purplish black? Like, what? I don't know. It's just weird, right? Like, why would magically doing that? And then there's, like, some hokey explanation of, like, their doubts overcome them or something like that. Like, yeah, I don't like that.
Mind the stewards. Aspirant, come with me.
And this is, like, a common thing in WoW, right? Like, in WoW, if you get too, like, emotional, you know, you start to change physically. Like, you know, basically, if it was real life, everybody who was depressed would have, like, purple skin. Because they would just be like, oh, my depression is overcoming me. And that's how World of Warcraft designs emotion. And, I don't know, it's just lazy, right? Like, I don't know.
Oh,
Dislike it.
Lay your burdens at my feet. You know the ritual, disciple. Open your mind. Let the Vesper cleanse it.
I will. Why does it hurt?
I don't have a target. I
Remain
require a
calm.
target.
Trust in the process.
It is the process that grinds our aspirants into dust. How can I trust it?
I'm out of range.
There is only one path for you, disciple. That is forward, through this pain.
How can you endure this? How can you watch them suffer, unmoved?
I need to target something first.
Our faith binds us all. This is the path we were chosen to walk.
We will all fall, all of us. That is where the path leads.
I don't have a target.
I cannot save them. I cannot even save myself.
Oh, he's evil now.
If this is truly the only way,
What troubles you?
then I will find another.
I cannot help you now. Perhaps the Temple of Loyalty can.
It is already too late.
That's another thing that makes no sense, right? Like, so Devos is the leader of the Forsworn, right? But why is Devos able to maintain her normal appearance despite being the literal leader? And also, I know this is a minor, very stupid gripe, right? But why did the color of their clothes magically change too? Like, I could understand if it was like maybe some like weird spiritual reaction, where, oh no, their bodies are turning a different color. But, like, does depression also make their clothes, like, magically get dyed a different color? I don't know. That just doesn't feel right.
Fire a target.
Something's not quite right. Where are the elite force one? There's supposed to be one over here. There we go. Does nothing. I was curious if it gave experience. I know I don't normally do that, but I was like, maybe, does it give experience? Is it worth doing? The answer is no. Wrong better.
Don't have a target. Target something first. I must get closer. I require a target.
We struggled
I'm out of
under
range.
the tyranny of erasure. Over and over again, we are told that we must give all we are to serve a greater purpose. We are here to liberate you.
I need to target something
to offer
first.
Another path.
I have to, like, focus a lot when playing survival. It's been a while since I played it, but I don't know, I want to make sure I'm playing it well, because I'm trying to get practice, right?
I require a target. I need to target something first.
One thing that I've said before that I want to show is that
I must get closer.
with survival, I want to do a series where basically I get, like, you know, what's today? It's Friday. So it's Friday. By Tuesday, I'm gonna be fully prepared for heroic raiding. What I'm trying to show is that once you actually have people to help you, getting ready in World of Warcraft at this stage is a joke. Sure, it's hard to min-max for Mythic, that still takes a lot of time, but I realized how easy it is to just get prepared for heroic raiding, and I do want to show that. Because honestly, I think I've done it a little bit of an injustice. There's a decent amount of alt catch-up. I think a lot of people are confusing, like, alt catch-up and, like, having multiple raid-ready alts. Yeah, if you're having multiple Mythic raid-ready alts, that's extremely difficult with the current system. And I think it should be better. But I can give Blizzard credit for at least making the alt catch-up not super bad. But you do need people to help you.
What troubles you? Stand aside. I would have words with your leader.
We will allow you to pass unharmed.
for now.
Clea, take the others to safety. Go!
I would know you anywhere. Hand of loyalty.
We have taken your temple. Your paragon will soon meet her end. Join me, and we may fly together once more.
Never.
What is your purpose?
Take your sweet ass
So be
time.
it. The Forsworn
troubles you?
will prevail.
Alright.
I have an idea. Hold on. We are outnumbered. The Vesper's corrupted voices empower them. I cannot fight them all, but perhaps we can restore the Vespers while they are preoccupied.
Yeah, let's do it,
I
Garrosh.
do not wish to kill you, my soulbind, but I will if I must.
Lie! Get out of my face!
Why are you doing this?
You know why. You need only accept the truth that lies before
I
you.
will keep the Forsworn at bay.
Too far away.
Use my hammer to purify the bells. Let their mighty voices ring true once more.
What truth could possibly
It actually looks
justify
like he's
this
holding me
slaughter?
and not just grabbing me by the
We
neck.
all suffered 1,000
I guess
little deaths at the hands of
Volpera's
your
models
fellow
actually work
Meridian.
for this.
The process of
Speaking of
purification is
Volpera,
not
one little
meant to be
fun
easy,
fact about
but
them.
we are better
They are
for
the
it.
lowest simming race
We're better
for
for it.
Survival Hunter.
I
So,
must get closer.
I didn't exactly pick the best option. But I mean, I've had this hunter for a while, right? So, it is what it is. I might honestly race change. I'm debating on it.
Past life, my family.
I don't regret making this hunter a Volpera, because if you watched the original speedrun, at the time, the strategy that I was using required the Volpera, like, make camp racial.
I'm out of range.
Blindly. I will force your eyes
But the reality of the Volpera is, like, they're just not a very good race. A lot of the allied races are pretty hit or miss. Like, you have some, like Lightforged Draenei, which are just absolutely bonkers for half the classes that you can play them as.
not finished.
And then you have, like, Volpera, which... I mean, their racial is literally just do damage, and it's, like, a pretty insignificant amount. Their make camp racial is unique, so I'll give Volpera that. They have a cool, unique racial. To the point where I even used it in a world record run. So it's better than, like, some stuff. Sure.
The Paragon must die. You will not interfere. Our realm lies in ruins. The Forsworn will set us free. More take all of you now to finish this matter.
But yeah, what else do they have? I think there's, like, a one called Nose for Trouble. I guess... Oh yeah, 1% fire resistance. Woo! Nose for Trouble. When you first take damage from an enemy, reduce that damage by 5% of your maximum health. Like, first of all, this is a tank racial, right? Like, this is a Mythic Plus tanking racial. 100%, no doubt about it.
Your day will come.
And in Mythic Plus, this is okay, but it's still... I mean...
What troubles you?
I don't
It is
think
an
it's
echo
good.
Of her deepest held memories. It will reveal the truth behind her treachery.
Oh, no, no, no,
My
no, no.
hand. You must stay here until you have recovered. I will return for you.
Wait, do I have to do that? Oh, but then I can just fly. Okay.
You must stay here until Lysonia's essence has been twisted.
So I
by
could
the
just ditch her
Maw.
and then go hand in it.
We must learn how this came to pass.
Okay, so I need to refresh my Shadow Core oil. But I can do that probably...
How may I serve you? Forsworn may attack again.
Can I assist
We
in your
need to
meditation?
warn Hero's Rest.
I will warn them while you finish your mission. But Clea, please, come back to me.
Access to the locus is currently restricted.
I
you! I am the Forge Light Prime!
Was that? Oh no.
Do not
We
want
may
to
be
talk
too late.
about it.
Just gonna refresh that buff. Perfect.
I need help! Leave us be! I need help!
My service ends. Your conduct is unacceptable.
I'm out of range. I must get closer.
It will be done,
Too much damage.
Nice.
Won't protect me. An intruder.
We need to target something first. I require a target. I don't have a target.
Ah! Why does it keep doing this? Why is auto loot super broken for this one item in particular?
I need help.
I advise you to return those scrolls to their proper places. Only Forsworn are authorized to browse the
The
collection.
conduits are active. Supply them with the anima I gave you.
Mechanicos, can the Locust extract memories from this as well?
And that is?
A fragment of essence from one of the Forsworn. It may hold the secret of their origin.
Intriguing.
This quest is obviously really, really fast if you have somebody else to help you. Or not even if you have somebody else to help you, but if you have, like, somebody else who happens to be in the area doing this quest. In this case, no such luck. But I've seen cases where there's, like, multiple people doing this at once, and then you get, like, 3 times the memory fragment spawns. And it's just insanely fast.
I require a target. I need to target something first.
So you just gotta kill them one by one.
I'm out of range. I don't have a target.
And
I need to target something first.
Fragment is ready. Take it to Soul Mirrors to view memories.
I leave it to you, my friend. You have faced Lasonia before. I serve not
I'm
only
inclined
Bastion,
to eject
but
you from
all
the
of the
Locust
Shadowlands.
if you insist on meddling.
I'm going to reprogram her if it is the last thing I do.
Go on ahead.
That was weird.
I need to protect the Forge by
Trust
Prime.
in the process, aspirant.
A fun little thing I discovered on my last speedrun. You can interact with these things while fully mounted.
Such reckless
Really big time save.
All costs. It will destroy us in the end.
Hear me, Forsworn. Too long have we given up the things that make us who we are. The things that gave us strength.
Uther, deliver unto Bastion the reckoning that are the Forsworn.
What more? Keep the
there is
Nemesis
more
occupied.
I must
I
share.
will fix.
I do not believe you are authorized to view this memory.
I am a busy steward.
Please remove yourself from the locus at once, or you will be removed.
Damn, just chaining resets. Alright, I'm just gonna fucking ignore kill command then and just focus on mongoose fighting. Alright, look, it's complete black armor. Mechanicos is going to reprogram it. And let's see. Oh wow, he also gave it a paint job by typing in the right line of code. Good job, Mechanicos. I didn't realize that I could use code to magically change things' physical appearances. Huh. I don't know why I only noticed that on this particular playthrough, but now that I've seen it, it really bothers me. That seems like such a stupid oversight.
Be on your guard.
Why do their colors magically change? Like, and why is a robot corrupted, right? Like, I mean, the robot surely can't be corrupted, right? It would just be, like, reprogrammed, I guess. But then, like, whenever they reprogram it, it just magically changes its colors too? Ah, man.
Huh. She's being so pleasant about this.
I know. This is how Nemesis is intended. There! Protect me, yes?
We need to target something first.
Interesting outfit I've got going on.
I will await you at the entrance to the Vault of the Archon. It is again south of your current location.
I don't have a target.
What knowledge do you seek? Simply place the offerings before the Guardians, and the way will open.
I admit, I mostly wanted to get in here to prove that I could. This is neat.
Stay focused. We have a purpose here.
Another barrier?
Ah, you meant to
Return
access the
with
inner
new
vault.
I could use your help out
I am
here.
afraid that is another protocol entirely.
You did not think to mention that earlier? No, never mind. I will fix this.
Fire a target. I must get closer.
What is the Archon hiding from us?
Barrier is down. Get down there and do what you came to do.
I canceled it too fast.
Too
I'm
far
retarded. Whoops.
Welcome to the Vault of the Archon. Please state your purpose for. Please present archived
Just how
memories to
many
the
of these did you
corresponding
build?
eye to view them. How may I
Why
assist
did you send the vengeful
right
one
this
away?
way.
His gaze is too narrow yet for
We
what I
must
now
gain an
offer you.
audience with the Archon.
There is
Easy to
another
say.
power at play.
Not
We do
easy
not
to
fight
do.
for Bastion alone.
I must get closer.
Allow me to show you that we must get this information to the Ark. So it is true. The Forsworn are in league
I
with
will
the
prepare
Maw.
Centurions for an attack.
Alright, we're almost done. Almost finished with this.
Welcome, mortal. This gateway will take you above.
I understand, Clea. We must call the Polemarch.
What is on your mind?
He can present you to the Archon. A steward will aid you in summoning Polemarch.
Gotta grab the traditional speedrun steward, Haka.
This place won't tidy itself.
I guess technically, you'd say like Grumillos would be the speedrun one. He's technically a little bit faster, but that's what I always grab.
I have other duties to attend to. Your steward can repair the beacon at your
And I just like
request.
Haka.
Is there work to be done?
Haka's a cool name. Oh yeah, then I have to activate it. Right. And Polemarch Adrestes flies down. I'm waiting for him because I need to turn in the quest so I can get the teleport exploit.
For what purpose do you like the beacon, aspirants?
Polemarch, we have urgent news for the Archon.
You are the ones from the Temple of Purity. Very well, then. You are seen.
I welcome you.
Find your
Finally,
purity.
an audience with the Archon. We shall meet you there, my friend.
I need to target something first. That item is still recharging.
I've never seen that before.
Don't have a target.
Got a little bit distracted. Somebody knocked on my door. Expect the Eagle's also a pretty fun cooldown. Look at me, I'm a ranged hunter. What do you mean, survival hunter? No, oh no, my pet's dead.
I'm out of range.
All right.
At which temple do you train?
Then I abandon this quest. Right back up here. Perfect.
Finally, an audience with the Archon. We shall meet
And
you
if I
there.
want to be really cheeky, I can abandon this quest. It doesn't teleport me if I'm already up here. Really? Okay. So I guess you have to be a certain distance away to get the TP. That's funny. I did not know that. Okay, so this quest gives me a 96 cape. The one I got here.
The Paragons have already assembled and await the Archon's arrival.
What?
It would be wise for you.
They forgot to put another secondary stat on that. So it's not worth equipping.
Such an illustrious audience is a
Weird.
rare honor, mortal.
I've never seen them fuck that up. I mean, honestly, this is not a bad transmog, right? Like, I kind of like this. The silver and blue thing. Just kind of looks good. As far as mail sets go, it's definitely one of the better ones. The gloves are... I hate poofy gloves like that, but... Color scheme overall, a bit dull, but still cool.
Your hand has sworn herself to the Maw. Lysonia.
Devos' hand swore herself to the Maw. And a shrouded figure with the same exact helmet as her was seen talking to Lysonia.
Good. The Temple of Loyalty's ward.
Big thonk. Wonder who it could be.
Our duty to Bastion and the Archon are safe.
Disabled. This is surely what allowed the Forsworn to invade in such
Humility's
force.
ward stands strong.
The past memories
However,
of all Kyrian
perhaps it would do the
stored at
Forsworn
Temple of
service to
Wisdom.
relearn the
Ward of
lessons taught
Courage
there.
holds.
Yeah, you tell him,
That
Pelagos.
is quite the relief.
I have many wares.
The Forsworn will triumph over the Archon.
Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
Quickly, we must alert the pole mark.
I'm sure you could probably start flying early and get credit. But I haven't spent the time it takes to figure out the exact timing yet.
Cassius will provide you with a Larian. Go, quickly.
Our duty is true.
Yes, Polemarch.
Our purpose.
Archon watch over us all.
The Forsworn who destroyed the ward. He was the one from Lysonia's memories.
It seemed that their pact with the Maw was kept secret from him. I wonder, are the other Forsworn also unaware of it?
This I have talked about, but I really hate how
If that is the case,
any
then perhaps
motivations that
by
the
the
Forsworn
Archon.
might have are undermined by the fact that they're like, hee, we're gonna ally with the jailer. Like, you could have had a really interesting villain in the Forsworn. Have it be like this, you know, internal revolution of like, you know, different ideals and whatnot. But instead it's like, yeah, they have different ideas on how we should do things. But one side's just unequivocally evil, so ha ha ha, we gotta destroy them. Like, it's such a lazy writing. I hate it. Why? Like, you had something so good.
Your ancient oath to Maldraxxus, Lich. Justice will be done.
I must get closer. Too far away. I'm out of range.
Nothing. My master bids it back.
I require a target.
You and your kin shall be the first, but not the last.
Sacrilege. Mortal, push forward and secure the temple.
You have my attention.
Friends, I bring aid.
Keep your wits about you. Our enemy has no honor.
Did my sister save every Kyrian that you can?
Oh.
Oh, good. The sooner you find those parts, the sooner this Colossus can help clear their flyers.
I think I can make it.
The fury of Maldraxxus.
Anima powers all things in Bastion, even the mighty Colossi. This will help it retain its charge. I have sheared off a portion of their anima. It will heal your wounds if you approach it.
target something first. I don't have a target.
Glorious battle!
How does this fly not die? It's been hovering around me for like over an hour now. Like, what is so interesting about it? Really, fly? Like, can you fuck off and do literally anything else? Jesus Christ.
I don't have a target.
Save the others.
My pet's dead! God, this thing dies so easily. Aren't ferocity pets supposed to, like, be able to sustain themselves? Fuck.
This is one of Mechanicos' finest creations. It channels anima directly into blasts of energy.
You stand before the Ascended.
Target something first.
Now Thor is truly powerful if his magic penetrated this plating. He will not go down
I must
easily.
get closer. I'm out of range. I require a target.
Where's the last...
I don't have a target.
Oh.
You speak to the hand.
New ideas for Centurion upgrades.
Really, Blizzard?
We shall all
Thank
meet
you.
at the shattered span below once our work is done.
Just gonna get rid of this Discord
I will
ping.
just move the Colossus somehow.
Do not forget to use the resonator, lest they rise against
I
us.
require a target.
I love how there's necromancers in the Shadowlands. Makes no fucking sense, but okay. Like, they're already dead, but they can become undead dead. Or unundead? I don't know. Probably unundead, not undead dead.
Survive this.
They are undead dead, and then they become unundead. How about that? I think, yeah, that fits better. Once again, I've said this before, what does it take for something to fucking die in World of Warcraft? They have to go through like 50 different states of being dead. Like, Kel'Thuzad was a warlock, becomes a lich, so he's undead, but he has a phylactery, so he dies, but his phylactery brings him back to life. So then he dies for real because we destroy his phylactery. But we forgot about the part where his undead version also has a phylactery. So we have to kill his, like, undead phylactery. Like, come on. Come the fuck on. It's just, it's a little bit much, isn't it?
The shattered span. I shall meet you there.
3 expansions from now, Kel'Thuzad comes back with an undead phylactery. I would not be surprised.
Perish just like the rest.
Fool! My army is all around you.
Is that all you have? I expected more.
We are unending. Piece by piece, you will fall.
I have to monologue and movie send wave after wave before I go in. No, let me send in the big Rylak undead thingy, whatever the fuck they're called, because all of my random undead soldiers didn't do the job. Mohoho.
I require a target.
Full power. Just a bit longer.
That is enough. Bone.
He said it. He said the thing. Enough. Ho ho ho. You thought that I've been trying to actually attack you? I've just been toying with you. Now, I'll truly try to fight you. For real this time. I'm saving my cooldowns because right after this, there's like obviously the other big fight. So.
If you are so bold, fulfill your destiny.
I need to target something first.
Also, why is this the number 2 key instead of the number 1 key? I've never understood that.
Now that is how you take care of business.
He has gone towards the Paragon. By Xandria's spear. The Paragon of Courage was at the heart of the temple when the attack came. If she yet draws breath, we must lend her our aid.
I mean, at this point, my trinket's not really working. I'm gonna put Six Feather Fan here. May it rest in peace. And then equip my new item.
Too far away. It's not ready yet.
Monster, what has driven you to this madness? Not while I stand against you.
Then you will be the next.
The dialogue wasn't working there for a moment. Interesting.
Paragon! I failed you.
You will suffer for this, necromancer.
Come then, if you dare.
Come on.
Rain death upon them. Ensure they do not interfere.
Remember for like the first month of the expansion, whenever you would interact with this, it would phase you and all the mobs would like delete you. That was fun. Remember how we reported that bug back in like early beta? It took them like a month until after launch to actually fix it. Just listen. That's it. That's all you gotta do.
My blade is always.
I'll happily provide like, you know, polite feedback if the feedback starts actually getting listened to.
My
You know?
people will surely prepare our armies for retaliation.
Okay,
once
so one
Artemis
thing,
delivers word.
we're now doing dungeons.
I will meet you there. Stay safe.
I did this in the mage run, and I'm going to continue doing it here in the hunter run. I believe, after doing that dungeon on my mage, that it's worth the amount of time it takes. Because you can do random dungeon queue and get this big fat chunk of experience, which is actually relatively significant, right? And dungeons are surprisingly fast now. I guess now that everybody actually knows what's going on, you usually have people like speedrunning it, even at low levels. So it's usually not too hard to get it done in a reasonable amount of time, and I would say for the time it takes, it's actually efficient. It's obviously RNG, but I would say at this point, with people getting better at it, the RNG has ended up in a way where, on average, you're going to get a fast enough dungeon to make it worth it. Whereas at launch, that might not have been the case.
The Necrolords are masters of warfare. It is true. But they have always used their power to defend the Shadowlands, not attack it. Mortal, you must learn their motives for striking at the Kyrian. Do whatever it takes to stop this conflict before it escalates further. Without the might of Maldraxxus on our side, I fear we have little hope of stopping the Banished One. The way to Maldraxxus must be opened. Gather Cardelen and see it done.
At once, honored voice.
Am I going? Right, over there.
I hope this endeavor is successful. There is still little anima available. I have been instructed to assist. How may I serve?
Nine-minute queue time, huh? Well, that's longer than it was on my mage. Forget what time of day I did my mage speedrun. Either way, I mean, the queue time doesn't really matter as long as I get it done, so it's not a big deal.
Keep training! If you want to fight, then prove your strength. Fight well. All of Maldraxxus is watching.
But you can't fly in this. Interesting.
We don't have a target. I'm out of range.
Well struck.
get closer. I require a target. I don't have a target. I need to target something first.
Oh, come on.
Not of range.
Nice.
Nothing sweeter than the sound of...
Ah! Could have killed it. Oh well. Now I'm gonna pop a flask. For the dungeon, I want to make sure I'm at least doing as much as I can. Oh, there's a guy from Alganis here. Yeah, this tank's taking his time. It's been a good 10 seconds and he still hasn't pulled. I'm gonna pull. I am a hunter. It is my job. Literally, like, in the hunter job description, it's like, must pull before the tank is ready. You know? That's just what you do.
I require a target.
At the same time, though, like, come on, dude. Okay. I'm the tank now. Like, a slow tank who doesn't do big pulls is fine. But a tank who just stands there and admires the scenery? Come on, man. I have shit to do. I'm in a speedrun. And yes, if you've seen my video where I complain about Mythic Plus and how hunters keep pulling and making it miserable, you might find this a little bit ironic. First of all, that's Mythic Plus. Second of all, I'm not pulling extra stuff, I'm just doing the only pulling that's actually happening. So...
Don't have a target.
Alright. This hunter tank thing is working out surprisingly well. Blizzard, please rework survival into a tank spec. I know everybody else is gonna be like, no, don't do that, but I'm a tank fan and I happen to love survival and I think it would just be honestly pretty sick. So, just, you know, good thought, maybe. I think it would be cool, right? Like, it would be like Rexar from Here's the Storm. You could have your pet be the tank. And then you would, like, buff your pet and stuff. And then maybe you could have something where, like, you consume your pet. Like, I'm thinking something like a little Soul Beast hybrid from, Guild Wars 2. Where you basically, maybe not as a, like, I think, honestly, it should have, like, the pet be there as a tank, right? Because marksmanship already has, like, the you don't have a pet thing. Jesus Christ, man. Come on. Like, is he just... At this point, I think maybe I really am just the informal tank. He's like, alright, this hunter's just gonna do my job for me. Like... Why?
I'm out of range.
What? Oh, come on, man! Aspect of the Eagle! Survival hunters were made for this moment. I fat-fingered the wrong button. Me. Oh my god, this guy.
I must get closer.
Like, this is the most clueless person I've ever seen. I've seen, there's bad new tanks, and then there's literally standing inside the AoE, not moving at all, bad tanks. Like, this is a fresh boost character, right? Yeah. This guy literally just bought Shadowlands, and is like, wow, this game seems cool. I wonder what this whole protection paladin thing is about. Alright, buddy. I'll do your job. I've always dreamed of being a survival hunter tank. It's my time to shine. What is he doing? Come on, man. I'm trying here. Work with me. At least it's tuned to an extent where it doesn't matter how bad your group is. You can even fucking tank it as a hunter. I kind of like that. But yeah, wouldn't it be cool? Like, let's say there was like a cooldown where like you... I think of basically like one with a pet in Guild Wars 2, where you consume your pet almost, and you gain a buff depending on like what your pet is. And then you don't have like the ranged capabilities, but you get like, basically your attacks get duplicated and stuff, and you get like the special buff. I think that would just be cool, right? This is rough.
I need to target something first.
Alright. Leroy! Nah, but honestly, with this power, it's gonna be easy. Wait, how did he die? What? Can I trank shot? I think I could have trank shotted that. Still a bit rusty on my hunter. I got hit by that, I'm a shitter. Where? Yes. The problem is, I'm still not 100% comfortable with a lot of my utility keybinds, so like, whereas on my main, I can just go boom boom and like press utility stuff, with Hunter I have to think about it. Fly, oh my god. Why will it not leave me alone?
Thanatos will be avenged.
I'm so eager to share your underling's fate. Your vaunted courage will be your doom. Your temple lies in ruin. Your brethren are butchered.
I require a target.
You have already lost.
Vile monster!
I'm trying my best. This is not easy.
I need to target something first. I must get closer.
The whole tanking thing, that is. I mean, Survival Hunter isn't the easiest either, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Target something first.
This is why I think that boosting is kind of a problem, though. And this is why I'm okay with the fact that, like, Final Fantasy, for instance, makes you do a, like, new player tutorial thing. Because, yeah, sure, Final Fantasy is harder to, like, or it takes longer to get into, but I would say it's easier to get into for a brand new player. Because it actually, like, holds your hand the entire way. Well, not the entire way, right? But it holds your hand through the entirety of the introduction part. So by the time you get to the latest expansion, it doesn't need to hold your hand because you've already learned everything there is to learn.
You will be brought to justice! You dare deny me the sky? Then I shall answer in kind!
Foolish Paragon. There is nothing you can do to stop us.
I can't attack that.
No matter. My minion.
Jesus. All the resets. Okay, I'm just gonna pump for a second.
Your arrival proved timely, yet the battle rages on. We cannot rest until these invaders are purged from our skies.
Slight upgrade. Yeah, cool.
I will lead the effort here, while my disciples bring you to the necropolis. Let us end this atrocity.
I need to target something first. I'm out of range. Too far away. I require a target.
Okay. I think I got closer. Yes. Okay, focus starved here a little bit.
I'm out of range. I need to target something first.
Oh no. No! My resonating arrow! Okay.
Too far away.
Fuck. That whipped.
I require a target. I must get closer. Too far away.
Come, my assistant. These raw materials are in need of processing.
Alright.
I'm out of range.
Incompetent oafs.
Gorgrind.
Try not to damage those limbs whilst you tear them off.
Get to work, and don't fail me like your predecessor. My pet is dead. Okay. That'll do. Woo! Barely beat the warrior. Stitches. Obviously, we're gonna get a meat hook. Okay, good. The warrior knows. So I'm gonna. I'm the one who made you! Oh, damn, bro. Come on. Come on, one phase it so I don't have to use these. I think we're good. Fine. I was like watching the timer, I'm like, I'm gonna have to use the javelin. Worked out though. Did they have any? No, it's just me with the javelin. Okay. Alright.
Bastion shall be laid to waste. I'm out of range. The chill of death. I must get closer. Beware. None can escape the storm. I've had enough of you.
How did the tank die? Oh, Comet's right. I don't know why I'm surprised, but no, that guy was. Not his fault. I probably shouldn't have where I was going. Duration. Okay. What I'm hoping is that with the damage buff, I can't remember if it's a damage buff or a haste buff or something. You have to remember, I don't like ever DPS. So I never get this mechanic.
I don't have a target.
Yes, mortal.
But if it's a damage buff, then I can pop him with the hammer. And that should be enough. I mean, either way. That felt good. Nice. Oh, I see. So Hero's Rest is where I have to go to hand that in. Shit. Did not think this through. Whatever. We're gonna eat a minor time loss here. Because now I would have to go all the way back to Maldraxxus. I'm trying to think of how, if I were to route this in, how I would do it. You would probably want to set your Hearthstone to... Set your Hearthstone to Hero's Rest, then use that after to get the turn in. Then you could take the wormhole to Maldraxxus, but you would need to be at the part in Maldraxxus where you're close to the wormhole, which would be anything after the arena. So I guess you would want to wait to queue until, like, you're done with the arena, so that, like, once the queue pops, you could, like, wormhole right back to where you were. I think that would be probably time efficient. I also could have done fancy things with the Volpera camp if I had thought ahead that far, but I didn't think ahead that far, but oh well. Such is life. I'm also finally running out of rested experience. Almost done at the end of this level. This character has obviously been chilling in a city for 8 months, so it had, like, a few full levels worth of rested XP. Which obviously is going to make the exact time that I get a little bit skewed.
Yes, mortal.
But point being, it's still efficient to do all this stuff. So, fastest way back would be to take the Ouroboros Hearthstone. Or not Ouroboros Hearthstone, Dalaran Hearthstone. And then portal hop over to Ouroboros and head to Maldraxxus, I think. I guess it depends on, like, the loading screen times. Like, this loading screen is taking quite a while, so you could argue that maybe it would have been faster, but One thing I was reading is apparently there's, like, gonna be, well, speculated, right? But they're messing around with, like, potentially a fresh classic WoW. Honestly, I'm super excited by that. Like, I think the general opinion actually is, like, probably pretty positive, but I know there's some people who are, like, cynical and are like, you know, this isn't gonna go well. And I know, my cousin sent me a video about, like, Asmongold talking about how he wants, like, a lot more changes. He wants, like, all the changes and stuff. Which, I mean, it makes sense, honestly. I think that would be good. I could definitely agree with that in the sense of, if they're gonna do another Classic WoW, we already had the no changes Classic WoW experience, or mostly no changes Classic WoW experience. So, I would be totally fine if they decided to do a new version of Classic, but this time with, like, all these different things, and they're gonna change it up and make it so there's, like, you know, heroic difficulty, or all these cool stuff. I didn't actually watch Asmongold's video, so I don't know what it is, but my cousin sent it to me. He was like, oh, fresh Classic WoW servers, you know, Asmon was reacting to it, and I was like, oh, okay. But I think, honestly, like, a simple one would be heroic raid difficulty, right? I wouldn't be surprised if that was a change that Asmongold suggested. Or just harder difficulties in general, I guess. Because that's one of the main complaints about Classic WoW. And one of the other things I think that they should really change is they should go back and basically retune a lot of the older specs. So a lot of people complain that, you know, the meta is very stagnant in Classic. I think they should make it so Protection Paladins are a viable tank. Guardian Druids are an actual viable tank with, like, a working taunt, right? So then you wouldn't feel like you had to play Prot Warrior. And yeah, for the original No Changes Classic experience that we had, I was fine with that being the case, because a lot of people told me, oh, you're going to have to play Prot Warrior, and so I did. And I enjoyed it. I loved Prot Warrior. And honestly, I might very well just play Warrior again, because I had so much fun playing Warrior the first time. But I might be more willing to try out new things. I also think another thing, obviously, is there should be, like, a reduction in the amount of experience it takes, right? Like, if you're gonna make a brand new Classic experience, I've already leveled through Classic, so I think most people would appreciate if, for the second time, for fresh servers, you get, like, a little XP boost. Maybe you could opt out of it, I don't know. That one is, I know, going to be a little bit controversial, because the really long leveling time was obviously a selling point of vanilla. But I guess, from my point of view, I did that whole grind. I did it legit within, I think, not the first week, but, I believe week 2. Week 2 I had a level 60 character, so I got in there pretty early. I definitely did the grind. I got to the point where, on my server, I was in Winter Spring, and there were, like, 2 other people in that entire zone, because I got there so fast. And I was, like, really ahead. Like, I was definitely, I wasn't, like, in the race for, like, one of the first level 60s. Of course not. But, day 1, I was definitely, like, in the top 50. And then, by the time you get to, like, day 4 or 5, I was definitely, like, one of the highest. Like, I was in, like, top 30, probably, of, like, highest levels. And I mean, I'm not trying to say that that's, like, super impressive, right? Because at the end of the day, it just boils down to how much time do you have. it was the middle of the summer. I wasn't in college, and I had literally nothing going on, so I was just able to play, right? But then college started very shortly after, and then I was also away from my computer for 3 full days. So as a result, I lost a lot of time for classic leveling, but I still got to the end pretty fast. And I got, you know, the full experience. I didn't even really get to dungeon my way through. I think I had to skip a lot of the dungeons towards the middle because there were, like, obviously no groups since nobody else was there to play with. Did my pet die? My pet's not dead. Weird. And why did it get dismissed?
I must get closer.
But yeah, so I think because when I took my break, I had just hit level 40. It wasn't like a break so much. Like, basically, I had to go on like an 8-hour drive. That's a story for another time, I think. Because that actually is an interesting story. Come to think of it. Why did I miss 3 days of classic launch, which is something I was really excited for? What was so pressing that me, who almost never goes outside, decided to leave my computer for 3 days? That is a story.
I'm out of range.
But not today. That's a long, long, long story that I need to work my way up to. So, but point being, I missed 3 days, and it was after I hit level 40. So within the first few days, I got to level 40, like, pretty early. And then after I hit level 40, I think it was right when I got it. I got my epic mounts. Or not my epic mount, I got my slow mount, right? So I got my slow mount, and then I was like, okay, have to leave. And then, yeah. So, death chakras. That's kind of pitiful. Yeah, I can see why nobody plays that. Is it an AoE ability? It deals damage 7 times. Each time it does damage, so it generates 45 focus.
The House of the Chosen stands with you. No time for talk.
Generates 45 focus, and I guess it bounces between targets. I mean, in terms of, like, thematic stuff, it's a cool ability, but it's just so weak. So Coordinated Assault is just a flat damage buff. Interesting.
We can't get away! Brace yourself! For the honor of the fleet, this is our only path to the House of the Chosen. Always ready for battle.
See, she says this is our only path to the House of the Chosen, but there's this thing called a road that, like...
Too far away.
Just saying. Right, like, I'm not buying it, Raka. I think we have other ways to get to the House of the Chosen.
I must get closer.
But yeah, oh, so what was I saying? WoW Classic Fresh servers, right. I think that if they did something like that, that would be really cool. But honestly, even if it is just a fresh WoW Classic, I would be fine with that. Because I think the most fun I had in Classic was those first few weeks. It was where everybody was figuring things out, everybody was running dungeons, getting ready for Molten Core, and then Molten Core comes out. I do think that that would probably get boring after the after the second time. Like, we all had, like, a lot of fun with it, right? The first time, I loved it, and that's something that I would be happy to do again. But a lot of my excitement to do it again maybe would be because I thought they would never do it. So in my mind, I was like, wow, this is like my one chance to replay Classic, like, truly again. So if I got to do it again, maybe I wouldn't play Warrior. I think maybe I would play Druid. Sounds like something that would be cool. And I'm sure I would enjoy it. But, yeah, changes would be very nice. You can still have the original no changes WoW Classic experience. I mean, it still exists today. But if they're doing something new, I think, like, Classic Plus would actually work really well. Imagine, the way I like to think of it, right, is think of, like, a Diablo season. How many people come back to Diablo 3 just to play the new season? I haven't done it in recent years, but I can tell you that I've played Diablo seasons, you know, year after year after year after year. Right, it wasn't even years, it was like months. But season after season, basically. I kept coming back to Diablo 3 long after I had played it. Just because I'm like, well, you know, the new season will be fun. And, you know, one of the things that my friend said, or one of my friends said that has always stuck with me about Diablo is he was like, you know, Diablo 3, it's the most fun you can have in a game for a week. And that was always, like, I think a good way to describe the seasons. When you play through a new Diablo 3 season, you're gonna have a fucking blast. It's gonna be really fun. For a week. And then after a week, once you actually reach the point where you've got all of your best in slot stuff and you've done the initial grind, it stops being fun as much, in my opinion, because then it's just you're grinding Greater Rift stuff. But that initial sense of progression and trying something new and figuring out what you want to play and farming the gear for it, I always really enjoyed that. It had, like, a really fun feeling, and especially when, like, you have a bunch of friends playing it. Because then, like, trying to, you know, group up with your friends and see how far you can push and, like, Greater Rifts and stuff with, like, whatever shitty gear you got from day one of a new Diablo season. That was always the most fun thing for me. Like, nobody has a full, complete set. Everybody just has whatever shit they managed to get in their first few, like, boxes and regular Nephilim Rifts and whatnot. And you're just trying to see how much you can do. And then inevitably, that one guy who managed to get, like, a really good item ends up just carrying the group. Like, I remember, for me, one time, that was my, when I played Firebird's Wizard, back when it was, like, really, really good. I think they buffed it now, so it's good again. But for a while now, it was bad. But very long ago, one of the earlier seasons, when Firebird's Wizard was good, I got a lot of Firebird's pieces early on, and it was like day 2, none of my friends had gotten any good gear yet, and I was sitting there basically carrying, like, a 5-man Greater Rift. And it was fun. It was like a fun challenge. We were all, like, laughing because my friends would go in and get immediately one-shot. So it was, like, an enjoyable experience, right? So I'm thinking, like, imagine if they did that with WoW Classic. Imagine if there was, first of all, like, periodic balance changes. So it was the same core game that we all know and love, but we have, like, little balance changes on, like, maybe they buff Druid this time, or something like that. And maybe, you know, you have, like, the seasonal effects. Trying to think of what it might be. I don't know. I mean, you could get really crazy with it.
I'm out of range.
Right? You could do something like,
I must get closer.
Maybe there's, like, Ragnaros incursions or something. And every once in a while, there'll be, like, a little mini invasion event in, like, a zone. And you can kill it and get, like, bonus experience while leveling up. And then at max level, if you do one of the invasions, it'll give you, I don't know, like, a piece of gear from, like, one of the dungeons in Blackrock Mountain. And it could be something that doesn't happen super often, so you're not encouraged to just sit there and farm it. But, like, maybe you do one of these Ragnaros invasions and whatnot, and then you get, like, your Hand of Justice from, like, an open world event. You know, it's not really power creep, because you could have just farmed the dungeon for that, but it's, like, a new cool event that makes you feel rewarded for participating in it. I just think stuff like that would be really neat. And it's like, that would require such minimal, like, design efforts from Blizzard. It's literally, at this point, an old game. You reuse assets, but all you need to do is reuse the assets to create a fun experience in a world and, you know, game setting, I guess, that being WoW Classic, that we all already love. I mean, imagine how many points you would get. Just, like, you know, goodwill points, I guess, from the players for doing something like that. everybody would be happy with that. You'd have that one guy in the back going, "Oh, this isn't the WoW Classic that I was used to. I don't like change. I hate this. I want to go back to just playing Prot Warrior with my 7 other Prot Warriors in Naxxramas. Oh." And yeah, there's always going to be that one guy. But for everybody else, you know, I can appreciate the Classic experience for what it is. But for me, it's like I've been there, done that at this point. I would do it again for fun, like I said. But if it's just a pure seasonal... if it's a pure seasonal thing, I would get bored of it. But this is a really easy way to spice it up, to make it more fun. Just my 2 cents, right?
Chosen. Our enemies move.
I just think that would be really, really cool.
War is at hand, and victory.
The biggest one to me would just be the class changes, though.
From the arena. We could not let our enemies take them.
I mean, imagine if Survival Hunter... Okay, I know this is stupid, right? And I'm clearly biased, but imagine if Survival Hunter was like a viable option in Classic. It would be ironic if Survival Hunter became a viable choice in Classic before it was ever a viable choice in Retail. But that would just be so cool. Like Melee Hunter, you could do cool stuff like that. Basically just try to make it so specs that never really saw play get to see play. One thing that, honestly, though, this one is going to be controversial, I think, for a lot of people. I think that you go back and you make it so Paladins can be both factions. I don't know how you properly do that, right? Because it obviously was only Blood Elves and Draenei at first. And I'm not saying move it to full BC. I don't think we should have Blood Elves and Draenei. Maybe some people think we should. I wouldn't be opposed to that, I guess. But I think you could even just give, like, Dwarf Shaman. Obviously, they have that in Retail, but they got it in Classic, right? Or, not Classic, Cataclysm. But I think you could honestly be pretty reasonable in giving Dwarves Shaman, and then I think you could probably maybe say Tauren Paladins. Obviously, that one has always been a bit of a stretch. At this point, we're kind of used to it. But when they first revealed Tauren Paladins, everybody was like, "Herder, holy cows!"
I need to target something first.
So yes, that is like one of those that I think is maybe a little bit iffy. But I think it would be fine, you know? I just think it's like... The problem for me is, I play Horde. All my friends will always play Horde. So, I'm never going to be able to play like a Paladin in Classic in any serious setting. But imagine if they made it so you could play like cross-faction Paladin or Shaman. Then a lot of people who never got to experience like Classic Shaman, maybe because they always play Alliance, will finally get to play as it. Just a thought. Oh, also Shaman Tank. I think that would be cool.
Strike harder.
I mean, Shamans were always, like, everybody loves to meme about, like, ooh, Shaman Tanks in vanilla. But imagine if they actually made Shaman tanking a thing. Oh, that would be so cool. Then you would have 4 tanks.
Something to report.
I don't know, that's just... just talking about it makes me excited. I really do... Like, I want to play Classic again. And part of me really wants to go play Classic, but then I think about, like, the state of Burning Crusade, and I don't really want to play that. Right? It just... yeah. And I've seen multiple videos talking about how dead Classic-era servers are. And, I don't really want to deal with that. It's a shame, right? Because, you know, it would be really fun. But, I mean, I can't complain, because clearly they're experimenting with it. Even if they're not officially announcing it yet. They realize it's something that people want. And they're like, alright, maybe we'll do, like, fresh Classic servers. So, who knows? I might play BC at some point, though.
The realms of death awash in darkness.
Not sure. It's... The only thing that turned me off in BC, I guess, is, first of all, the pre-patch was way too fast. The moment I saw the pre-patch date and how long I would theoretically have to actually level a character, I was like, fuck that. Because my initial plan to play BC Classic was to level a Blood Elf Paladin, and the moment I realized that I just wouldn't have enough time to do that and focus on school and focus on Guild Wars 2, which I was playing a lot at the time, I just said, I can't.
How goes the fight?
I can't set aside that much time to do that.
How long has it been hidden in that stone?
Got a bit too ahead of myself there.
The Primus's apprentice. She might know more about the blade.
New requisition. Ah! Can't you see I'm busy? Is that? It can't be. So this was the cause of all that commotion. A blade and a message from the Primus himself.
But yeah, so if I were to play BC Classic...
Whatever his reason, a blade's no good without a...
I mean, I have my level 60 warrior still. Obviously, I would never boost. Like, that's the thing. Obviously, you know, it's like, oh, I could boost. And initially, when I was gonna play it, I was gonna be like, fuck it. I wasn't gonna buy the fucking Dark Portal Pass. Fuck that shit. I love that they're removing the /spit thing, because, oh, people were getting their little feelings hurt because they were getting spit on for using a store mount. Like, look, I'm not going to go ahead and do that myself, but I fully encourage that kind of shit. I think that, you know, having some sort of, you know, personal movement to stop, like, you know, in-game microtransactions is perfectly fine. Like, I'm not going to do it, right? Because it technically does count as harassing. But I'm not going to fault somebody for, you know, taking it into their own hands or whatever. I think it's pretty funny, honestly. And I love how Asmongold's getting all the flaming for it when it's like, you know... I don't even, like, watch the dude that much. But from what little I do know, I don't even think he started it. So I don't know why everybody's saying that it's like, oh, it's an Asmongold thing. Toxicity. Like, no. It's just people being fed up with constant microtransactions. That's it. But yeah, I would never buy the stupid Dark Portal Pass. I would... If like, I'm obviously not going to buy a boost, but initially, when I was first going to play BC Classic, I was thinking, maybe if I'm already leveling a Protection Paladin, then I might just boost a Druid so I have all 3 tanks, because, you know, that's how I like to play the game. I like to have all my tanks. And I initially was just going to level a Druid, but then when I realized how short the pre-patch was, which, I'm going to be honest, in retrospect, I think that might have been why we got a short pre-patch. It's because maybe they thought that people would try to level characters, so they were like, oh, we'll encourage them to buy the boost by making the pre-patch not long enough to level, like, more than a single character. Which is kind of shitty, right? But... anyway,
too far away.
I did consider it. Obviously, I didn't end up playing BC Classic, and since I'm not playing it, I'm, of course, at this point, not gonna... If I come back to try it, just buy a boost, because why would I? That would just be dumb and a waste of money. But that means that all I would have is my warrior, because I'm not going to spend the time to level a new character or boost another one. And my warrior has Molten Core gear. Like, not best in slot Molten Core gear, but close to best in slot Molten Core gear, which, like, will at least make questing not painful, but it's also not amazing, so it's, like, just kind of okay.
The Primus may have taught me a lot about the Forge.
I don't know, it's... I would more be interested in doing BC Classic just to experience what it was like. Because I actually never played through BC, like, for real, I guess. Classic, too. Classic I barely ever touched when it was current content, because I started playing this game when I was 5, right at the tail end of Classic. I technically played for the entirety of BC, though. So, like, I've played through the Blood Elf starting areas, like, a million times. Shit. Well, rest in peace, food, though. I should have waited. I don't think I'll need all of the bear tartars I bought, though. But yeah, so I played through a decent bit of BC. I've done a lot of the zones. But, like, for instance, I've never done, like, Netherstorm or Blade's Edge Mountains. I've only done Hellfire, Zenger Marsh, I almost said Talador. What is it called? Fuck, I'm blanking on the name. I forget the name. Terracar Forest. Jesus. I've done so much WoD now, I couldn't remember the original name. See, I've done this, and this. I've never done Shadow Moon, Blade's Edge, or Netherstorm. So I think that could be cool, right? Getting to see those, like, getting to actually play through those zones. Technically speaking, you can play through it in the game right now. But who the fuck would do that? It feels really dated. So it feels better to play through the older zones the way they were meant to be played, rather than doing, like, a discount playthrough now, right? So maybe I would do that. Maybe. Could be cool. I guess I should say, if somebody would be interested in watching me play through BC Classic, at least like the leveling experience, let me know. Right? I wouldn't be opposed to streaming that. I think that could be fun. I wouldn't be taking it super seriously. Obviously, I wouldn't be speedrunning it, seeing as how I haven't done it in the first place, so it would be kind of silly to speedrun something that I've never done normally. But I think a regular playthrough where I'm just doing the quests for the first time and playing through it on my Prot Warrior, maybe doing some of the dungeons. That's another thing. I guess I have done all of the dungeons. So it was cool to see, like, original versions of, like, a lot of the classic dungeons, because I literally never done them. But BC dungeons, of course, I've done a million times. And then Wrath was the first expansion where I ever started really playing. Because, like, I was playing through the entirety of BC as a kid, but I never hit max level. I was a really, really slow leveler, and I would make like a million different alts. I would get one character to level 20, then ditch it. Then get another character to level 20, then ditch it. Rinse, repeat. So I never actually made it to max level in BC. But in Wrath, sometime during Argent Tournament, I got my character to level 80 for the first time. So, obviously, during the entire long period of, you know, Icecrown Citadel, I was at level 80. I even experimented with leveling some alts and whatnot. So, Wrath of the Lich King, I'm pretty familiar with. I played through it a lot. Come on,
It will do us no good if our house falls in battle first.
For the honor of the Blade Fall.
There we go.
Blood and
shit. I just used Shadow Core oil. That's the only problem with it, right? But yeah, no, I think that could be fun. Definitely. Playing through on a Prot Warrior, checking things out, seeing what it's like.
There you are, Your return is timely, apprentice. Margrave Stradama awaits our completed potion.
Where's my pet?
Too far away.
I will say, if I played through BC Classic, it probably wouldn't be, like, soon. Because I have a lot of stuff planned. I don't even know when this is eventually going to see YouTube. It's hard to say. And I have said that my first ever stream, or first coming back to streaming stream, will be another budget speedrun. So it'll be a either 10 to 60 or 1 to 60 version of this run. I have made that very clear, and I'm going to stick by that. So if I did another stream of me doing BC Classic, it would have to be a while after. Also, ooh, I don't want to mess with that person. Apparently I attacked that. Oh, did not. Tab targeting, why?
I must get closer.
Okay, good. It can't even reach me.
I don't have a target. I'm out of range. Too far away. I must get closer. I'm out of range.
In fact, my new video should have gone live already. Oh no! No 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 no! I didn't mean it! I didn't mean it! No! It's tab targeting! Please! Please! Let me live! Oh, Jesus Christ, this game's trying to get me killed. Oh. Like, as I shot that, I realized what was happening. I was like, oh, fuck, what have I done? Thank God they're a Death Knight. Thank God they forgot that Death Grip is a thing that exists.
I'm out of range.
I'm not comfortable enough playing my Hunter to know how to escape a situation like that.
Too far away. I must get closer. I'm out of range.
Wow. Did not expect that to kill it. Huh.
I always have time for I have prepared the cauldron for you. Begin where the mixture must not congeal too early. Ah,
I must get
splash of
closer.
venom for viscosity. Some spores to act as a catalyst. Excellent. Stir the cauldron once more to complete
Let me
your
check.
work.
Just to make sure it has posted, because I've never used the scheduling feature. Huh. Okay, posted correctly. Cool.
Good to see you, my friend.
First time I've ever done that, because I knew that I was going to be doing this speedrun, and I've been consistently doing uploads at 11, obviously. So, I was like, alright, I want to make sure that it actually properly uploads at 11. Alright. So I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm going to leave the timer going just because why not? But real quick. And then I'm going to go make more coffee. And yeah. Just throwing it in my Discord. Because, you know, that's where I post most of the YouTube videos. So, I mean, obviously, if you like the video and you want to get notifications, you can subscribe to my channel, because then you get notifications. I'm doing the thing, right? I'm a good YouTuber. But honestly, it really just makes me happy when people subscribe. I've said this before, I'll say it again. But yeah, I also post it on my Discord. Enter, there we go. Alright. I'll be right back for coffee. Oh, and if you would like an invite to my Discord, almost forgot to say this part, then you can add me Harlden hashtag 2316 on Discord, and just let me know. My Discord, unfortunately, does not have an open invite link because I don't really have any moderation bots or any people who can actually reliably moderate it, because I don't want to have my Discord be like overly moderated, right? And I don't have people actively moderating it just because I don't have people to do that. And the last time I had an open invite link, I got raided by 4chan. That was during Shadowlands beta. So, fun story. You can actually see that happen on one of my old streams if you feel like it. But because of that, if you want to join my Discord, you need to message me, and I will send you a link personally. And for the record, don't worry about messaging me. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, are you sure it's okay that I messaged you? Are you sure I'm not bothering you? Like, when I get a message, like, it literally makes my day. I love talking to people. You will never be bothering me by messaging me. If I'm in the middle of something, I'll just wait a little bit to respond to the friend request, and I'll get back to it in a moment. You do not need to worry about it. You will never be bothering me by messaging me. It's not a concern at all. Okay, coffee time. All right. Apologies. As you might imagine, I've said this before, but it's far, far easier for me to just leave the recording going than pause the recording and stitch together the two clips, because that's a lot of time. So if I leave the recording going, obviously there's like 5 minutes of dead air, right? But, I mean, we're 3 hours into the run. So you could very well just have skipped forward. Has my pet been on passive this entire time? Weird. But yeah, you can just obviously skip to the next part if you absolutely need to. This just makes it easier for me because I've been trying to do, like, much more consistent uploads, right? And if I'm doing daily uploads, that means that my editing time is already ridiculously high. So if I can take the time to not have to edit this video and just upload it raw instead of having to stitch together like multiple parts, then it just makes life a lot easier for me. Because I'm still obviously going to have to edit it into little pieces later on. But that's just like basically 4 hours of my life that I get to save. So that's the price of daily uploads. I could either continue to do very short things and abandon the full speedruns, or sometimes you might have to have like a 5-minute break or so. But, you know, it's like you're allowed to scroll through it, technically. But yes, so I actually didn't make coffee, I made hot chocolate. We got new like hot chocolate K-cups and whatnot. It's pretty fucking good. So I thought about it and it was like, you know, I'm not necessarily like, oh, super exhausted, like I need coffee kind of thing. I was more just, you know, I want like something to, you know, keep my energy up, I guess. And some people, you know, have like, you know, the big energy drinks or whatever. I'm not even going to say that I don't drink those because it's unhealthy. I just don't like them. Personally, that's just my take on it. Not an energy drink person, so I usually have coffee, but, you know, to me, hot chocolate, I mean, it does the same thing. It tastes good, and it's like, sure, cool. Why not? I really do like the little hand crossbow kind of thing for survival hunters, though. That's like, it's so cool. I wish they played into that more. Like, I wish survival had a lot of things that were like using the hand crossbow. And it really made you feel like if survival was kind of like a melee ranged hybrid, which it kind of is, but I don't like Aspect to the Eagle. I think Aspect to the Eagle is like the laziest way to do it. Like, woo! I can do melee attacks, but from far away. Yeah. Like, you got Kill Shot, that's cool. You got Serpent Sting, that's cool. And I like how you have the bombs. Even technically Kill Command is a ranged ability, so it kind of is like that. But I think survival just needs more buttons. Right? Like, I don't know. I think something that survival could have is, I don't know, just the thought, like a big, you know, single target burst ability that maybe could also work as an AoE burst ability, that maybe, like, looked at your Mongoose Bite stacks and did increase damage depending on how many Mongoose Bite stacks you had. I mean, I don't know. It would be much easier for them to implement this if, like, it was an ability that had already existed at some point in the game, and all they needed to do was, like, copy the code from, oh, let's just throw in an expansion, Legion, and take the code of an old ability that every survival hunter loved and bring it back as a new, cool cooldown ability, since right now we only have one. That would be awesome. It's too bad nothing like that exists. That's a shame. But I think that would be a really cool idea for a brand new ability. That would just be kind of neat. Fight me. I dare you. Ha ha ha. He's afraid of the survival hunter. My victory is absolute. Did he just give up? Or he's hiding over there.
Too far away. I must get closer.
I have, like... So I know survival is supposed to be really good in PvP, but I haven't, like, ever PvP'd on Survival Hunter. I've only ever messed around with it as an alt for fun. It's like, whenever I play Hunter, it's my go-to spec, really. I know some people are like, but the only time you've seen me play Hunter in the speedrun, I played BM. And that's because at that point, I'm putting aside what I enjoy for what was fast. I also wouldn't have played Volpera unless it was the fastest. I've made it very clear, I don't hate Volpera, right? But I also don't love Volpera. Like, I'm not going to willingly play a Volpera. I mean, if Volpera had good racials, I definitely wouldn't mind playing them. Like, wait, I already have all the quest items. What am I doing? Who fucking knows? Yeah, so I wouldn't, like, hate Volpera if they actually had good racials. But I also don't, like, really love them. I don't know. Like, there are people who are like, oh, if you don't hate Volpera, you're automatically a furry. Like, I'm not a furry. I think Volpera are perfectly fine. I think you can think that anthropomorphic animals are cool without being a furry. Like, I can think that Volpera, Worgen, and Pandaren are cool. I mean, I do like Pandaren, for instance. My warrior is a Pandaren. But I can do that without wanting to, like, fuck somebody in a suit, right? You know, there's, like, a fine line. I wouldn't even say it's a fine line. There's, like, a fucking canyon of difference between thinking that Pandaren are cool and wanting to fuck somebody in a fursuit, right? That's just not even remotely comparable. And then you have people like the Guardian Druid Kotank that I had back in Legion, who, because I played a Guardian Druid, he assumed I was a furry, and then he randomly sent me gay furry porn. I've talked about this on stream before. Actual thing that happened. I still have, unfortunately, that image of a Tauren fucking a panda seared into my mind, because I see a message from my Kotank, and I'm like, I wonder what this is about. And then it's a Tauren fucking a panda. And that is not something that you easily forget when you just randomly get messaged that. That just... I'm out of range. That was just one of those moments where I'm like, what? Why? I will never understand. The best part was he actually got, like, a little bit offended when I told him, why the fuck did you message me this? It's like, this is... It's like, why the fuck would you message me this? This is so fucking weird. He's like, oh, calm down, man. You know, you play Guardian Druid. I figured you'd like that. I'm like, what? So I'm not allowed to play a tank Druid without people thinking I'm a fucking furry? Oh. And since that day, I've never mained Guardian Druid again. True, but it's not because of that. I stopped playing Guardian Druid because I really hated the Thrash build in Legion. I thought it was too brain dead. Like, when I was playing Guardian Druid in early Legion, cat weaving was still meta, and I enjoyed cat weaving. But the moment that the meta strat was literally just, you know, spam Thrash and do nothing else, that's when I was like, nope, fuck this. But it did coincidentally line up with when I got sent gay furry porn, so... all that to say, I don't like Volpera's racials, so that's the main reason I don't play them. But, I mean, if they had good racials, I would have no problem with, you know, anthropomorphic animals, right? I should say on that note, also, there are actually cool, like, things in media with anthropomorphic animals. Like, I think a lot of people at this point have probably seen Beastars, and... admittedly, I didn't know much about it, but I always heard about it as that furry show. And then I watched it, and it's actually really good. Like, unironically, a damn good show.
Target something first.
I will admit, the fact that all of the characters are anthropomorphic animals is strange. It does add to the story, right? Like, it's not like... I would say the general gist of the story kind of could work without there being anthropomorphic animals. Of, like, I mean, it's just... It's kind of like a coming-of-age story, sort of. But there is, like, this whole thing about, like, the... Like, you know, the whole Zootopia shit about, like, you know, the predators and the prey, blah, blah, blah. That's a thing in Beastars, too. So, in a sense, right, it does have its own dynamic there. that, yes, does require the existence of all the characters being anthropomorphic animals, but I think that you could very well adapt that story to be the same type of thing without it being anthropomorphic animals. But for what it is, it's good. Like, it genuinely just works as a story. You can ignore the fact that they're animals and just accept it for what it is, and it's good. It's just a good story. And that's when I watched that, that's what confused me about why do so many people hate this? Like, why do I hear so many bad things about Beastars this and Beastars that, when it's like, I mean, it's just a good show. And that's where I think, like, a lot of people just see something furry related, they're like, nope, 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 you won't catch me watching that. If I watch that, I might accidentally get aroused, and then that would make me a furry. And, you know, if I admit to myself that I might be aroused by this, it's like, and most people just watch it and are like, yeah, that was a good show. Like, I don't know. But these people are so afraid that they might enjoy it, that they just are so dead set on hating it. So yeah, on that topic, Beastars, it's just a good show. I don't even have anything, like, incredible to say about it. Like, you know, I went on a whole long rant about Toradora, right? But that's because I had a lot to talk about when it came to that. Beastars, it's just good. It's well written. That's about it. Like, I think that is probably the highest compliment I can give to a show. It has good writing. Good writing, good characters. The characters are compelling. They actually feel like real characters and not just like caricatures, basically. I think that the world building is really good. It really sells you on the idea of, like, the anthropomorphic animal society, like, in all the ways that it works and how it's, like, different from, like, a human society. Like, you can really, like, buy into that. It's well explained, well shown, and just the overall story writing and stuff is just great. And of course, it has a banger opener, especially the second one. First one's good, but the second season's opener, oh, that shit's so good. Fucking slaps. So, I mean, that's really the main reason to watch a show, right? How good is its opener? I jest, right? But that, to me, is, I mean, just a nice aspect about it. Opener slaps. But yeah, good show. Really, like, I don't even have, like, anything super big to say about it. Like, some shows are, you know, there's a lot to talk about. Like, I could sit here and talk about how, like, how much I'm impressed by ReZero as a show. Because, like, ReZero, it's like, when you talk about ReZero, you have to talk about, like, why does ReZero succeed where, like, half of the other isekais fail? Or isekais, I don't know how to say it. You know what I'm talking about. Like, what makes ReZero so good? And that's something that I'm not qualified to tell you. All I know is it's a damn good show. But, like, if I really wanted to sit here and talk about, like, oh, yeah, ReZero is, like, so good, and, you know, here's why it's so good, and here's how it breaks the mold and stuff, like, yeah, that would be a conversation that I could have. But there's nothing really special I can say about Beastars. It doesn't really have an exceptionally, like, different premise. It's a pretty standard premise. There's nothing about, like, the characters, the world building, or even the story that's like, wow. There's no massive twist that's like, holy shit, nobody saw that coming. It's just a good show. Good show, compelling characters. Like, you kind of predict where it's gonna go, but you predict where it's gonna go because the setup and payoff is so well structured. I don't know. That's really all I can say about it. Just good show. Go watch it. And at the same note, don't have a bias against things just because herder furries. You know, if somebody wants to play a Volpera, let them play a Volpera. If somebody wants to play a panda, let them play a panda. If somebody wants to enjoy an anime by its own merits and not because it has anthropomorphic animals, don't say, oh, you only like this because furries. Like, it's just fucking dumb. It's a fucking stupid argument.
I'd be delighted to help you with your own project. I will meet you soon, my apprentice.
It's like saying that I could only play, like, the Beastmen in Warhammer because I'm a furry or something. Like, yeah.
Sweet aroma of decay.
Plague Fall. Alright, so now I can queue for Plague Fall. Now, this at this point is going to be random, right? So there's a chance that I might get, not Spires of Ascension, Necrotic Wake. But if I do, I just leave and then requeue after the 15 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever it is, you know. But I think... there are so many different... Ooh, treasure chest. Alright, let me see. Oh. Alright, new video is doing pretty well.
Knows everything.
Happy about that. I can't resist checking it. I know I'm supposed to be doing the run, but like, you know, you get that curiosity of like, you know, how's the video doing? Like, you know, I was really excited about this video.
And what do you?
I miss when chests were exciting like this. So do I. Yeah. Most chests in modern expansions aren't even worth opening. Absolutely. That's one of the best parts about leveling 10 to 50. That exciting moment of like, you find a chest and you find a rare and you're like, oh yeah, the chest. You know, it's so cool.
I will not leave my task unfinished. Lend your strength to my cause, and I will answer her pleas for help.
Alright.
Stands between us.
Well, now I have a stupid little smile on my face because I'm happy that, you know, people are enjoying the video. When I enjoy making a video and I'm really happy about it, you know, you always hope that
I must get closer.
People will like it too. On that note, if you haven't seen my video, The Problem with Raiding in World of Warcraft, please watch it. I know at this point I've released a million different videos, but I really like that video. Maybe you're not like a super big raider. That's okay. I'd like to think that the points I discuss in that apply to everybody. Because in that video I try to talk about like how raiding, the problem with raiding is that it's inaccessible, right? So that is the entire point. That is the titular problem with raiding, is that it's so inaccessible for new players that new players, or even like casual players, will never get to experience how awesome raiding World of Warcraft is because of how hard to access Blizzard makes it. And I think that this game would be better off if more people got to experience Mythic raiding and, you know, see how much fun it is. But at the moment, it's hard to do that because of the way it's designed. And I was really, really proud of that video. And it hasn't done bad, but it also hasn't done great, especially when you consider the 9.1 video already has like 2,500 views, which is pretty good at this stage. And that one only barely has 1,000 views. So, at least at the time of recording. Oh, right. I'm stupid. I was like, why isn't he dying?
I can't attack that target.
Does not cooperate.
So, yeah, if you haven't seen that video, I would recommend watching it. I thought it was a really good video. Also, by the time that this video is out... Actually, I don't know about that. See, I have no idea what the upload schedule is going to be. But if you're watching this maybe not right when it comes out, and maybe, you know, like a few days after or something, my video on Torghast is probably already out. So I'm currently in the process of working on a video analyzing how Torghast fails as both a system and as a roguelike, because personally I think that Torghast is just one of the most unfortunate aspects of this expansion. So it may seem like a weird topic to discuss as like the first thing in my design critiques, right? But the way that I see it is there's a lot of objectively bad features in Shadowlands, such as Covenants and whatnot, or, you know, the Maw, even post-rework, or Shards of Domination. There's a lot of shit that's just bad. But Torghast is something that has so much potential and manages to flounder with all of that potential. And that's why, to me, it's like the biggest pain point, because I love roguelikes. They're like one of my favorite game genres, or types of games. I don't know if you would call that a genre. But like, I love Enter the Gungeon. I love Slay the Spire. I love Wizard of Legend. Like, those are three of my favorite games. And I play them all the fucking time whenever I'm not, like, doing stuff in WoW. Like, if I'm bored and I have nothing to do, I'll just, you know, log out of WoW, open up Enter the Gungeon, and just play one game of Enter the Gungeon. Then I'm done. I die, or I win, or whatever. And then I'm just like, okay, I'll do something else now. But it's such a fun thing to do when I have free time. And when I saw that they were doing a roguelike in WoW, I was so excited. I was like, yes, this has so much potential. And seeing what Torghast has become, it makes me so angry. It fucking pisses me off because it could have been so good and they ruined it, and that's why it frustrates me more than anything. And people are like, oh, well, you're too hard on Torghast because it's not that bad. It's like, there are things in Shadowlands that are worse than Torghast, but those things were flawed from the start. Those things never would have been good systems. Covenant had been flawed from the very beginning. Everybody's said that. Shards of Domination were never a good system. Nobody thought that was going to be a good idea. But Torghast had so much potential. So that's, the lost potential is what really pisses me off about Torghast. So that video is either already out or will be out within a few days after I post this thing. So I would highly recommend checking that out. The effort I've put in already is pretty good. So the end product, by the time I'm finished making it, should be pretty good. Yeah, Plaguefall. Okay, cool. So yeah, I would definitely recommend checking that out. I'm also going to follow it up with, of course, one on Covenants. I'm honestly debating on whether or not I even want to make a video on Shards of Domination. Because it's such a terrible system that it's almost like, why bother? This is problematic.
I'm out of range.
Okay.
I need to target something first. Too far away.
Doing survival hunter things. I don't know if anybody caught that. Like, my blood froze for a second. I tap targeted the wrong mob and almost pulled it. Oh no, that would have been so bad.
I require a target.
Demo Lockpick. Darn. Admittedly, I was drinking hot chocolate for the first few seconds.
Closer. Too far away. I'm out of range. I need to target something first.
I just want to pull the boss. Sure thing.
Intruders! You will be devoured!
This is really bad positioning of the boss. I shouldn't complain though. Like, I could have dodged that. I was just being a fucking idiot. But admittedly, it is a pretty bad place to pick the boss. Right.
I require a target.
We got one.
I must get closer. I'm out of range. I don't have a target.
Take it. Okay, I thought I got the helmet. I don't know what popped. Oh, Pox skin.
Taste of what the plague can do.
Still haven't eaten my ice cream. Oh yeah, I have ice cream by the way.
Will pay for what they've done.
I was kind of hungry, but I didn't feel like actually going and making something, so I just grabbed ice cream.
I must get closer.
Oh no, it's a wing bucket. Now it's starting to melt because it's been sitting here for like 20 minutes. Probably should have just waited. I kind of forgot about it because I've been so focused. Oh no.
I need to target something first. Too far away.
Kill shot does feel fun as hell to press though.
Wonderful! More test subjects! Unleash the plague borers!
Why are they waiting on me? No, that does not work like that. Oh, they weren't waiting on me. Somebody was rezzing.
I don't have a target.
There's a lot of Volpera in here.
I'm out of range.
I will dissect you myself!
I must get closer. Too far away. Out of range. I require a target. I need to target something first.
On my laboratory.
Apparently.
When I find you, I'll be happy to demonstrate my research.
This is gonna pull the boss.
I require a target.
Maybe? As a hunter, I feel obligated to fire a shot off at the boss and pull it early. Like there's a voice in my head telling me, ninja pull, ninja pull, ninja pull.
Too far away. I must get closer.
I forgot to use my flask.
You cannot comprehend my genius. Now to test this slime on you. The next procedure will be a real.
I'm out of range.
Okay,
Beware.
Too far away.
It's time this experiment
I don't have a target.
Already?
I must get closer. I require a target.
I'm nearly got it.
So you emerge victorious, but at what cost?
Darn.
What vile mixtures now course through your veins? That is the plague's true power. It lingers, festers, destroys everything it touches, even the victor.
I'm out of range.
Had Akarak not been so foolish, had he reached out and seized the plague, the House of Eyes would still stand. I will correct his mistake. All will suffer, as the House of Eyes has suffered.
I must get closer.
Do I have a stun? A survival? Oh yeah, intimidation. Sure.
I don't have a target.
I am dumb. Okay, nobody else has to see, I guess.
Too far away.
You will not stop me!
A single scratch is all it will take.
No target has escaped me. Your demise comes from the shadows.
I'm out of range.
My blades will rend your
Too far away.
Keep doing that, man.
No target has escaped me. My blades will rend your flesh. Be mine.
Oh, almost caught up.
Who trespasses upon the House of Blades? Who seeks that which cannot be controlled? If you so desire this power, then come, claim it, and let it claim you.
I don't have a target.
Where are you going? I've never seen a tank do that before. I'll roll with it.
I require a target. I need to target something first.
Buddy, this pull's not that complicated. Just go. Oh my god. He's doing all this fancy shit. It's like, yeah, all you need to do is kill the mob.
I require a target.
Time to feed.
I need to target something first.
Legs comes for you.
Behold, my final work! I tried, and my doom! You cannot avoid this fate! My house waits!
Light. I think on normal you only get like one set. Now one thing I want to try Oh, you can disengage over it. Too good.
Require a target.
Will be destroyed.
The poor guy. Just wipe it. What? Is he meaning? Must be. Alright, that was good damage. Okay.
Grief accomplishes nothing. We know many ways to pry information from the unwary.
With the House of Eyes eliminated, our secrecy has been assured. None remain. We'll impede our work. Our new barrier pleads that I complete the ritual personally. Harvest the anima before my arrival. Not fail in reveries.
Secret ritual. The perfect bait to draw.
There's a lot of alliance around me, and I don't feel comfortable.
So wait. I will await you at the ritual site to the north. Work quickly.
Speak in whispers.
Hmm. 16. Yeah, the gems make up for a lot of item levels, honestly. Nope. I don't want to know why you just battle shouted, but it can only mean, in my mind, that you want to kill me. I'm getting the fuck out of there. Almost done with the rest of XP.
You will fuel our rituals. I need to target something first. I don't have a target.
Haven't even hit Unreal yet, and I'm already 56. Pretty good. Wait, can't forget. I always forget. This time I won't forget.
I'm out of range. I must get closer.
Got it. I don't know why it's so hard for me to remember that I need to drain their bodies. It always slips my mind.
Too far away. Fire a target. I must get closer. I can't attack that.
Shit. Forgot again! They literally have the fucking attention span of a goldfish. What? How? How do I keep doing this? At least it hasn't despawned.
I don't have a target.
Can I collect this in the air? No. Aggro range in them is pretty low. Interesting. If that's the case, I might be able to go around and grab a few. We'll see. If I can not get into combat, it would be ideal. Oh, perfect.
I'm out of range.
The eyes will be heard from Maldraxxus.
I need to target something first.
Alright. That went pretty well. Aside from, you know, me constantly forgetting.
This area is secure. Do you have what
I
we
do
require?
as my Baroness commands.
Make it prepare the ritual. Our rules must be convincing if we are to deceive Morbiter.
Too far away.
From straw trap is set. Lure the Lich to his demise.
Insects, you will fall, just like your Margrave.
Delamere underlie. Such is the price for your treachery. That rune blade. It is of the Primus's make. I stand ready. So, you hold the key to the seat of the Primus. Then I will meet you there.
So I'm going to hand in this quest, and then I'm going to go do this quest line. Alright, my ice cream is done.
Push forward! Break their line with a frontal assault! You have your orders. My blades are at your command.
Setting my heartstone here.
Wreak havoc on those cowards. We'll blast them to pieces. Such is the price of victory. I'll send
I must get closer. mortal!
I'm out of range. I require a target.
Done! Get clear!
Too far away.
Should pack a punch. We have incoming.
Glorious battle!
The charge is set. Get back.
I must get closer.
Time for some mayhem. Cover me.
Target something first.
Clock's ticking. We've taken the
I
ridge.
don't have a target.
Meet me on the field below.
I can't use that item yet.
Oh, nice. You can do this while flying. That makes it a lot easier. Alright.
I'm out of range.
Fury of Maldraxxus!
I need to target something first.
Need one more soldier. Here we go.
Stand strong. Show no weakness. We strike when you sound the horn. For the chosen!
Mortal! You'll make a fine practice dummy!
Too far away.
Shoot him right? Yeah, whatever.
Maldraxxus honors you. Well fought, Mevix. This is our chance to strike at the House of Constructs.
Oh, wait, can I use my spear now?
A direct assault will catch Garble unprepared.
Oh no, 57.
And crush their
Okay.
army in one fell swoop.
Cool, cool.
But we need reinforcements. Ha! This outsider is worth 100 soldiers. Go and claim our victory. You heard the Baron. We push forward.
You know, I've never actually watched that cutscene. I think I've skipped it every single time.
Wait! I am not yet a core.
That's how little of a shit I give about the WoW story at this point.
The others. Can you help me find them? Stand together. Fight as one. This way. We must free the survivors.
I require a target.
To you. Can you speak?
I require a target. I'm out of range. I must get closer. I need to target something first.
Thank you, Archon.
Too far away.
These monsters will know my wrath.
I don't have a target.
A Maldraxi soldier? They are the enemy!
Good. You're still in one piece.
Can you reach the top?
I'll secure a position outside.
Those who perpetrate these horrors must face justice.
I'm out of range. I require a target.
Must be counted.
Scared me for a second.
I must get closer.
New test subjects.
I need to target something first.
Unexpected results.
You shall fuel our armies.
I don't have a target.
Effort. It is done. I must rejoin the others. All these atrocities.
Stand strong.
How are we to trust you?
This reeks of Stitchflesh's handiwork.
Nice, there we go.
Create a distraction
Finally.
while I hunt down his disciples. Trust me or don't.
Maldraxis so
This is not what the Maldraxi stand for.
Oh, apparently my dad's getting tickets to a John Mulaney performance. I guess. Well, what's the right word for like when you go see like a comedian's show, right? Because like when you go to a singer,
I'm out of range.
it's a concert. But like, I wouldn't say my dad got tickets to John Mulaney's concert.
Hippocos, maybe you can fix one of these praetors.
So I don't know. Yeah, John Mulaney, fucking hilarious guy. If you haven't watched his stuff, I think it's all on Netflix. God, it's like some of the funniest shit I've seen in my entire life. It's so fucking good. Would definitely recommend. We went to one of his things in Radio City Music Hall, because, I mean, I live in New Jersey, so New York is just like an hour drive.
Too far away.
we did back, like, a few years ago. I forget exactly how long it's been. It was definitely like a year or two before COVID, so probably a good while by now. But apparently he's thinking of getting tickets. This one's in Philadelphia.
I must get closer.
Yeah, that should be cool.
I need to target something first.
Last time I went there was pretty good. So in one of in the last thing that John Mulaney did, at the end he has like this bit where he talks about like, you know, when he used to go to church with his parents. And I mentioned this before, but I was raised Catholic, so every single time when we would go to church, my dad was always the one who was always trying to get me to sing. Because, you know, my dad, like, loves the sound of his own voice, right? I will absolutely make fun of him for that. He loves singing. And, he, like, you could say, like, anything to him, and he'll just start singing a song with that word. His favorite one is, I forget the name of the song, but anytime it's raining, he'll start going, I saw you and Tim walking in the rain. And he'll sing that over and over and over. Every single time it's raining, he starts singing that. Every single time. And, like, anytime there's any sort of word association, I don't know, he loves it. And he always starts singing. So to him, church was like, you know, free real estate, right? He just gets to sing all the time, and it's encouraged. So every single time, he'd always, like, belt out whatever the song was in church. And he would get, like, really excited about it. And then every single time, you know, of course, I would be sitting there, like, bored out of my mind, like, God, there are so many more things I'd rather be doing on a Sunday. And I have to be here. My dad's like, oh, you know, you gotta sing, right? It's part of the thing. If you're gonna be in church, you gotta participate. It's like, well, I didn't sign up for this shit. You dragged me here. But he would always, like, nudge me every time I wasn't singing. He would, like, literally would, like, nudge me in the ribs. And John Mulaney's skit literally has that exact thing of, like, him doing the physical, like, demonstration of, like, the dad nudging the kids, trying to get them to sing. And that's literally what my dad did. So I was there watching it with him, and I was laughing my ass off, because that's exactly the type of shit that he would do to me every single fucking time. So, God, it's fucking great. That was fun. Absolutely love to do that. I generally, like, I don't usually like to, like, go out and do stuff. Like, I guess maybe I'm kind of boring in that sense, but usually it's like I mentioned this before in the Mage speedrun, with theme parks and stuff. Like, theme parks are just not my cup of tea. There's very few things that I like to go out and see, I guess, in terms of entertainment, right? Because if it's something that's, like, entertainment related, I'd just rather play my computer. The vacations that I like, as I mentioned before, are, like, historical vacations, like going to see different, like, historical monuments or locations that I haven't been to before. Like, that's the kind of shit that I enjoy.
Thank you.
So,
they deserved better than this.
When it comes to, like, entertainment-related trips or things or whatnot, I'm not, like, big on that. But I guess that is, like, one of the few exceptions. That's one of, like, the only times in recent memory where I was like, that was good. Like, I enjoyed that entire experience. 10 out of 10 would do again, and it looks like I get to do that again, because I guess John Mulaney's finally doing another concert. If you can call it a concert. I don't know. Whatever a comedian's version of a concert is called. It is going to be interesting with COVID and stuff, though. Like, obviously, COVID's dying down. I honestly don't even like to mention COVID, because if I say the words COVID, you know, you get people in the YouTube comments like, it's a fucking hoax, yeah. And you get all, like, the fucking Trumpers out there that get all, like, wound up because you mentioned COVID. And it's like, you're not gonna catch me wearing a mask. Yeah, fucking liberal. It's like, Jesus, like, I'm just saying that COVID exists, and, you know, these maniacs come out of the woodwork, right? It's fucking crazy. So I generally try not to fucking talk about it, because then I have to end up deleting a bunch of comments every single fucking time. But I mean, it is obviously a bit concerning to see the cases rising and stuff like that. And, you know, there's, forget the name of the strain, but there's, like, that new, like, variant of COVID or whatever. Obviously, at this point, I am vaccinated. I have been for months now, but it's still scary. And one of the other things is my mom's boyfriend. So I mentioned this before, my parents are divorced, right? So my dad's remarried, my mom has a boyfriend who, I mean, she's been living with for years now, so might as well be her husband, right? But he has cancer, and really nice guy, obviously, like, so that's the thing, you know, it's sad to hear that he has cancer, and especially right now. Well, now is like kind of the worst time to have cancer. If there's any pre-existing condition that'll really fuck you, it's fucking cancer, right? That's not a good one to have. And he got vaccinated, and apparently his vaccination just didn't work because of the chemotherapy. So they checked to see if he had like the antibodies required that the vaccine's supposed to produce, like that are required to basically like, you know, help you. And I mean, I'm gonna be completely real here. I don't know all the scientific stuff. Like, every single time this conversation comes up, you know, I see a bunch of people throwing like pseudoscience at me, and I'm just like, well, that's definitely not true. It's like, I know that that's not true, but I'm also not gonna sit here and pretend that I know exactly how the vaccine works, right? Like, it's all I know is, you know, if the vast majority of doctors say that it's gonna help you, I'm gonna say that, you know, I'm gonna trust the professionals in this field, right? I'm gonna accept the fact that I don't know. And, yeah, defer to their better judgment, right? So, all I know is apparently it's supposed to create antibodies, and when he had, like, a checkup with the doctor to see if, like, the vaccine was working, apparently it wasn't. Because I guess the chemotherapy, like, killed off the antibodies or something like that. I don't know exactly. All I know is the vaccine didn't work. So he has cancer, and he's, like, extremely vulnerable. And, you know, I wouldn't want to, like, risk getting anything and whatnot. So, obviously, you want to make sure it's safe and whatnot. I still wear a mask when I go out, even if, it's not legally required anymore, even if I am vaccinated. You know, this is one thing that I don't understand how people don't understand, right? Like, you're not wearing a mask to protect yourself. You're wearing a mask to protect other people who aren't vaccinated or who can't get vaccinations because of pre-existing conditions. Like, it's something so basic that I don't understand how people don't understand that, except for, like, willful ignorance of, like, I'm gonna choose to die on this hill. But whatever, man. It's... And that's the thing, like, you get, like, some of those people where they, like, give you nasty looks if you go out wearing a mask. And it's like, what? Like, it's like they're mad at you. Like, I've definitely seen those people, right? Where, like, you know, I go out to, like, lunch with my mom or something, and we're wearing masks, and some guy will walk by and give us, like, a dirty look. And it's like, really? Like, does it offend you so much that we're wearing masks? Like, literally, nobody is going up to this guy and saying, you have to wear a mask. It's like, why do shit like that? Like, at least it's not one of the crazy people who, like, genuinely, like, I've seen clips of people, like, freaking out, and whatnot. Most we've gotten is, like, and this is rare, mind you. I'm not gonna act like this is a common thing. I don't live in a red state, so, or at least generally, not a red state. So it's not a... I get this all the time. But yeah, it's definitely, like, you see it every now and then. And every single time, it's just, like, what is your deal? I don't understand how fucking health and public safety has become a political issue. I fucking hate that shit. You know, like, why do we have to bring politics into, like, saving people's fucking lives, man? Like, this shouldn't be political, but some dumb fuck decided they were going to make it political, and now everybody has to, you know, die in their own fucking hill about, you know, wearing a mask, when really it's just let the fucking health experts tell you what the safe thing to do is. There's a reason they're fucking professionals in their field. If they say, this is going to keep the population safe, fucking do it. It doesn't affect you. You know what? I don't like wearing a mask. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I love wearing a mask. No, it's uncomfortable. I fucking hate it. But I do it. Because I'm not a fucking scumbag, right? Like, it's not that fucking complicated. Anyways, that's my apparently political rant for this video, right? It shouldn't be political. It really shouldn't be. And in, like, every single other part of the world, it's not political. But in my dumb fuck country, apparently it's fucking political. Because everything in the United States is back-asswards dumb. Like,
hold this ground until we return.
As you command, Baroness.
I like, there's so much more that I want to say, but I need to stop myself, because I know that it pisses me off that this is political. I really wish that this wasn't political, but God, it is. But yeah, I mean, all that to say, I was just wondering how he was going to handle, because I haven't gone to any major events like that since COVID started. So I know it is technically dying down, but it still makes you wonder, like, what are they going to do about it?
And what if that hall stands empty? No. The seat is a fool's errand. We are chosen. We rely on strength of our...
I also love how they tried to set up Virez as, like, not a villain for, like, 30 minutes. 30 minutes in the questline, they try to pretend, oh, he's not actually a villain, he's still on your side. It's so fucking obvious that he's the one who did all this shit.
Let us put their words to the test.
Even dumb shit like, let us put their words to the test. Like, he sounds so antagonistic about it. You know he's the bad guy. It's just... I can't even really complain about the voice actors, because they're just working with what they were given, right? And what they were given is a pile of steaming dog shit. Okay. Sprint through here. I'm going to vendor all of this stuff, and then I'm gonna buy consumables. At this stage, I can afford whatever I want. And if it's not obvious, the budget applies to the starting amount. Like, it would be absolutely brain dead if I couldn't spend the money that I gained, because everybody's going to gain this much money. I haven't done anything special over the course of this run to gain additional money. You should see basically roughly this much gold when you do your run of this. No reason you shouldn't. So I can do here,
Fortune and wealth.
Let's just buy Shadow Core. I can just, how much do I have? 3? How much is 47? Yeah, it does not matter at this point. Spectral Flask of Power. Just buy 5? I could buy 10, literally, doesn't matter. And yeah, honestly, I think that's it. That's all I really need. Don't need to worry about it. How much is an enchant? Sinful? Sure. I'll buy Sinful Revelation and slap that bad boy onto my, BOE staff. Or I'll do that before I enter a dungeon. So, in case I happen to get a better item, like before I enter Mists of Tyrna Scythe.
Go carefully, champion. Find Darien, and he will aid your hunt for the missing Baron. I know not how to...
But yeah, as you can see, I mean, I think I've kind of, at this point, proved that none of the consumables or anything that I buy really matters At least for 50 to 60.
That's a start, at least.
It's pretty straightforward, really. Like, you get a few potions, maybe get some flasks, some oil. Bear Tartar, obviously, still a good option. I would definitely say Bear Tartar beats out, like, a regular food buff. Like, the speed increase while running between mobs is not something to scoff at. It does add up. Bear Tartar is absolutely insane. In fact, if I wasn't lazy, I would probably use it at max level in Porthia. But that's something that I can't be asked to do. At that point, it would be more of a minor increase.
Too far away. I require a target. I don't have a target. I need to target something first. I'm out of range. I require a target. I don't have a target. I require a target.
There's supposed to be lava there. That's weird. That is very weird.
I must get closer. Target something first. Don't have a target. Need to target something first. Too far away. I require a target. I must get closer. I don't have a target.
Now, technically, you're supposed to start pathing your way over to Darien. So I fucked that up slightly. I wonder if, like, if I killed Borgeth, would he actually drop, like, the same stuff that his rare mob equivalent drops? Because this is technically an instanced version of the Maw. You're not actually in, like, the open world Maw. So I don't know if Borgeth is just a different mob that looks identical to the rare mob Borgeth, and he probably has, like, no loot in his, like, loot table? Or if it is literally just the exact same mob ID as the Borgeth rare mob, in which case killing him would give that stuff. Hard to say. I don't know. I also wonder, because the grappling hooks and stuff, no, I can't remember. They're not account-wide, right? I think those things you have to unlock on your own. It's the Torghast upgrades that are account-wide. Yeah.
You will fall, and I will claim another weapon for my collection.
You know, I had this thought where I'm like, I wish I could press Death Chakram right now. That ability has grown on me. The fact that I actually, like, looked to press it in my rotation, good ability.
It's not ready yet.
Or at least fun to use. I like the idea that you just, like, you rip it, and then it just goes pew 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 and generates a bunch of focus for you. Feels fun.
My thanks, champion.
Just fucking drop a Beyblade on him.
I should soon regain my strength. How long have I been trapped in the maw? A day, an eternity. Careful.
Alright, Darien, come on.
The jailer's eyes are everywhere.
My Volpera looks so intimidating with its eyes covered.
Ah, I was curious what the Morsworn was searching for.
And then there's just my
You are
fucking
that
staff.
mortal who swept through and thwarted the jailer's festivities. I am Venari, a humble broker trapped in this land of torment. I have a proposition for you. Come.
Why would you aid us, broker?
Your presence here draws attention. The sort of attention that's bad for my business dealings. No offense, of course. I have picked up a few tricks to help me survive here. The jailer will take notice if you engage his forces, so it is wise to go around them whenever possible. I can conceal us long enough to find your wayward Baron. Stay close. I do not wish to draw attention with a fight.
How long have you been trapped here?
Longer than you have, mortal. That is all you need to know.
One thing I do hope we get is more backstory on Venari. I would say Venari is one of the few characters that I actually like in Shadowlands. Venari, Lady Moonberry. Yes, I like Lady Moonberry. Good voice actor. Honestly, that's one of the biggest selling points.
Wait
Right?
for the
God, the fly is back. I thought you were gone. Leave me alone.
The Morsworn.
But I think Venari is like an interesting character.
We need to make this quick.
We've obviously learned a little bit more about her,
Rush
but
us, broker.
it's
There are
interesting.
others who must be saved.
And obviously Venari also has a good voice actor.
Maldraxxi Baron.
Ah, you speak of the mortals left behind when your friend here escaped. I fear they've been taken to Torghast. That tower, looming in the distance. The jailer keeps his most prized possessions within.
Then show us a way to breach that tower.
It would be folly to go after them now. Remain focused. There will be time for theatrics later.
That tower looming in the distance. Ooh.
This must be your missing Baron.
Who is there? Must warn the Margrave.
I know that voice. Can it be? The Baron is harness light. Make it easy.
Did you think your presence would go unnoticed? You will not leave this place.
Well, go on then. Show us that wanted might, mortal.
One thing I don't understand is we're able to just like waltz into Perdition Holds, but it was like rep gated for the longest time. So why was it rep gated? If we're just here during the quest line? I mean, the answer is obviously because Blizzard wanted to stop you from doing too much of the mob. I'm just trying to point out it's dumb.
I'm out of range. I require a target.
I suggest a tactical retreat. I will take us to a small alcove near the waystone that enabled your previous exodus. This concludes our business arrangement. The waystone is just up that way. I trust you are not followed. Farewell. Please do not tell anyone you saw me. And if you find yourself leaping into this maelstrom of gloom again, I do hope you'll bring along something interesting to trade.
There's like a duplicated version of the Waystone. That's weird. I haven't seen that before. Alright. Take Corridor Creeper off my bars. I will not need it again.
High Lord Foredragon, we've escaped from lives.
We must return to Maldraxxus at once. Margrave Crexus.
Our Margrave has been slain, Ashbringer. The Chosen need your blade, now more than ever.
No. Then my warning comes too late. We have been betrayed by one of our own.
Nobody could have seen that coming. I'm kind of glad that we just, like, kill off Baron Viraz in a random questline. Because, God, if he was a raid boss, I would have been like, no. Fuck no. He's such a boring, uninspired villain. Oh. How did I not pick up the quest? I fucking hate this shit. I hate how there's so much shit that's like, you know, you hand in the quest, and then because there's like 2 seconds of RP before the quest actually appears, the add-on doesn't get to auto-pick it up. God, fuck this shit. Alright, well now I need to wait 45 seconds. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I don't remember what this questline gives, so if this questline gives a weapon, then this will have officially been a waste. But we'll see. I'm in the home stretch now, at least. Last 3 levels, Ardenweald is like super XP dense. Should be good. Alright. Thank fuck I'm Volpera, otherwise this would have been such a massive... I mean, I wouldn't even say time loss, because I don't care about, like, the time, right? I'm not trying to do it. I'm not trying to do a speedrun, right? The speedrun, in this sense, is more of like a proof of concept. It's to show that this is still fast. But the bigger concern is more just wasting my own time. Because it's like 1 a.m., or not 1 a.m., 1 p.m., you know, it's early in the afternoon or so. And I have a lot of shit that I want to do.
From Maldraxxus at once. Viraz will answer for his crimes.
I must return to Azeroth and tell our allies what we've learned, Father. But when duty allows it, I will stand once more at your side.
Let's watch the cutscene, why not? I have a caravan that can travel across dimensions. Whoa. Fancy.
What is my task? Viraz!
The
Show
relentless
yourself!
pursuit of victory.
So the mortal returns, along with our wayward Baron. The constructs failed to finish you, and so did the Maw. How disappointing. Your schemes have brought about your own ruin. Now we will end
So I gain rest experience for 5 minutes every time I use this.
Always valuing loyalty over might. But victory lies in one's choice of allies. And with their help, I now claim the mantle of Margrave. I will bury my blade in your skull, traitor! For Crexus! I bested Crexus himself! You two are nothing! We will avenge him, here and now! You cannot win, Viraz! You are outnumbered! Fool! All the houses of Maldraxxus stand here now!
Nice.
Guards, Slaughter these weaklings.
Enough is literally their favorite word, I swear. Like, I know we meme about it, but come on. Enough. Every single time. Every single questline. It's enough.
With me. The seat of the Primus is under siege. We must defend it.
Alright, well that's a new weapon.
We'll hold the line.
It upgraded. Huh! Really? You don't say. I mean... yeah, this is better. Okay, well that was a waste of money. Alright. Is what it is, I guess. I can't really complain about getting a better weapon. Moral of the story, don't buy a weapon.
I am the Primus. Your presence
Oh yeah.
within my sanctum means
Obvious skip, I've talked about this before.
upon Maldraxxus.
And this one's fine because you will always need to return to Oribos through Dalaran anyway. It's faster if you're like a mage, you can do Orgrimmar teleport, but you always have to go back to Orgrimmar to re-enable war mode and then go back to Oribos. So you can't do stuff like, save your wormhole teleport and just go straight back to Oribos. It's just faster to do this. I guess maybe you can consider it equidistant, in a sense, because you would have to TP to Oribos, then TP to Orgrimmar, then TP back to Oribos, but here it's Dalaran to Orgrimmar to Oribos, so it's like, whatever, right? Doesn't matter.
For the Horde!
You know, I never really tried this, but what happens if you just try to, like, fly off the map? The gears are turning. Okay, so...
Every soul has its place.
It probably dismounts you, right? But I have to wonder, is there an outright kill plane? Because if it dismounts you and you pop a Goblin Glider, a lot of those do not de-Goblin Glider you.
Our friends can still be saved.
The broken helm still resonates with the power of the...
That is all I can see. It is too dangerous to push further.
I could make out the Lord Admiral's voice and what must have been Thrall's as well. Their cries. Oh, they chilled me to the bone.
I did not hear Anduin, nor Bane Bloodhoof. High Lord, are you certain you cannot try again?
Not yet, Callie.
Imagine not reading the books and, you know, trying to figure out who the fuck Kalia Menethil is. Like, she just kind of appears in the story. Like, it's fine to have side stories done in books, but when you have, like, major plot elements that literally introduce brand new characters that are then used in the game, it makes no sense. Nobody would have any idea who Kalia Menethil is unless they read the books.
While I talk with the others, we must consider the implications.
I stand ready to help.
I also kind of hate her model. Her eyes are just
On
creepy.
the past, but embrace.
We stand together against the darkness.
Should probably keep my rings. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Because, you know, why not? This isn't a serious speedrun, and I just kind of want to have fun with it.
How may I serve?
And I am intensely curious what happens if I try to fly out of bounds. Because I've never tried it yet. Because I never really thought about it, right? Like, it was obviously impossible before you had flying to, like, get out of bounds in Shadowlands. At least from my minimal testing of popping a glider, you couldn't get enough height. But if you get max height and pop a glider, like, in theory, you might be able to hit the boundary. And wouldn't that be cool? Right? Jeez, my, I tried to open up YouTube in a tab while I was on that flight point, and it's really, really slow. Wow, I've never seen YouTube chug this hard. Okay.
A prank to remember. Just, oh, hello there.
Does suck to see that for some reason I'm losing subs. Never will understand that, right? I never will understand uploading a new video and every single day I lose subs. It kind of stabilizes. But the fact that, like, I gain subs and then I lose, like, 10 more, it's like, what? Why? What did I do? Fuck me. God damn it! Ah. The stupid phone. It's fucking telemarketing all the time. God, it pisses me off so much. And then I can't fucking turn it off because I need notifications, right? The in-between closet your soul. Okay, so I'm gonna aim myself. Where's Tazavesh? The in-between. Okay, so this is like... Yeah, this is the... What is that debuff? It is becoming difficult to breathe. Whoa, whoa! Hey, I left it! What? Huh? Okay, it warped me there, but... That's lame. Now, can I fly to that island? It would be really lame if you couldn't do that much. I get that you're supposed to have the mushroom thing to access it, but... Come on, right? Maybe? Oh, it's working. Alright. You know, I've never actually been out here. It's a graveyard. Yeah, I think this is part of, like, the mushroom network, right? Alright, so I'm gonna fly up really... Ooh. That's apparently as far as I'm gonna go. Now, Tazavesh is, like, this way, right? So... If I just fly out... There's an invisible wall. What is happening? What is happening? This is so weird. Okay. Oh my goodness. It's playing the sound that happens when you, like, fall off the edge of the world. So there's definitely, like, an invisible wall around this. Oh god, this is disorienting. I'm so sorry. Ah! Wait, can I get to that tree? Oh, that would be cool. So I guess I flew past that little boundary area where it says, like, the in-between closet your soul. And now I get this clusterfuck. Oh god. I am, like, low-key scared right now. I hate shit like this. Why did I do this? This was a bad idea. I hate when I feel like I'm about to die and I'm, like, right on the boundary of death. It's like, obviously it's stupid. It's a game, right? But it just gives me that feeling of, like, ah! Like, I know that any second now I could hit the kill plane. And the game could just be like, nope, you're dead. Cool, there's a tree out here. For some reason, there's, like, an invisible ceiling. This far out. Now, the real question is, can I fly through the portal? I've never thought to try that. Yeah, so that was, was weird. Whew. I mean, I'm kind of surprised they actually had the foresight to code invisible walls around every zone. And then also put, like, a debuff there. Eh. I was really hoping that I would be able to just, like, fly through and reach Tazapesh or something dumb like that. Would just be cool. So can I fly through the Waygate? I am curious. Okay. I want to get as close as possible. Because it's gonna say the in-between closet my mind. What? Oh, that is lame. Aw, come on, Blizzard, why not? I mean, I don't know. I feel like... Wouldn't it be cool? Like, if... I just like the whole idea in the Shadowlands, right? Of, like... You know... Every single zone is disconnected. But imagine if you could at least fly through the Waygate. And then you, like, entered the Waygate and you manually could fly through that giant twisting anima stream. I get that it's just a visual effect on your screen, right? But, like, imagine if you did that and that persisted as you were flying between here and Oribos, and you could, like, take your own path around it and then get to Oribos on your own, right? And maybe, like, when you get to Oribos, like, maybe you could even have it so there's, like, invisible walls around that thing to make it so you have to come out of the Waygate. I feel like players would enjoy being able to fly through that Waygate on their own, instead of being piloted by a flight mount, or a flying path. Like, I don't know. I think that would be neat.
This will be a prank to remember. The message is magically sealed. Well, that's no fun.
I need to target something first.
Featherlight, you place the lily. This stupid seal
Always
just
so
won't open.
much to do.
Say hot.
I must get closer.
My slumber
This way. Come along.
Yeah, I like Lady
Sadly,
Moonberry's voice
the
actor.
Winter Queen cannot grant you an audience. Her spirit is spread thin across Ardenweald. This drought threatens the entire forest. Your voice is but one bird singing in the night. The Queen's magic protects every branch, every leaf. If not for her vigilance, all might be lost. For now, we Night Fae must act in her stead.
Help! Help me!
Someone wants a stabbing!
I warned you not to come back! Ugh, Spriggans! Oh, Featherlight will guide you from here. Help the forest as you head for Tirnaval.
Also, I really don't understand why Lady Moonberry isn't a soulbind. Like, Dreamweaver is such a non-important character that, like, we barely interact with in the storyline. I don't know, I didn't even remember who he was until I replayed it, and I was like, oh. Like, Lady Moonberry has such an active presence in the story.
Is always getting into trouble. Let's see what it
Like,
is
even though
this time.
soulbinds are kind of a fuck-off system with, like, really no actual interaction, I still would prefer if, like, Lady Moonberry had more of, like, an active role. It's just me.
A friend of Featherlight is a friend of mine. Your help is most appreciated.
All right, you have my attention.
And she's not even, like, a follower on the mission table. That I don't understand.
Keep it up. I'll just sneak past. Uh-oh. Hello?
Run, Corinth!
I require a target.
Why is it still pushing me?
And what is it you require? All right, you have my Follow me. Heartwood Grove isn't far. Each wild seed holds a spirit of nature who will one day awaken and return to their world.
Featherlight, we'd be in need of help.
Welcome to the Grove.
Welcome to this way. We were attacked by starving wildlife. There are souls in danger.
Care for those wild seeds. We can't just
Tazan,
abandon them.
You found help.
Have you come to help? Please save those poor souls.
Look for refuge elsewhere.
I need to target something first.
Will soon be gone.
Safe, safe. Here on your hip.
Please, lend me your aid. Night embrace you. We're in
Always
your
so
debt.
much to Stay on the road to reach Tirnaval. I'll see you there.
I said...
Help! Won't anyone please
Oh,
help?
thank you, stranger. It's so hard to find someone you can trust.
I require a target.
Do you need something? Now we play for real.
You should have stepped to the road.
Oh no. Anyway. Wildfire Bomb is pretty fun to press. It's pretty damn hard. I love how that's Blizzard's writing team trying to convey a sense of danger.
Everything must be perfect for the queen.
Oh no, you almost got ambushed.
I have good news.
Isn't Ardenweald scary? Anything can
A
happen.
lot to do before the queen arrives. No time to
Oh
waste.
no. Yeah, like after replaying the story, I was like, oh, so this is Dreamweaver.
Need anything? How can I help? Be at peace.
Like, Naya and Corin, or Corain, or however you say her name,
Thank you, friend. These
have, like,
poles are anything but
pretty important
tranquil
parts in the
lately.
story, I guess. And then Dreamweaver is just, he's there, he exists.
Don't have a target.
Wild seeds need
By the way,
to give
this
them
trinket,
venom.
Vial of Caustic
Without it,
Liquid,
the
like,
spirits
always
inside
use it.
can't be
It's actually
reborn.
kind of nutty while leveling up. In case you haven't
Since
noticed.
the drought started, there hasn't been enough anima to go around. We've had to make some hard choices. What brings you here? Enjoy good. You finish up here, I'll look for the missing caretakers.
I'm out of range. Need to target something first.
The plants ate them? Not again. Use my dagger to look at the plants and breathe.
I don't have a
Yeah,
target.
and I mean, I'm not complaining about his voice actor because I'm sure that the guy who voiced Dreamweaver like was probably told to voice him like this. But Dreamweaver just has absolutely no presence when he's in a quest. Like, the plants ate them? Not again. Like, I mean, I'm assuming it's not bad voice acting, right? I'm guessing that Blizzard told the person to be like, oh, sound like you're not interested, kind of. Like, it sounds like
That item is still recharging.
a person who doesn't want to be there. And I think that's like the vibe that I'm getting from Dreamweaver. And I'm assuming that was more what they were going for with the character, rather than this is just their best attempt at voice acting. But it makes Dreamweaver just not really interesting to me. And I put that more in like Blizzard's writing, rather than like the voice actor themselves.
I require a target.
Hello there. Come, we'll show you how to care for a wild seed and watch its spirit dream. Let's start with a younger one. It arrived just before the drought and needs a little extra attention.
The wind lifts your wings once more, Dreamweaver.
All thanks to our helpful new friend. I speak for the spirits. Uh-oh. A nightmare is afflicting the spirit inside this wild seed. Poor thing must have met a violent end. A touch of anima should soothe it. Once its dreams have calmed, we can... Wait. The spirit is bonding with you. This hasn't happened since, well, since I can remember. We should tell the Droman. A wild seed bonding with its caretaker is a rare and joyous occasion. This isn't good. The spirit's nightmare still lingers. Whatever could have happened to
it? Still 3 more levels to go. I don't know why, but it feels... Everything feels slower when you're, like, getting closer to the end. Because you just want it to be over. Like, at this point, I've been here for 5 hours, and I'm just like, God.
I need to target something first.
I want to do max level stuff. I don't want to level anymore.
I don't have a target.
They change forms to scare us.
I'm debating even queuing for a random dungeon.
I must get closer.
I'll do that after this quest. At this point, I might honestly prefer doing dungeon leveling. At least that's exciting, right?
I can fly again. Oh, thank you, Chufa.
Oh, requires dead Spriggan.
Now, what sort of spirit are you?
They're not the spirits, Linkman.
Too far away.
Wasn't.
I need to target something first.
Get him! The one that rides the Gorm!
I'm out of range. Too far away. I require a target.
Holy shit.
Promised! It's done! It's done! Meet you outside the glen!
Yeah, that felt pretty nice. Mongoose Pike go brr.
To the tree! To the tree! We'll all
What do I have in the auction?
at the tree.
Unread mail. What did I buy? Stamp whistle?
Queen noise.
Huh. I forgot I put those up in the auction house.
Very good.
I didn't think that I was going to do this run so soon, so I was just selling some junk from my bank on the AH.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummels. Like you.
Can sell though. Womp womp. But it's, I mean, not a big deal.
Over here! Good fortune to our friends.
The grove
What can I do
decades
for
from
you?
brook to lake.
Sorry, did you need something? A fairy must always repay a favor. You've done much for the forest, but I couldn't deliver your message in return.
Is that like the Ardenweald version of a Lannister always pays their debts?
Please accept this gift instead. A small part of Ardenweald's magic. Yours to use as you wish. There! Now that we're even... Wait, what's that?
Yes, thank you, Lady Moonberry, I see.
All those Fae running from Heartwood Grove. Something's wrong. I'll alert the Wild Hunt. It looks like we need your help again. Ashmer, catch!
Keening winds descend from Heartwood Grove. The forest cowers ride the
Wild spirits. Okay, so how does this ability actually work? I know a lot about it, because obviously every single hunter on my raid teams runs it. Evoke the energy of wild spirits at the target location, dealing nature damage and applying wild mark to all enemies within the area for 15 seconds. While the wild spirits are active, each damaging ability you or your pet use against a target in the area will strike up to 5 nearby targets for... Huh. Each damaging ability. So why isn't this good for survival? I mean, I guess survival doesn't really have, like, a spammable thing. Because Mongoose Bite is, like, technically spammable, but it's also single target. So I think maybe the problem is, like, Survival Hunter doesn't have, like, a spammable AoE.
Join us, Naya.
That's my guess, at least, as to why Wild Spirits isn't good for survival. Or is it better for survival? Whereas, like, Kyrian just gives you a damage buff. So you don't need to worry about proccing Kyrian's thing like you need to proc Wild Spirits. You just boost the damage you already do. And survival does do really good AoE damage with Wildfire Bomb. Especially if you're doing Wildfire Infusion.
I don't have a target.
The heart.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my pet on passive here.
This grove is ours.
Then assist. This. That second Wildfire Bomb did not count. Is there, like, an internal cooldown on Wild Spirit procs? Must be, I guess. Interesting. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it did a lot of damage, but my Wildfire Bomb did more. So, I'm pretty sure because I can't just spam something to proc a bunch of Wild Spirits, it's probably not good. That makes sense. Okay, I can understand. Carve should be spammable, though. Blizzard, if you could change that, that would be much appreciated. And at the end of the day, that's one of the things where I don't understand why they don't make changes like that. Because it's a simple change. And it's not like they need to worry about making Survival Hunter more powerful. Because it's literally the worst performing DPS spec in the game right now. So, does it matter if Survival ends up being, like, slightly better than it is now? Because of a change like that? I don't really think so. That's all you gotta do. Remove the CD and Carve. And I do know that, like, Butchery is a thing, right? But Butchery is just Carve on a charge-based system.
Corinth! Where are you? So many gone. Corinth, we'll take back the heart of the grove.
I don't know. I feel like Butchery should, if anything,
We must save who we can. Thank the queen you're
So,
here.
okay, so here's my take on it. If I were to change Survival Hunter, obviously remove the CD and Carve, and then make it so Butchery, it's... You could do, like, multiple different things. You could do something like Carve does 10% additional damage, and then Carve reduces the CD of Wildfire Bomb by 2 seconds. Instead of the normal 1 second. For each target hit, right? So, then it could be, basically, with Butchery, every single Carve that you use, if you're hitting 5 targets, gets you another Wildfire Bomb cast, right? Or no, it's a 16-second charge. So, it wouldn't be quite like that. But, I mean, I don't even know if that would be better than Guerrilla Tactics, right? Because Wildfire Bomb having 2 charges, I mean, obviously that's good, and the initial explosion damage deals 100% increased damage. This already hits hard, so that makes Wildfire Bomb hit like a truck. So, you could argue that, like, I don't know how much they would have to tune it by, but increasing Carve's damage, maybe, and making it, yeah, so, like, it gets more CDR, that could be a cool way to do it. So that could be, you're actually encouraged to weave in Carve more often, so your rotation would be, like, Carve, Wildfire, Carve, Wildfire. Then you would have to, obviously, use, like, a kill command or two to generate more focus, and then Carve, Wildfire, or something like that. And that would be cool. Or you could just do, like, spend the 6 seconds or however long it takes to regen focus, and then during that time, you know, you'll get your Wildfire back. So you could just do Carve, Wildfire, kill command, then Carve, Wildfire, and I don't know, I just, like, that sounds cool. That sounds like a fun playstyle, right? I think that would just be an improvement, right? That's just my 2 cents.
I require a target.
There's so much potential with Survival Hunter, and it's just wasted. I kind of hope that maybe I can, like... I'm not saying that I'm, like, a huge content creator, right? But as far as I'm aware, I'm, like, the only person I've seen actually play Survival. Every single content creator that I've ever watched doesn't play Survival, they just meme on it. And they just talk about how bad of a spec it is. And they're like, yeah, Survival's, like, fucking garbage or something. But I genuinely enjoy it, so... yeah, I may not have the reach that, like, other WoW content creators have, but I hope that, like, if somebody plays it, even if that someone is me, maybe, just maybe, that'll draw more attention to the spec, and, you know, maybe Blizzard will actually do something about it. I'm not saying Blizzard's watching this video, but, like, let's say maybe a few different people watch this video and my other videos that I'm gonna make with this Survival Hunter. And they're like, hey, that actually seems pretty fun. Maybe I'll try Survival Hunter too. And then maybe the actual amount of people playing Survival starts to go up. And then maybe if more people start to play it, more people will start to give feedback. And it'll get treated like an actual spec instead of the, you know, whatever the fuck people consider it now. Basically just, you know, Hunter has 2 specs is what a lot of people, I think, you know, have the mentality of.
Thanks to Queen, you're here.
We hear what the kettle's slumbering. You want my animal? Why can't the ancient Tiernan do it?
Darkness encroaches. Starlight shines in our defense. Animal given shall return in life.
Well, okay. But I better get some back later. There. Let's finish this.
Ardenweald will belong to the Masters.
You will take nothing more!
All shall bow. All shall wither.
I require a target.
Naya, I am sorry.
The heart of the grove! No! Without the heart's anima, so many wild seeds will starve.
It's okay, Naya. I'll just do dailies in Korthia and get you the anima you need. Funny about that anima drought, right? That lasted, like, half of the base game. And then just got completely forgotten about. Like, I don't know. The whole thing about, like, it's your half of the quest line, right? Or I would say basically 3/4 of the quest line, if not more, is about the anima drought. Like, Valdraxis doesn't really mention it, right? But, like, pretty much non-stop in both Bastion and Ardenweald, you're like, Anima Drought, Anima Drought, Anima Drought, Anima Drought. And then you get to Revendreth and you're like, oh, so these guys are why there's an Anima Drought. Then you kick Sire Denathrius' ass, and now the Anima Drought is, I mean, effectively over. I guess you could argue that it's technically not over, because, you know, the souls still aren't going to their correct places, but at this point, we're basically getting the anima we need by just going around and entering Korthia and the Maw and take— God damn it!
In the Queen's name, helping them might ease her burden.
Fuck this phone! Okay, I just threw it across the room. I shouldn't have done that. Hold on, I need to grab it. Ah, fuck me. Technical difficulties. Okay, apparently I just need to mute my phone every single time before I start recording. This is just... Fuck me. Come on. It's pissing me off. It's been, like, recent, too. But I don't know why. But the past week or two, it's just constant telemarketing. Like,
we serve the Queen.
5 times a fucking day, my phone rings. Like, literally not a single person I actually know still does phone calls. Right? Like, everybody does, like, you know, Discord or Zoom or whatever now. I never, ever have people call me on my phone. So, like, I'm not used to my phone ringing, so I don't actually think to do that. But lately, it's just so many fucking telemarketing calls. I wish... I don't know if this is a setting, but I might actually just straight up disable the ability for my phone to actually do calls, right? Because I just don't use that. Like, I barely even text anymore. Because, you know, pretty much the only people that I know who still use actually, like, the text messaging built into the phone are, like, my parents. And they have Discord now. Like, both of my parents are actually, like, on my Discord server. And they have me added, so if they need to talk to me, they usually just message me on Discord, because they know that I'll be on Discord. Like, I remember there was, like, a good, like, few months where my mom always complained that, like, I never responded to, like, her text messages. And I was like, hey, just download this app and add me on there, and I will always get back to you. Because I just, like, I ignore text messages. It's just something that I see, like, the pop-up, and I'm like, fuck it. I don't feel like it. Right? But Discord, like, I'm always on Discord. So, it's just easier. Come on. There we go.
I serve the Queen.
It's not ready yet.
probably going to be a little bit harder to get any more than 3 at a time.
Target something first.
But 3 at a time is more than I can usually
I'm out
achieve
of
in this
range.
quest. So, I'm happy with it.
I can't attack that target. Don't have a target.
How can I help?
Our prey cannot escape. Ardenweald calls.
First. Too far away.
But didn't I say I was going to go do the dungeons? I'm still going to continue questing as I do this, right? But I want to at least be sitting in a dungeon queue while I get all this stuff done. I'll do that after this questline. I keep getting distracted.
I'm out of range.
My pet does a lot of damage.
I need to target something first.
You know, a little bit off topic. But, well, I mean, is it really off topic if I wasn't talking about anything in the first place? I guess it was just... None of the things I was talking about before really led to this, but it was just a random thought that just crossed my mind. Well, that was almost bad. Mr. Feral Druid, do you understand how this works? Here, I'm helping you, buddy. There you go. But yeah, no, so what I was thinking is... I don't know if anybody else does this, but I'll be completely real. When I was in a guild, and when I say in a guild, when I am in guilds where, because this happens multiple times, where like the guild leader's kind of a dick or something and I don't really have fun, I take great joy in looking over their logs now and seeing like just how better off I am. It's just, It's kind of like, it's so petty. Like, I know that I'm a petty bitch, but I am kind of curious if, like, that's only me. Maybe I'm the only one who does that. But personally, I think, like, I don't know. It's fun to sometimes look at, like, the logs of a guild that you left and be like, ha, you dumb motherfuckers, I told you so. And, I definitely sit there and go, whenever I see that, like, the moment I left because of, well, not necessarily because of me, but because usually it's like, I told them that they needed to change something and they didn't. And then, maybe not the moment I left, but, like, soon after I left, I'm like, well, looks like I was right. And then I just watch the steady decline of the guild until it falls apart, just through their Warcraft blog's history. And then you look and it's like, you know, nobody has been online in like a month because they failed to kill Sired and Athreus after 2 months of frolic. And I'm like, you know, it may have taken until Shadowlands for that guild to finally fall apart. When you look at it, whoa. Yeah, it's like a very vindictive, like, yeah, I was right feeling. Or just like, go fuck yourself kind of thing. I know this is super petty, but what can I say? I am a petty bitch. It is definitely something I enjoy doing. And, like, that's the thing. I've been in a lot of guilds where, you know, I'm kind of indifferent about leaving. Usually I leave due to a variety of, like, minor differences. Right. But it's when they're really, really toxic about it. Like, I'm obviously not going to talk about this particular case, like, what the guild is. But all I will say is when I left because of strategy differences. Of, like, I said, we need to do this strategy. Your strategy is not mathematically possible. You're trying to force a square peg into a round hole here, and it's not going to work. We're going to waste hundreds of pulls if you do not change the strategy. I don't know why you're dead set on doing this. They refused to listen and parroted this idea that, like, they had watched a guide and the guide told them to do this, even though it was really stupid. And I said, okay. I kept trying to suggest it to them. I kept showing them night after night, this is how this will not work. Every time we would get to a pull in, like, a later phase, I'm like, as you can see, we mathematically do not have the damage. I don't know where you think the damage will magically come from, but we cannot do this. And they just refused to listen. So I said, alright, I'm out. And normally that would be, like, kind of whatever, right? Like, that would be a situation of, we have a minor disagreement, and I'm fine with it. But then, like, they basically, like, harassed me on Discord. It wasn't all of them. Some of them were just kind of, like, you know, bad officers, but not bad people. And in that case, I actually was an officer in that guild. So that's why, like, I wasn't just screaming into the void. Like, every time we would, like, sit down to discuss strategies, I'm like, look, you know, hear me out on this. This is bad. And I would get overruled by everybody else. And for some reason, they were all dead set on doing something, which they ended up changing later on because they realized that they couldn't do it. But after all of that, a bunch of them, I wouldn't say a bunch of them, a few of them, but still, one is way too many, like, harassed me on Discord. Like, really nasty shit, just spamming me even after I had already left, and just being super toxic assholes. To the point where, at first I tried to talk to them, and I'm like, look, hey, like, I get that we had a disagreement, but, like, is this really necessary? Like, I don't want to have to block you guys. You know, I don't hate you guys. But if you're gonna keep messaging me really nasty shit, and you're like, oh, no, you're a piece of fucking trash. Go fuck yourself. Like, we never wanted you in our guild anyway, and whatnot. Like, all this really, really, really... Obviously, I'm saying the tame stuff, right? The nasty shit was just the curse words and whatnot. One of them even dropped the N. One specifically, and I mean, obviously, I have no idea if anybody from that guild was watching this video, but obviously, if you, yeah, I've given enough, like, very minor information for anybody who knows the situation would probably be like, okay, I know what he's talking about, if you happen to be in my guild at the time. And if you know the particular officer that I'm talking about, you know exactly which one dropped the N-word. Because there was one particular officer we had who was just an absolute fucking lunatic. literally, dude was batshit insane, right? It just, you know, he was definitely the worst of it. But that's the thing, that was like, I already had like issues with that guild because of that stuff. But, you know, when I left because of strategy disagreements, then the harassment started, and then I was like, okay, fuck these guys, right? At first I was like, whatever, but then after that shit, no, okay, now you piss me off. And after that, every single, like, week or so, I would check to see their progress. And, oh yeah, I destroyed them in Nathria Pro. Until I quit, right? Because that's the thing. I quit back in, like, early March, and I was, like, 2 bosses ahead of them. Then, by the time, like, you know, the end of the tier rolled around, they were stuck in Sire Denathrius. Up until the very last day, they tried to pull him, and they failed. Fuckers. Makes me happy. So, it's just one of those where, you know, I was looking through the other day. It was, like, actually a complete coincidence, because I was helping my new guild with recruitment. Admittedly, like, so here's the thing, I don't like to discuss my YouTube channel, like, with whatever guilds I'm in. Sometimes they find out on their own. Like, some of my raiders in Nathria, because obviously I was leading that guild, right, and it was a bit different because a few people from that, in that guild joined from my streams. So in that case, some of the people in the guild came from my YouTube channel. Like, that's where they heard about me, and that's why they joined my guild. So as a result, like, more people were aware of it in my guilds, even though I didn't really talk about it. But especially, like, whenever I join a new guild, like, I generally don't mention my channel or anything like that. I just don't want to... I don't know. I hate the idea, like, one of the main reasons I always was, like, tentative to stream or do videos or something is you see all those, like, people who, post, like, their Twitch and whatnot, like, in, like, trade chat or something, or in Sanctum of Domination general chat. And it's like, oh, check out, like, Fire Mage, prog on, you know, Mythic Fate Scribe. There's a guy in Mal'Ganis general Sanctum of Domination chat who does that every day. And he used to be on my raid team. That's the funny thing. And I remember feeling really uncomfortable knowing that this guy was in my raid, because every 30 minutes, he would plug his stream. Every single raid night in general chat. And he even did it in guilds. It's like, I really don't get people like that. Who are like, they have like no viewers, and they just sit there and think, hey, maybe if I just spam my stream link to every single person on the planet, someone will click on it. And, like, I don't like saying the whole thing about, like, they have no viewers, right? But, like, that's the thing. It's I'm not saying that as like, oh, you know, if you don't have viewers, you're like nobody, right? But it's kind of the mentality of these people, because they don't have viewers, they think that in order to get viewers, that's what they need to do. They need to just spam their stream link. And that's just such a shitty mentality to have. And that's why I felt uncomfortable about streaming for the longest time. Because I didn't want to be one of those, like, people who just spams the link. I mean, I don't do that, obviously. But even then, like, even when I'm in a guild, like, I don't think a single person on my current raid team knows that I have a guild, because I just don't mention it. Or, whoops. I don't think a single person on my raid team knows that I have a YouTube channel. Right? Like, I've never mentioned it. I just don't like to talk about it. Obviously, this character is in the guild, but I mean, they probably haven't seen the leveling videos. And obviously, I can't blame them. It's not like something that appeals to everybody. But I don't like to mention it. I could be like, oh yeah, hey guys, I'm a YouTuber and blah blah blah, and you should check out my YouTube videos. But no, I literally haven't said a word about it, just because I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. Like, they're cool people, and as far as I know, I plan to continue writing here. I mean, it's impossible to continue, or to anticipate the future. Like, I can't tell if I'm going to continue raiding here for forever, right? But it's like, I join a group and I'm like, yeah, these people seem cool, right? So, basically, I've been in this guild for like 2 weeks now at this point, and they seemed pretty cool, and they were struggling with recruitment, and I like to think I'm generally pretty good at recruitment. I mean, led raid teams multiple times, and one of the things I've always been pretty good at is, like, finding new people. And I was like, alright, if you guys need more people, I'll go in there, and I found, like, a million different potential recruits. They wanted to... Well, I mean, I don't know if necessarily they would be against me talking to them. But they were like, oh yeah, if you find people, you can just, like, post it in this channel. And... I mean, if they wanted me to, I would be perfectly willing to, like, handle all the recruitment stuff myself, like, talk to the people, figure out, like, whether or not it works and whatnot. I'd like to think I'm generally pretty good at that, too. But, you know, if that's what they want to do, if they just want me to post the links and stuff, I'll just give them a mountain of potential recruits, and then it's up to them to sift through it. But I've been helping them out with that. And all of that to say, the reason I found my old guild's logs is because one of the recruits was... I didn't recognize them, so I'm guessing they're like a new raider, but they were in one of my old guilds, the one that I was just mentioning. But that's the thing, I saw the guild name, and I'm like, ooh, wait, it's somebody from that guild. Oh shit. And unfortunately, it would have been really funny if it was somebody I recognized, because then I would have been like, but... It wasn't. It was just a no-name person who I'm guessing joined, like, recently or something. And, at that point, I was like, huh, I wonder how that guild's doing nowadays. And then I saw that apparently they crashed and burned in Castle Nathria, and, like, half their raid team quit, and they were no longer raiding in Sanctum, and I was like, that was the best part, right? Like, up until literally the last week of Nathria, right before Cutting Edge was removed, they were still trying, and they failed. So, they literally kept it going that long, and then right after they failed, I'm guessing a lot of people were probably like, fuck this shit, how could you guys fail to get Cutting Edge again? It's like, at that point, it's just fucking embarrassing. Wouldn't be surprised if it's because, once again, on the, like, Mythic End Boss, they tried to do some dumbass strategy that doesn't actually work in practice. I would not be surprised. But yeah. I guess, to finish up the topic on my guild, though, it's like, you know, I just join a guild, I see if, like, the people are cool, and if I enjoy the atmosphere and stuff, I'm just like, yeah, sure. Like, I'm generally not super picky about progression. There have been times where I've been like, okay, this tier I want to... I always want to get Cutting Edge, right? Like, Cutting Edge is always, like, a goal for me. So, like, this guild right now, as it stands, they're 3 out of 10 Mythic. Is it amazing? No. But, are the players good? Yeah. And to me, as long as a guild has, like, the potential to get Cutting Edge, I'm willing to stick it out. Now, this tier seems pretty easy. So... this tier, I've already resolved that I'm gonna kill Mythic Sylvanas. So, that's one of those things where it kind of depends on whether or not I stick it out with these guys. Because, obviously, I do want to kill Mythic Sylvanas. Because it looks like it's honestly kind of a free Cutting Edge from everything I've been told. So, at that point, if they manage to get it, awesome. And I'll definitely stick it out. But what I might end up having to do, and I've done this in the past. In fact, this is what I did with that guild that I just mentioned, the really shitty one, is I usually have multiple characters, right? Like, I mean, as you might imagine, I'm an altaholic. I have a million different alts, I can play a million different things. So, right now I'm maining Prot Warrior. I'm working on Brewmaster, Demon Hunter, Hunter, and obviously I have my Mage, and then on Alliance I have Paladin, and blah blah blah. I have a lot of different things right now. I've only been actively working on a few, but let's say it gets later in the tier, and these guys seem to be falling short, but like I still enjoy playing with them, and I want to keep helping them. Well then, I could do something like that. I could help them out and continue raiding with them, and then I could just get cutting edge on a different character. And sometimes that works. I've only had to do that one time though, and the one time I did it was with that other shitty guild, where I kept telling them, you know, your strategy's not going to work, and they kept going with it. And then finally I said, fuck this shit. I was friends with a bunch of people on that raid team, so I didn't want to quit. So basically I took my main character and I got cutting edge somewhere else. I continued raiding with that guild, but on one of my alts, which was still equally geared. Like, I was maining Vengeance DH, and I swapped my Vengeance DH so I could get cutting edge. And then I continued raiding with them on my Brewmaster mode. But I can play Brewmaster just as well as Vengeance DH. Just as well as any tank. I mean, honestly, it's not hard. So I was continuing to do prog with them on my Brew. And eventually they just were being assholes, right? And they weren't changing their strategy, and I'm like, look, I want to help you guys, but I'm not going to sit here and spend hundreds of pulls if you just want to keep slamming your heads into a wall for no reason. So I left. And yeah, like, I'm not even saying that I'm going to do that with this guild, because that's the thing. I've only ever had to do that one time. Every other time, I've stuck it out. But that was also a case where, because it was an easier cutting edge, that guild was able to get cutting edge. Because, despite their guild honestly not being equipped for it, it was just such a joke of a tier that, you know, it didn't really matter. So, in this case, it might be similar, right? I don't know for sure. But since Sylvanas is easy, maybe, let's say, hypothetically, this guild gets really close, but they're still moving really slow. I don't know. So it's tough. But at the same time, like, I can understand why these guys have been slow, because they also just basically split off and made their own brand new guild. So that's something that's going to slow you down regardless. So when they told me that, like, you know, it was a brand new guild, they don't have, like, a really large roster set up yet, and they're still getting things set up, I was like, alright, you know. There it goes again. Can you hear that shit? It's now, yeah. It's ringing once again, another telemarketing call. Thank God it's on vibrate this time, so it doesn't, like, blare into the mic. That's been 3 times already.
I must get closer.
It's fucking absurd. Oh. But yeah, so I think, like, whenever I hear that some people branched off and made their own guilds, like, I'm always hesitant, right? Because I would say there's usually 2 things that can mean. So I did ask them, like, you know, oh, out of curiosity, what happened? And I mean, obviously I am in some sense curious, but I'm also more wondering, like, what's the situation behind why you guys left your old guild? Like, which type of making your own guild is it? Because there's one case of the first guild is genuinely incompetent. And basically, they tried to be really nice about their old guild. They were like, oh, our goals didn't align. And to me, I'm like, okay, so the old guild leader was incompetent and didn't want to improve. Like, I've seen that before. I know how it is. I didn't tell them that. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, like, but I've been there, right? Been there a million times where, like, the old guild leader is just kind of, like, head up his ass, doesn't really know what's going on, refuses to make necessary changes, and, you know, eventually people get frustrated and, like, they want to get cutting edge, and then they eventually give up. Apparently they got stuck in Stone Legion Generals because their guild leader was just doing the same shit in Castle Nathria, and then this tier they gave him, like, a month, and then he still wasn't making the necessary changes, and then they were like, fuck it, we're making our own team. So, like, I can get that. They didn't outright say that. They tried to be a lot nicer to the old guild leader, I'm guessing because they don't want to, like, they seem like nice people, so I'm assuming they don't want to, like, spread anything bad about him. But I get the feeling that he was just a bit incompetent. Maybe I'm reading a bit too much into it, but I've seen that before. And also, one of their other raiders from their former guild, like, you know, still hangs out in the Discord and, like, talks to them. And every single time he joins and complains, because they're also, like, so at this point, like, their new guild is actually further progged than the previous guild. But both of them are 3 out of 10 Mythic. But the funny thing is, their old guild still can't kill Heroic Sylvanas. Their old guild is 3 out of 10 Mythic and still has not gotten AOTC. That blows my mind. Like, when I found that out, I was like, God damn. Like, that's where I can kind of understand, like, okay, yeah, so their old guild's just bad. Because every single player on this team that they had, that, like, they're pretty much their entire team right now is, like, the people that left their old guild, me, and, like, one other person. Because I was, like, one of the first people they picked up. So every single person on their team that, like, came from their old guild is a good player, right? So I know that it's not a case of, like, what I was going to say, option two is, like, you know, what happened in one of my guilds back in Castle Nathria, where all of the shitters get benched, and then they all complain that they can't get raid spots, so then they make their own guild, because they're like, yeah, we're gonna show it to them, like, we'll make our own guilds, you know, with, well, what's the meme? Like, with blackjack and hookers or whatever. Like, so, like, that's kind of what happened to me in Castle Nathria. Like, a lot of the people that I benched, because, unfortunately, so I've kind of touched upon this, but an unfortunate reality of having a ton of people join my guild from YouTube, and I tried really hard to, like, tone down people's expectations, because so many people came from my YouTube channel, and then expected to get raid spots. I had so many people like, oh yeah, I'm ready to go into Castle Nathria. And I'm like, okay, there's a lot of you here. Just to be clear, Mythic raids are 20 people. We cannot fit everybody. And then we had a lot of Grey Parsers. A lot of people not doing good. And I'm like, look, I can't bring you. And I feel bad because, like, here's the problem. I'm never going to do that again, right? Because I kind of felt like, okay, you know, I'm making my own guild. I might as well, like, advertise it a little bit and say if people want to join, they can join. And that was before I realized my channel would grow to be that big. Because if 1 or 2 people really like my speedruns or something, and they're looking for a guild, and they want to try out and see how they do, yeah, sure, that would work out just fine. But the reality of what happened is that my speedruns fucking exploded, right? And then I had a massive, like, deluge of people trying to join my raid team. And a lot of them were not good. So that meant I had to sit people that were my viewers. So that is problematic. Very problematic for me. Because now people that watch my channel, that actively are, like, you know, that talk in my stream chat and whatnot, now hate me. Because I had to bench them. I didn't want to bench them. But what was I supposed to do? I can't bring everybody. So it was problematic, right? Not the best situation. And then what ended up happening is a lot of those people were like, yeah, fuck Haraldin. You know, he thinks he's better than us. He thinks he can sit us, which, for the record, well, in a sense, yes. I was better than them, and there were 20 other people better than them, because that's why they got sat. That's not a I'm elitist thing, that is a I am forming a Mythic raid team, and a Mythic raid team only has 20 people thing. But you get these YouTube Andes that don't understand that, and try to join a YouTuber's guild, thinking, I'm just going to get a raid spot, even though from the very beginning I was like, no, that's not how it works. We do things by the books here. I'm actually trying to put together a Mythic raid team. I'm not trying to just bring in anybody. I made that very clear from the very beginning. But then, you know, they're like, oh, Haraldin thinks he's better than us. We're going to make our own guilds. So then you had all the Grey Parsers making their own guilds. And guess what? They didn't do super well. My guild quit in March. Their guilds raided all the way until the end of Nathria. And I still finished with a higher progress than them. And I am proud of that. That is a completely different guild that I definitely kept an eye on their parses, because I would be quite honest, I was a little bit bitter, because it definitely did piss me off that I'm sitting here like, I gave every fucking warning, right? I said multiple times that I am actually trying to do a mythic raid here, I'm not just doing handout, like, raid spots, right? And then despite all of that, they still get a fucking attitude when they get sad. That pissed me off. So I definitely was like, alright, you guys think you're hot shit? Let's see how well you do this tier. And I watched, and they did fucking terribly. So, go fuck yourselves, assholes. I'm better than you. Honestly. That I will absolutely take sadistic pleasure in. All those fuckers. Go fuck yourselves. Because that gave me a lot of stress early on, right? Like I said, never doing that again, but the amount of stress that I had to deal with, having multiple people basically try to, like, guilt trip me into getting raid spots, and, like, I'm trying to sit here, I'm trying to, obviously, like, not sabotage my own channel and, you know, hurt the feelings of viewers, right? So I'm trying to be nice, I'm trying to, like, basically, I don't know how to put it, but I'm trying to, you know, not, like, actively push these people away and be like, no, you know, you can't get a raid spot, but I kept trying to be very nice and be like, hey, look, I, like, you know, if you want to reach out to me and ask for help, like, improving your numbers, I will gladly sit down and help you. But I would be like, at the moment, I can't bring you. I don't have room. And then they would always just be like, yeah, sure, whatever. And I think they just kind of thought, yeah, no, Harlan's gonna bring me either way. Who cares? And then it turns out I couldn't. Because I didn't have spots.
I'm out of range.
And then suddenly it's like Harlan's the bad guy. And you know how fucking stressful that is. And then especially, then of course they try to drag my YouTube channel into it, and I care about my YouTube channel. And then they're like, oh, you care too much about your channel, you know, because of that you're a shitty guild leader. And it got really personal is what I'm trying to say. And yeah, my feelings got pretty hurt by all of that, because I'm trying to do my best. I didn't really have any officers. A lot of my officers quit pretty early on in Shadowlands. So I'm basically running a guild and a YouTube channel on my own, doing my best here. And then I have all these fucking assholes giving me additional stress. That's just stress that I don't fucking need in my life. And fuck all of them, right? So, just,
what shall I craft next?
Pisses me off. Really pisses me off. So, that's the thing. That is what you have in a lot of scenarios when you have split off guilds. You have, you know, dumb fuck guilds like that. But then you also have the cases like this guild, where they seem like genuinely good players, where their you know, parent guild just had a guild leader that was incompetent and didn't know what he was doing, and is now stuck on heroic Sylvanas. Right? Like, how the fuck are you still stuck on heroic Sylvanas? If you're able to kill the 9, you know, I'm not saying the 9 is a hard boss, right? Like, we killed it in like 3 pulls, but the 9 is still, like, it's like maybe as hard as heroic Sylvanas. That is to say, not at all. It's fucking piss easy, and Sylvanas is also piss easy. Like, I mean, it's a numbers check, but at this point with domination set bonuses, or shit bonuses, you know, it's not a hard check to meet, both damage and healing-wise. And then the only moderately challenging part of Sylvanas is Phase 3, getting the dispels right. Having tanks that know how to do, like, the pool collection, and knowing how to drop it off in the right point, and getting the dispels off. But, like, if your tanks know how to do that, the fight is a joke. That's literally the only somewhat challenging mechanic. That's it. So, how a guild has not killed heroic Sylvanas by now boggles my mind, man. That is just a mindfuck to me. And I should say, I don't want to... I know that some people are probably watching this like, I haven't killed heroic Sylvanas, and I'm not trying to say that you're a bad player. I'm saying in this particular case, with this particular guild, if they have already killed the 9, then clearly it's not an issue of they don't have the players, or they don't have, like, the numbers or something. If you can kill Mythic the 9, you can do heroic Sylvanas. So, let's say, like, you're like, well, my guild hasn't killed heroic Sylvanas. Your guild's probably a bit more casual, and that's fine, right? But if this guild, from what I've been told from the people my new guild, their old guild was advertising itself as a guild that planned on getting cutting edge. And if you're in a guild that plans on getting cutting edge, and your raid leader still can't figure out how to kill Heroic Sylvanas when you're already starting Mythic progression, that's bad. That's something that you probably wouldn't want to put up with, which, as it turns out, they didn't. And it looks like, as a result, they left. So, that is when I found that out, that's where I was like, okay, so these guys are genuinely just good players in a shitty situation. I have no problem sticking it out and, you know, raiding with them, because they seem pretty cool. And if they were forced to deal with this, and I'm like one of their first new recruits, they seem like they're capable of forming a solid raid team, I'll give it time. No.
Oh, looks like the spirit is calm again.
And if I can help by doing some recruitment, then yeah, why not?
Perhaps Naya would like to come with you.
So that's what I'll do. At least that is my plan, right?
Hello.
Like, who knows?
Watch your step.
Sometimes I'm in a guild and some random shit happens that I could never foresee. And, you know, then I have to leave, right? It definitely has occurred. In those cases, I will say it's usually not something that I do. Because, like, if I know that I have issues with a guild, like, I usually try to get them resolved early. Like, I talk to the guild leader and I'm like, so what the fuck is the deal with this thing here? Like, what's going on? You know, can you give me an explanation? Because I'm real fucking confused. And if something fishy's going on and, you know, I don't get, like, a satisfactory answer, then I might stay in the guild for a bit, but I'm always sitting there like, yeah, I don't know about this. And maybe I try to keep my options open. But, you know, in the case of this guild, it's like, I'm not looking elsewhere. I'm like, yeah, I'm content here for now. So unless some, like, a curveball gets thrown at me, then,
I'll do whatever I
yeah,
can to help you meet with her.
I'll stay. That kind of thing.
You helped me.
I forgot to queue for dungeons again, didn't I? If you're wondering why I don't just queue for dungeons, it's because before I actually queue, I want to get the quest for Mists of Tyrna Scythe. Because that's just free experience, right? So, I want to make sure I do that much, at the very least.
I'm out of range.
That thing does so much damage. Yeah, this trinket fucking punches way above its weight.
More nightmares. Guard me while I soothe the wild seed. Every wild seed is precious.
God!
I've lost so many.
Love Wildfire
I wish the
Bomb.
Winter Queen could save them all.
Code! The road is not safe. Wait. You're the one who helped us at Glitterfall Heights. Perhaps you can do so again. I serve the Queen. Come. Many are in need of aid.
We will not fail the forest.
I need to target something first.
We will not fail the forest.
I must get closer. I require a target.
They were twisting me into one of them. The fight continues. For Ardenweald!
Don't have a target. too far away.
They command a giant.
I will say one of my favorite like mobility spells to use is disengage. Disengage just feels really good to use when like you have to like flick your camera if you want to move forward. So just like the quick camera flick and then boom, it just feels awesome. Hey, fuck it, just get aspects of evil then.
I must get closer.
Immortal, take up the horn! Wild hunt, now!
Aspect of the cheetah's probably faster.
This was but one battle. I fear many more await us.
Okay. Upgrade?
You take our stag and ride with us, friend.
Okay. So, we get a bit of easy experience here. I should be able to get to 59. Then, at 59, I'm gonna go grab the Tierna Scythe quest, queue for dungeons, and then I'll still continue in Ardenweald, but with the combination of that plus Tierna Scythe, I should be able to hit 60 pretty soon. I'm hoping before we hit 7 hours. Because, like, 6 hours, 6 to 7 hours is usually, like, my average time of a speedrun like this. So if I can do, like, a budget speedrun within the average time, I think that kind of proves my point, right? You really do not need to spend a lot of money to get this done fast. And it took me, like, what, 15 minutes to gather all of that? Like, all you need to do is go on your main, prepare all of that, mail it over, go log over, boom. Easy. Really easy. And I had to spend a lot of thought into what I was going to buy and whatnot. Just copy what I do. Get a few Goblin Gliders. Get like a few of those Lockpicks. Shadow Core Oil, Bear Tartar. Probably some like damage pot or like flasks, I mean. Yeah, damage potions too. I've been pretty I haven't used my damage potions a lot just because I have like that problem of like I'm like, oh, I'm gonna need it for later, but at the end of the run I've like barely used any, so it's like whatever. But get damage pots, get flasks. It's cheap, and then here's the thing: whatever you don't use while leveling, you can just keep at max level. And at this point, the price is like dirt cheap. And this is all for stuff that you can get at level 50. You're already going to have like a ton of money made. Like, how much have I made? I've spent a decent bit of it, but
I have many lucky those you like.
Though our resources are stretched thin, I will do what I can.
I don't care about vendoring that or selling that. Yeah, I've made like probably like 7,500 gold total. It's pretty good, really.
In nature, all accept this portion of my power, mortal. Use it to alter
I usually
your fate
bind
into
soul
one
shape.
that the soul below
Fine, I'll
will
bind
find
soul shape.
more welcome.
But it's like
Prepare the ritual.
obviously at this stage, right, like I'm not gonna pick Night Fae, so I don't need to worry about like binding soul shape, but it's like, yeah, might as well. I'm still gonna be questing for a little bit.
What brings you here?
Oh no, crap.
Welcome. Let's hope this is enough.
Did it work?
What do you fight for will meet you outside of my former grove?
No,
Place of
the
memories.
nightmares still
Welcome
linger. We need
I will
more
join you.
anima.
Perhaps I can help find what we need.
We can acquire more.
Nia... Hold on. I'm curious. Nia's voice actor sounds familiar. I think she might also voice a character in Fairy Tail. I'm not 100% sure. She sounds like Lucy Hartfelia's voice actor. I may be wrong in that, but it sounds very similar. I should say, I guess, on the topic of fairy tale, that is a show that, unfortunately, I can't recommend. It's not very good.
We bring the gifts of...
I was, like, convinced to watch it by one of my friends, and... I can't say I'm a huge fan of it, right? It just... The writing just feels very weak. Like, some good openers, some openers. The biggest problem to me, though, is, like, I really hate shows like Fairy Tail, where it just lasts forever, right? Like, if you're going to tell a story, just be concise about your story. You know, the best shows are the ones that are, like, one season, because they have a clear beginning, middle, and end. Like, Kill la Kill? God. God damn. Kill la Kill is one season, and it doesn't need any more, because god fucking damn, it slaps. Everything about that show is fucking amazing. And it's just one season. Starts its story, tells the story it wants to tell, and then it ends. All in a single season. Because it doesn't need, you know, however much it is, like 300, 400 episodes to tell its story. It just needs 25. That's it. And I think that's good writing. That's how you write a story. And now I will say there, like, I've heard a lot about, like, One Piece and stuff. And I've never watched shows like Naruto or One Piece or any of those. And I've had a lot of people recommend them to me. And, I mean, I'm sure, you know, if you know anybody that watches those shows, you probably know those people swear by those shows. Like, everybody I know that watches, like, Naruto or One Piece will tell me, you know, basically, hands down, it is, like, the best show ever, and oh my god, you need to watch this show. And then I'm like, oh yeah, how many episodes is it again? They're like, oh yeah, like 800. I'm like, nope. Fuck no. Like, I've got to allocate my free time, right? So if I can watch a show that's just 25 episodes and tells a complete story, I would rather watch that than watch, like, 25 episodes of an 800-episode show. And I can't really criticize One Piece or Naruto, because I've never watched them, and I never have any interest in watching them. But, like, I do have to wonder, how can they be that interesting? Like, that many episodes in, how can you still care about it? The longest show that I've ever watched is JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. And I will admit, I started to get a little bit bored during some arcs. Like Stardust Crusaders, I think anybody that has seen JoJo's can admit that Stardust Crusaders starts to drag on a little bit. It starts to just be, what enemy are they going to fight next? And there's like another random enemy that they have to fight now. They got a little bit better at that. A decent bit better, actually, I would say. Like, the later arcs, you know, get a lot better at telling more cohesive stories. But one of the main things that I think makes JoJo's more bearable for me is, I mean, first of all, the show is funny as hell, right? JoJo's is just a very, 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 like, comedic show, on top of, like, just the cool action scenes and story and whatnot. So it has that going for it. So I think comedy shows get away with that because you watch it more just to, like, laugh. And, you know, if all you're watching something for is to just, like, have a nice laugh, it doesn't really matter if it's, like, 800 episodes. Because then that means that whenever you want to just, like, have something to laugh at, you can turn that show on, and it's good to go. It's like old SpongeBob, right? There's, like, a million old SpongeBob episodes, but SpongeBob has never at any point had a cohesive narrative. It's just a show to make you laugh. And there's something good about that, right?
I'm out of range.
And JoJo's does have a cohesive narrative, but it's still more of, like, you know, there's a lot of jokes and whatnot. Things are intentionally kind of like funny in terms of how they're designed. I'm not going to go that too deep into it, but one of the main things to me in terms of why JoJo's manages to keep me like hooked season after season, if you're not familiar with JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, which I would imagine most people are at this point, but I'm sure there's some people like me who, for the longest time, heard, oh, JoJo's is so good, JoJo's is so good, and they're like, yeah, this show sounds stupid, and it's super long, why should I watch it? So I will say, here's my advertisement for JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, which I don't think I've ever done, because I've always kind of assumed that like everybody already knows it. I think that what it does really well is every single arc, or season in JoJo's, basically follows a new character. So, the titular JoJo in every single season is actually a different character. It's basically, it follows like a family lineage. The Joestar family, right? So, the first season follows a guy in Jonathan in the 1800s, and there's like vampires and shit, and it's cool. And then the second season takes place in the early 1900s and follows Joseph Joestar. So a different person, and it's like different person, different time period, completely different story. But a lot of the same like themes and elements are carried over, and some of the same characters are there, but like they're older now. And this is all within the first arc to the second arc. And like this was jarring the first time that I saw it. I was like, that's very weird, right? But it actually, I think they pull it off really well. And then like third arc, it follows Jotaro. And there's a completely different story, but it still has elements of the first two arcs. So every single season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventures follows a new character, has a lot of new elements, a brand new story, but it still carries over enough from the previous thing to still be JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, and still keep you engaged with the story without, like, completely reinventing it. It's actually a really clever way of telling a story. I respect that about JoJo's Bizarre Adventures a lot. I think it does that really well. Like, obviously, cool show, great fight scenes, you know, funny meme moments and whatnot, but in terms of the writing, I actually think that the way that Araki, the guy who writes it, does that is really clever in that regard. Of basically giving you a lot of elements to basically carry over between different arcs, but each arc is inherently its own unique story. So, effectively, anybody could jump in at any season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, and it would basically be its own story. Like, yeah, sure, season 4 is... I think, yeah, season 4. Yeah, it confuses me because the first season is the first two arcs, and then I think every season after that is, like, a single arc. So, like, the season is, like, one less than whatever arc it is, which gets confusing. But the latest season is just a story about, like, this Italian kid who's trying to become a mob boss, and then all this, like, kind of weird mystical shit starts happening. And, you know, I'm not going to spoil it if you haven't seen the show. And then, you know, all this crazy shit's going on, right? But at its core, that's what that season's about. And that's a brand new story that has nothing to do with any of the previous seasons of JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. But if you watch the previous seasons, some of the characters are still there. It still obviously takes place in the same world, so there's a lot of stuff that kind of carries over. There's similar elements, like obviously it's not really a magic system per se, but the I don't know what the word would be for that. Like, kind of the magic system. The power system, I guess, from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is obviously the same, because it takes place in the same universe and whatnot. So it has basically all the same elements. It is, at its core, JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. But it's like a new take on JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, and that is every season. And that's a really good way to handle a long serialized show like that. I think that if you're gonna do a long show with hundreds of episodes, that is how you want to handle it. Fairy Tail does not do that. Fairy Tail is the exact same thing for 300 episodes But every single episode, it's like, what shenanigans have they gotten themselves into this time? Oh no, I wonder how they're gonna get out of it. And then they beat the bad guy, and, you know, the world is saved, and it's like, oh yeah, friendship and teamwork, and hooray! And by, like, episode 100, I'm like, just fucking kill me, man. Like, this is so boring. And, like, the strongest part about Fairy Tail is its characters. It has good characters. Some characters. There are some characters that I absolutely cannot stand, because some characters are just literal caricatures, right? Like, they are just the exact thing that you see in every single anime ever. And it's just like, oh, so this is that type of character, right? And then some of them are kind of cool. But even, like, the main characters kind of suffer from that. Like, one of the main characters, Natsu, is, like, very much the typical, oh, he's always getting into fights, and he's always doing reckless shit, and he's always, like, getting too hot-headed, and, you know, everybody else has to be like, hey, Natsu, don't do that. And I don't know. Like, I think that's the thing. Maybe I'm being too critical. I'm guessing, and if I'm wrong about this, I'm sorry. But I genuinely believe that Fairy Tail is a show aimed at kids. Especially considering during a lot of the episodes, it starts off with, hey kids, make sure not to sit too close to the TV. So, I may be right on that. Just maybe. I can't say for sure. But I think it's aimed at kids. So is it a little bit of a low-hanging fruit to criticize a kid's show? Maybe. But I was forced to watch this. Well, not forced to watch this, but, you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do in a relationship, right? Okay, yeah, it wasn't my friend who got me to watch it, it was my ex. So, yeah. I had to sit through a lot of episodes of Fairy Tail. And I was just not interested at all. But I had to keep watching. Because, I mean, I don't know, I didn't want to be like, hey, you know this show that you were super excited about getting me to watch? I kinda hate it. So I kept watching it. And it almost feels a little bit cheap to, like, sit here and complain about it now, because, like, it feels like I'm kind of taking a shot at, like, my ex, and I'm not. Like, obviously, it's not like I broke up with her because she had a bad taste in TV shows, right? Like, that would be petty. No. But I guess it's more just something that I thought of, because every single time when I'm watching this show, I'm like, because that's what I kept in my head comparing it to JoJo's. I kept thinking, why is it that JoJo's is able to do this type of show so well, and Fairy Tail is failing so hard at it? Like, what is it that makes a show like this so good? And that's where I kind of realized that aspect of JoJo's that I hadn't really appreciated before, of how it does its serialization, and how it breaks up its arcs. And I realized that because of that, I could tolerate watching multiple different arcs of JoJo's because each one felt unique.
I'm out of range. So, in each one, like, it almost was like you can make it so the stakes were lower. Like, the villain, for instance, the villain that the main character fights in Arc 4 is much, much weaker than the villain in Arc 3. And in a lot of shows, this doesn't work. Because you need to have, it kind of goes along with, I have a video out there in one of the segments of the Mage Speedrun. It's on my mind just because it was one of the ones I recently uploaded as of the time of recording. But the problem with raising the stakes. So I have a video about that. Whenever you have a story like that, and you have to keep adding new villains for your main characters to fight, you run into this issue of you can only raise the stakes so much before it becomes, well, we don't really care anymore. So, in JoJo's, every single main character is different. So, the main villain of Arc 4, yeah, sure, he's not as powerful, but because the main character is not as powerful, because it's a different main character, it's kind of okay. It works, because what might be a really big challenge for the protagonist of Arc 3 is, or what might not be a big challenge, I mean, for the protagonist of Arc 3 is a really big challenge for the protagonist of Arc 4. So it feels like you can follow this main character's journey as they, like, try to overcome this bad guy. It works. That's what I can say. It just works, right? It works really well from a narrative perspective. And that's, I guess, like, the main thing that I realized that I like about JoJo's that I hate about Fairy Tail, is because in Fairy Tail, it's the same characters. So you're forced to be in the situation of the characters are just constantly basically, what is it? It's Leaf. Oh, no. Jesus. Did they... What the fuck did... I think the Boomkin just Star Surged every single one.
Nope.
They're just... The Boomkin's just like, I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna kill them all. They have to be max level, right? He's only level 56? Alright. This guy's confident. This guy's max level, though. Oh, I see. So, they're, so he's helping his friend. Okay. That fucking Boomkin there. Anyways. So, with Fairy Tail, because you have all of the same main characters,
Too far away.
that same thing that works in JoJo's doesn't work. Because now suddenly it's not, oh, hey, you know, the main characters have to face, like, a different challenge. It's constantly escalating. It's constantly, there's a new big challenge that our characters need to face. And this challenge is way worse than the last one. And you need to be worried that this one's gonna go bad, because, oh no, what's gonna happen? And I remember my ex told me that, oh yeah, she said her favorite arc was the tournament arc. And I can kind of, I mean, I don't, honestly, I have no idea if this is why, but I can kind of understand why it might be the best arc, because despite tournament arcs generally not being good, and I'm going to be completely real here, this arc was no exception. It was literally, think of like, I know that some people are like, oh, it's possible to do tournament arcs correctly, right? Look at My Hero Academia. They do a damn good tournament arc. But, Fairy Tail does not. It's a very dumb tournament arc. It's literally, when people say I hate tournament arcs, yeah, Fairy Tail is exactly that. It is the classic formulaic tournament arc. And the problem, why are they all following me? As the tank's already home. But the problem that I have with a lot of the things in Fairy Tail kind of didn't really happen in the tournament arc, because since it's all just characters fighting one-on-one against each other, like, it kind of at least makes the fights feel, like, more grounded. So you don't have to constantly introduce, this is the new big villain, because it's just the characters competing to see who's the strongest, right? And on one hand, I hate that, and I hated it there too, but I also hate it less than, look at this brand new villain or this brand new evil organization that's trying to thwart our, or do, like, thwart whatever we're doing, and they're trying to do something evil, and we need to stop them before they destroy the world! And then, oh, man. Fairy Tail is just, it's a bad show. I'm sorry. I understand that, like, some people have, like, fond, like, I guess memories of it, I don't know, or have attachment to the characters, and I'll give you that. There's some good characters, right? But I would say just having good characters is not enough to make your show a good show. You need to have a good story. And Fairy Tail not only doesn't have a good story, but it takes fucking forever to tell its shitty, formulaic, lazy story. And that's just like a deadly combination. And I cannot understand why people genuinely enjoy this. And that's kind of the same reason why I don't understand why people want to watch shows like One Piece, shows like Naruto. Now, for all I know, they do have a really good story. And they managed to tell a really good story with really well-separated arcs spread across 600 or so episodes. It's possible. I don't think so, but it is possible. But I'm willing to bet the reality is probably closer to they have attachment to these characters because they grew up with them as kids, and now they just want to see how the story ends. And to them, when they see something really impactful happening with their favorite characters, they're like, yeah, that's awesome. Like, that's cool. And sure, there might be cool moments in the show, but it's almost wasted when you have cool moments in a show 600 episodes in, because at this point, nobody's gonna fucking watch that, unless they've already watched all 600 of those episodes. So, I don't know. It feels like that's a bad way to tell your story.
Had nightmares before, but nothing like this. The trauma this one must have been through.
Now to sit and wait for all the, One Piece fanboys to tell me I'm an idiot. I mean, as I said though, I don't know. Maybe One Piece really is that good. But I can't see it.
Not of range.
Almost done. We're almost at the end. Ooh, that's a lot of mobs. What the fuck? What is this guy doing? This is quite the situation you've gotten yourself into, Mr. Guardian Druid. Don't worry, I will save you. What is he trying to accomplish here? Oh, he's skinning. Oh, I see. Okay, so he's level 60. And he's just farming these mobs to skin them. That makes a lot of sense. I was wondering why he just pulled 1,000,000 mobs. Hey, I mean, that completes my quest. So, I'm not gonna complain. What? Is he trying to skin the mobs? Okay. Thought he was, like, looking at me. It's like, what did I do? How much damage does that do? Yeah, it probably would have been worth it to just get another wild spirit spot.
I need to target something first.
I will say, speaking of Fairy Tail, I am in a bit of a weird position. So the funny thing about those like serialized shows, right, is at this point I am almost on the last season of Fairy Tail, or at least I almost got to the last season of Fairy Tail. I think I'm like really close to the end of the second to last season. So now I'm in a bit of a weird position, right, where I've made it very clear that I don't like that show. And at this point, like I said, I am no longer in a relationship with that person, so I have no incentive to actually finish watching it. But at the same time, I've watched like close to 200 episodes of that goddamn show. I'm almost like I have this like feeling on, like, that's like, shouldn't you finish it? You got this far, right? You know, maybe it gets better. Like, you slog through 200 episodes. The least you could do is finish the show. And that's the thought that's going through my head. I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe that's why anybody watches those shows. Maybe. But I guess, honestly,
it's pretty
that might be the most fair way to give it a full review. Who knows? Maybe I'll change my mind if I actually watch the entire thing. At least in this case, it's ended. Has 300-something episodes. But then apparently there's going to be like a spin-off book or something. Yeah. Probably not going to read that one. But, you know, maybe it might be worth finishing the show just to find out.
Good. All that's left is to begin the ritual. Welcome to my...
Alright, how much does this give? 34k? So I still need quite a bit more.
The nightmares may not be real, but they can still...
I think I'm still just gonna queue for another dungeon, though. It's like... It's more fun than doing this shit.
The spirit dreams of her past, of the events that shaped all...
Like, I don't know. I'm kind of okay with doing only questing to get to level 50, because I actually enjoy doing my route. I enjoy Silverpine Forest. I made that pretty clear multiple times. But I do not enjoy Shadowlands leveling at all. So I probably do prefer actually dungeon leveling. So I feel like I did that pull. I started it off by applying Serpent Sting to everything. So Serpent Sting deals an additional pretty hefty amount of damage over time. Mongoose Bite hits hard, but it costs more, right? And it does scale. Obviously, single target, you apply Serpent Sting, and then you Mongoose Bite. What I'm thinking is, like, for AoE pulls, right, like Mythic Plus, maybe it would be better to, instead of, like, using Mongoose Bite, to do what I just did, because that felt good. Like, that felt really efficient. Just going like, boom, boom, boom. This guy up here, boom. Then Wildfire Bomb, Carve, this, then I can start Mongoose Bite. Carve, Wildfire Bomb. That feels good. I don't know. Like, Serpent Sting did so much damage because I'm applying it to multiple targets. And then one of the biggest things, right, is you look at Wildfire Infusion, which is the meta talent for AoE. So, first of all, it makes it so Shrapnel Bomb, you have a chance to make it so your Carve applies a bleed. But then you also have a chance to make it so if your Wildfire Bomb hits an enemy with Serpent Sting, it deals an extra burst of damage. So if I round up all those mobs and I fire off 2 Wildfire Bombs and I get, let's even just say one of those Serpent Sting ones, that's a huge extra chunk of damage that I'm getting. And then let's say the other one is like your Carve applies a bleed. Well, now I'm just stacking up all the damage over time effects and rotting down the enemies. That feels like the right way to play it. Right? I don't know. That's just like, that's the feeling of my gut. Like, a lot of times I play a spec, and I'm like, this feels like the way that I should be playing this spec. This just feels efficient. And I had that same gut feeling when playing Arcane Mage about spamming Arcane Missiles, right? And it turns out that is actually a lot of what you do. Now, it's not necessarily just because Arcane Missiles hits hard, but a lot of what you want to do is whenever you do not have Arcane Charges, So basically the priority was... Hello. There we go. The priority is like, if you have 2 or more arcane charges, you want to press Arcane Blast, unless you can use Arcane Barrage at a reasonable amount of stacks. But generally, you want to pool up your stacks and your charges to lead into a big burst window with Radiant Spark Touch the Magi. So, my gut instinct of you spam Arcane Missiles actually was kind of correct, because whenever you don't have Arcane charges and you're waiting to build up your burst window, you want to be spamming Arcane Missiles, first of all, to ramp up your Legendary, which is something that I wasn't actually doing because I didn't have my Legendary. But you also do it because it's an efficient way of dealing damage without having to, like, sit there and generate and spend arcane charges and waste your stacks that you need for your burst window. So in terms of, like, filler downtime stuff, that was the most efficient way to actually spend my mana. And I was kind of thinking, like, this feels wrong, right? It feels like I should be using Arcane Blast. But every time I pressed Arcane Missiles and I just watched a mob get fucking melted, it was like a feeling in my gut where I'm like, that has to be faster. There's no way that's not faster. And it turns out it was. It was faster. I was right. So, I don't know, like, when I play around with different things, like, when I do that thing, Serpent Sting, boom, 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 apply it to a bunch of different mobs, and then everything melts, I just get this feeling in my gut. I'm like, that feels efficient. That felt good. That has to be the right way to play it. Now, and here's the thing. I'm not always right. So, there are many cases where I'm like, this has to be the right way to play, and then I look it up, and it turns out there's, like, a talent build at max level that completely changes it. And in that case, I'm like, oh, shit. Well, I guess I need to relearn how to actually play this, because I've been doing it wrong.
Not heed the call. That does not bode well.
And in that case, yeah, you just gotta relearn it, right? You know, it's important to not be so dead set on what feels good, but a lot of times, once you've played a lot of different classes, you start to get a feeling for, this is probably what I should be doing with this rotation. Things just start to feel natural.
I need to target something first.
Will not be denied.
Require a target.
I feel like it'll be fun to try and master Survival Hunter, though. Because I've never actually made a concerted effort to play Survival Hunter, like, at a really high level. Because I've never really had a motivation to. Survival Hunter has always been one of those things that I've just kind of had fun playing around on. But I always knew that it was never going to be good, right? But, like I said before, I do feel like maybe I actually have an opportunity to change that. If I can be the Survival Hunter guy and campaign for Survival Hunter and be like, you know, Survival Hunter lives matter, right? Like, you know, maybe I can get some change enacted. Maybe I can actually get Blizzard to realize that, you know, this is an actual spec that people enjoy playing. And that they should actually pay attention to, you know, making it good. Or at least, like, viable. Making it so people can feel like they can play Survival Hunter without being ostracized by, like, half of the raid groups in existence. So,
I see your hunt goes well, mortal.
you know, Survival Hunters of the world, if any of you are watching, all 5 of you, I will champion your cause. But honestly, there's, like, nobody that plays it, right? And as far as I know, none of the people that actually play it are, like, you know, I guess, even slightly big content creators, right? Like, there are theory crafters who, like, maybe will make, like, a Survival Hunter guide because they have to, because they're paid by Icy Veins to do it. But nobody that actually plays Survival Hunter, that actually really likes to play it. I think every single person that writes, like, survival hunter guides is, like, not a survival hunter main. Because why would you be, right? It's almost trolling. Like, the only actual theory crafter I know of that mains survival hunter is Thymind. Thymind has been, like, the survival hunter for... I don't even know. As far as I know, he's, like, the only person that actually plays it at a competitive level. And even then, Thymind's not even, like, in the world first race. Like, he's just, like, in a... I don't even know if Thymind's guild is top 100. But, like, he always gets cutting edge with it, right? So, getting cutting edge with Survival Hunter is definitely a bit of a flex. I'll give him that. And, as far as I'm aware, he's stuck through it in its ups and downs. So, mad respect for Thymind. Every time I want to see what Survival Hunter's doing, I just check his logs. I'm like, alright, I feel like playing Survival Hunter this patch. What's Thymind running? That's why I looked this patch and I'm like, oh, he's running Nessingwary's Trapping Treads? I guess I'm going with that. Or I think now it's called Nessingwary's Trapping Apparatus. Because, you know, even though that was the name of the Legion version, you know, we can't have that. It's got to be its own unique Shadowlands thing. Can Nessingwary's Trapping Apparatus actually be put on boots? Where is it? Okay, it can be put on boots. So one thing that I thought was dumb is, let's look at warrior powers. Seismic Reverberation. This legendary was Nagentis' Broken Vertebrae or something. It was a legendary belt. Back in Legion. That was where it originated from. And it can only be used on head, shoulders, or feet. And, Blizzard? Why is the legendary belt from Legion not available as a belt? It just doesn't make sense. Like, I get it, they're two different items, but... Like, I remember I was even, like, talking to my friends, like, my friend, Amar, who plays a warrior, and I also play a warrior, so I was talking to him about it. I'm like, oh, like, do you use legendary belts as arms? And then he was like, what do you mean legendary belts? And then I was like, oh, you know, the one that gives you, like, bonus, whirlwinds or revenges. And he was like, oh yeah, you can't put that on a belt anymore. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I literally always referred to that as the legendary belt. Because in Legion, if you said, as a warrior, this is the legendary belt, like, pretty much most people would know what you're talking about. At least for Proth. I'm pretty sure, like, there was no other legendary belt that was actually used in that slot. At least nothing good. If only I could see legendaries. Intentional pronunciation, by the way. I like calling it that. It's fun. Rolls off the tongue, legendaries. But I can't view them in the journal anymore. But I'm pretty sure that the only significant belt legendary for Warrior was Nagentis' Shattered Vertebrae. Or, once again, I forget it was Nagentis' something vertebrae. I forget exactly. But, like, I always remember, like, being like, oh yeah, that legendary. It was one of my first legendaries that I actually got. So I used it for a while. And when I saw that it was returning for Shadowlands, I was like, oh, that's cool. And it's actually pretty good. It's not the one that I use. I use, obviously, Nature's Fury. Because right now, Nature's Fury is just really good. But, Seismic Reverberations is not a bad legendary. Baby! Oh, they just want to burn Ingram Mallock? Alright. Let's go! Survival Hunter superiority! That felt good. Damn, Mongoose Fight slaps! Fucking love this spec. So much fun. So much fun.
find your way through the mist? Choose wisely.
To be completely honest, I've not been paying attention to this the last 2 dungeons. Yeet! Fuck. Oh no. I'm officially that guy. No, it jumped away!
Too far away.
Whatever.
I don't have a target.
Kill shot hits so fucking hard! Ah! Love this! What is it? Is that a flower?
You're almost there.
Probably was. Oh, I am ready to just dump my entire fucking... Oh, let's go. Let's go. That felt awesome. Oh man. God, I love this spec. I'm gonna have so much fun with this at max level. Wait, the Resto Shaman was 2nd DPS? Jesus. Like, God, that hit so hard! Wildfire Bomb was like, literally 50% of my damage. Oh! Fucking awesome. Feels so fun to press.
Target.
I always like going through them that way as Hunter. It's fun.
Too far away. I'm out of range.
Come on, lower it so I can get a kill shot up. Nice. Yeah, this just feels like it does an unfair amount of damage. I'm gonna guess. Fuck. Fuck. I'm so bad. I should be paying more attention, but like, when I'm doing a Mythic Plus, I'm on top of this shit. I'm like, oh, I know which sigil it is. Here, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I stop paying attention, my brain just turns off, and I'm like, you know, me Hunter, me do damage. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Like, that's just kind of how things go at this point. Oh, someone from Mal'Ganis, right?
No fooling you.
Cool. I always like seeing people from my server in random queues. It's like, ah, hey.
So much fun.
We're on the same server, random person. That is cool. We have something in common. Isn't that fun?
One of us is not like the others.
Circle. Like, on this boss, I'm on top of it. Ah. Fuck my first window. This, full.
closer.
I don't think we have enough damage to beat it. No! Hollow.
I need to target something first. Too far away. I require a target.
Nice, I beat the rogue.
Let's do it again.
The time for play has passed. The winds urge us forward.
Okay. No more mess. Hey! This doesn't look right. It doesn't look right at all.
Tyrna scythe withers as the gorm feasts. Balance must be restored.
That was a risky disengage. Knowing my luck, I probably would have just yeeted myself off the edge. I guess not luck. Knowing my track record, more or less. Oh, man, okay. I don't know. Wild Spirits feels pretty damn good. That's kind of nuts. Holy shit. How is that not good? That feels really fucking strong. I'm gonna have to do more research. Like, I know everybody's running Kyrian, but come on. Like, that's fucking busted. That's so much damage. Whew. Fuck. God damn. Ignore what you just saw. Oh, that kill shot.
I'm out of range.
God, this is so much fun! I haven't had this much fun playing a spec in such a long time, man! I'm so excited. Like, I finished the Arcane Mage run, and at the end of it, I was like, just dead inside. Like, God, I still need to do more of this shit. Now, I'm like, I'm raring to go, man. I can't wait to play more Survival Hunter. Oh! I can't wait to hop into Torghast. I can't believe I'm saying that. I can't wait to do Torghast. But I can't. Man, I want to play more. And Torghast is a good way to, like, do broken shit, and I'm already feeling broken. God damn, this is so much damage. Holy shit, this feels so fucking good. Literally, I had coordinated assault up that entire time. What the fuck is this talent? Holy shit. It's like infinite uptime on my main damage cooldown. Holy crap. That's awesome. That's so fucking fun. Oh. I love this. I fucking love this. Ah. Oh. I'm having a lot of fun.
Aim true and strike down our prey.
God damn. Like, that felt like, sometimes you could just feel it. You're like, oh yeah. Like, this slaps. I'm pumping right now. I had that feeling. I was like, God damn, I'm just fucking killing it right now. kill shot especially. God, that button. Every time I press it, I fucking feel good. Right? That thing just hits so fucking hard. I mean, it's like execute, right? It is an execute. And execute is my favorite button to press on my main. So, it makes sense. Like, every single time I hit execute phase, even as a prot warrior, like, I just get this stupid fucking grin on my face, and I'm like, oh yeah, let's go. And then, boom, avatar, boom, Devo shout, and then, bam, I just chain, execute, 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 and it's like, oh, feels so good.
I'll heal your wounds. Keep fighting.
Swift as the wind.
Woohoo!
In nature.
Sorry, did you need some?
Oh.
She's almost gone.
Is that it?
I can't wait to see what you do next.
I think I need to do the Ysera escort. But yeah, I'm basically done. So it ended up taking a little bit over 7 hours, but, you know, still pretty fast, right?
I think it's time we all sang with you.
Also, I've said this before, but this is a good moment. So, this is by far the best moment in Shadowlands. The whole Ysera thing. And there's, it falls flat a little bit. Even though it's the best moment, it still has problems. And I said this, I think, during one of my beta live streams, when I was doing, like, leveling testing. But I really think that the way to resolve the Shadowlands story, in Ardenweald specifically, is you need to make it so there's an actual tension. There's an actual, are we going to save Ysera? And I think the biggest thing, and this is where WoW flounders so much, like, as much as a meme as it is, of just read the book, lol, that is a serious issue right now with WoW storytelling, because the death of Ursoc is something that, honestly, a lot of people didn't even know. Because it happens in not even a book, in a trailer. It's like Afterlife's Ardenweald, I think. And a lot of people didn't watch that. So imagine you're a new player, and you're trying to get invested in this anima drought, and you have no idea what's going on. Then, what I think is that instead of making the Ardenweald story, first of all, fuck the YouTube shit. Fuck the Ardenweald's Afterlives shit. Fuck that. Put it in game. That's obvious, right? Put the shit in the fucking game. And I think that they have that cutscene buried in there somewhere, but it has no impact when it's just like, here's a random cutscene from YouTube. No, incorporate that into the storyline. That's what I mean by put it in game. Put the story in the game, not the cutscene ham-fisted into the story. Make Ardenweald about not just Ysera, but Ursoc too. You have to basically save 2 different wild seeds, Ysera and Ursoc. Then at the very end, the Winter Queen basically has one last bit of anima that she can spare. And you have to make the choice of saving either Ursoc or Ysera.
Moonberry.
Now,
here to play more tricks.
That's one of those things of,
Matters at hand.
are you going to make it, like, how much effort are you going to spend coding it, right? If you really want to put in the effort to code it and make it really good, you code in the option. You make it so you could save either one. And then the story changes depending on that. But that obviously does require a lot more. So even if you always want to end with it being Ysera, make it so you follow the journey of saving Ursoc. You, like, obviously, to us, Ursoc does have a lot of significance. Ursoc is an important character. But make it so we follow the path of saving Ursoc. We follow that journey. And then, if you're a new player, you get to basically, like we relive Ysera stuff, if you're a new player, you get to relive Ursoc stuff. You can understand why these characters are important, why they matter, why everybody's so excited that they're back, kind of. And once all of that is done, once you have basically kind of saved both Ysera and Ursoc, or like protected their wild seed, like I said, you have to choose which one. But maybe it's not you have to choose. Maybe you can only save one, and at the last second, the Winter Queen just decides to save Ysera. And it's like this heartbreaking decision of like, you just basically saved these 2 wild seeds that came from Azeroth that had a ton of significance that you like really cared about. And you basically have to watch Ursoc die. And it's like, it's this bittersweet moment of like, yeah, we've saved Ysera, but at the cost of Ursoc. And that would have such a bigger punch to it, of having that duality of, yes, we've saved one big important character, but we had to let another die to achieve that. I think that would be much more impactful. That's just my take.
Then we face a danger even more.
And that would make, honestly, the Anima Drought feel much more real. Obviously, at this point, the Anima Drought's already basically over, right? But the Anima Drought would be a much more big looming threat if we were like, oh my god, we don't have enough Anima to save both of these. We have to let Ursoc die. And then suddenly, you know, you go into Revendreth and you're like, oh my god, I just let Ursoc die because of this Anima Drought. I need to find a way to fix this fucking Anima Drought because I'm not going to let anybody else I care about die. And it gives more of a sense of urgency. But the problem is, as far as the player is concerned, when we need Anima, the Winter Queen gives it to us. We need to save Ysera, and Ysera's saved. So that sense of urgency, that sense of, we need this Anima, we need to stop this Anima Drought in order to save the characters we care about, it's gone. Because whenever we needed a character saved, it happened. So, you make it so Ursoc has to die? Suddenly that sense of urgency is there. Suddenly players care about the Anima Drought. It's that simple. All you gotta do is put the story in the game. You already set it up. Just include it. Stop shooting yourselves in the foot and spreading your story across multiple different forms of media. Cut that shit, tell your story in your game, and you'll be fine. I think if you do that, a lot of the problems people have with the story are going to be resolved. Oh, god damn it. I'm so close.
Know that you have gained an ally in me. The drought has caused the heart to wither. Its strength
Probably this.
Though we have precious little anima to save our waning groves. An impossible choice.
Like, all that stuff about an impossible choice. Like, that impossible choice should have been Ysera versus Ursoc. Instead, it's Ursoc versus something that we can't really sense. It's like Ursoc versus, like, Ursoc dies to save, like, a grove or something. I don't fucking remember what Afterlife's Arden Guild was. And then it's Ysera or a leaf off the Winter Queen's head. Like, the comparisons aren't there. They're too afraid to actually take risks with it.
I speak.
Hey, and we are done. And that is the budget level 6 or level 50 to 60 speedrun. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. I am going to not ramble a lot, honestly, because I think I've gotten most of what I want to say, you know, already out there. As I've already said, I will be doing another one of these, either 1 to 60 or 10 to 60. We'll see. I'm probably going to put up a poll at some point. I'll figure it out. The poll might already be up. I don't know. If the poll is already up and you haven't voted, go and vote. I guess. But yeah, thank you for watching. I'll definitely be doing more of this. I think this was fun. I hope that I managed to prove that you do not need lots of fancy consumables to get the leveling experience, at least from 50 to 60, done in a reasonable time. It's really not that hard. And now I still have all this stuff to use at max level. But with that, once again, thanks for watching. If you like this stuff, please subscribe if you haven't already. It does help the channel, and it makes me happy. So, yeah, have a nice day. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know how to end these things. Just, thanks for watching. Have a nice day. Okay, that's it. That's it. I'm finally stopping.